The night was shrouded in darkness, with a chilling wind howling through the air. At the edge of a high-rise rooftop, Su Yunxing stood alone, her flowing white gown fluttering in the breeze. She gazed down upon the vibrant city, its lights twinkling like stars, her eyes filled with despair. Just yesterday, she had been the brightest star under the spotlight, the center of attention, radiating brilliance. But now, she was on the brink of plummeting into the abyss. Ha! A star, Su Yunxing scoffed bitterly, a wry smile gracing her lips, laden with sorrow. Today, news of her tax evasion had erupted, obliterating all her glory and accolades in an instant. Advertisers sought to terminate contracts, her films were pulled from screens, endorsements were rescinded, and she was even faced with exorbitant penalties for breach of contract. After years of tireless effort, everything she had built was reduced to ashes in a single night. It's over, Su Yunxing murmured to herself, her voice swallowed by the howling wind. She knew little of the tax codes. Her affairs were entirely entrusted to her company, and she merely signed the documents presented to her, oblivious to her transgressions. Yet, she must bear the consequences. As she reflected on her journey from an inconspicuous background actor to a celebrated star, she recalled the sweat and tears she had shed, all of which had now dissipated into nothingness. She realized she was at a dead end. Her manager, Sister Zhang, had indicated that the company would use her as a scapegoat. She had been strategically abandoned by her boss. No one would come to her aid. Perhaps this is the only way to achieve true liberation. Su Yunxing inhaled deeply and slowly closed her eyes. She spread her arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world, or perhaps to bid a final farewell. In that fleeting moment of leaning forward, she felt an unprecedented sense of lightness and freedom. It was over. Just then, her phone in her pocket rang abruptly. Su Yunxing jolted her eyes open and steadied herself. She glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. After a brief moment of hesitation, she reached out and answered the call. Hello? Her voice trembled slightly. Who would be calling her at this moment? On the other end, a familiar voice resonated. Yunxing, where are you? Upon hearing that voice, she instantly recognized it was Li Shuyuan, her ex-boyfriend. Su Yunxing fell silent, unsure of what to say. She and Li Shuyuan had broken up long ago, 3 years prior. He had chosen to marry a girl selected by his family, leading to their separation. Yunxing, I know you're listening. Li Shuyuan's voice was deep. Tell me, where are you? Su Yunxing bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she remained silent. Yunxing, don't do anything foolish. Li Shuyuan seemed to sense her predicament. Can we meet? Her heart quivered. She was unsure whether she should see him. Yunxing, I can help you, Li Shuyuan continued. Trust me, please. At that moment, Su Yunxing's tears finally spilled over. She found herself devoid of reasons to refuse. I'm at home, she said, her lips quivering. Give me the address. Xiangxieli Mansion, 2401. I'll be there shortly. Wait for me. Okay, that Li Ziyuan's call had saved her life. She descended from the rooftop and returned home. In front of the mirror, she splashed her face with water and tidied her wind-tousled hair. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. She opened the door to find Li Shuyuan, breathless and disheveled. He still bore that handsome and refined appearance. After 3 years, he seemed to have lost some weight. His eyes were red-rimmed as he reproached her. How could you be so careless? Why didn't you pay your taxes? She stared at him, tears streaming down her cheeks, unable to utter a word. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you, he reassured her. Chapter 2. I will always help you. A phone call from Li Shuyuan saved her life. He stood before Su Yunxing, extending his hand to gently wipe away her tears, just as he had in the past. Yet, she was unaccustomed to such intimacy and instinctively took a step back. They had already parted ways. Their relationship was a thing of the past. 3 years ago, Li Shuyuan had chosen a familial alliance and ended their relationship, and she had not seen him since. Noticing Su Yunxing retreat, his hand froze in midair, and after a moment, he slowly withdrew it. What does your company say now? Li Shuyuan inquired, gazing at her. Come in. She replied, stepping aside to let him enter. The room was spacious and bright, with a view of the vibrant city through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. She had purchased this apartment for the scenery, yet now felt no desire to admire it. Sitting on the white leather sofa, she looked at Li Shuyuan and spoke softly. The company has shifted all the blame onto me. They've labeled me the mastermind, claiming I orchestrated their actions. She recounted the events of the day at the company, Memories flooded back. Those who had once greeted her with smiles were now turning against her, trampling her underfoot to save themselves. How could I be the mastermind? I have no knowledge of tax matters. How could I possibly direct them? I signed whatever they asked me to die in anguish. Su Yunsheng covered her face, tears slipping through her fingers. Li Shuyun gently patted her shoulder and said, Yunsheng, you shouldn't sign documents recklessly. She lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she replied, I didn't understand back then. Li Shuyun spoke softly, do not worry. I am here and I have hired the best lawyer. There will surely be a turning point in this situation. Her tears flowed anew as she choked out a thank you. Why thank me? Li Shuyun smiled faintly. I saw the news and contacted you immediately. I promised I would reach out whenever you needed help. Su Yunsheng gazed at him, recalling the moment 3 years prior when he had vowed to assist her regardless of what challenges she faced in the future. At the time, she had thought it merely a hollow promise. She never expected he would remember. Li Shuyun's expression grew serious as he continued. I intend to speak with Xiao Mei directly. She is your employer, and she cannot evade responsibility in this matter. I must demand a reasonable explanation as to why you have been made a scapegoat. The mention of Xiao Mei, Su Yunsheng's expression shifted. Xiao Mei, the owner of her agency, had yet to show her face regarding the tax evasion scandal, claiming it was her idea to push Su Yunsheng forward as a shield. She looked at Li Shuyun. She was astonished that her former boyfriend was the one coming to her aid, while her current boyfriend, Jizhe, had not even answered her calls, having reportedly fled abroad to avoid being implicated. The irony was not lost on her. Yunsheng, Li Shuyun called softly. Snapped back to reality, she forced a smile. That's nothing. I'm just a bit tired, Li Shuyun replied. Then you should rest early. I will take my leave now. Don't go, she quickly interjected, adding, I don't want to be alone. Li Shuyun moved closer, sitting beside her. Then I shall stay. I will keep you company tonight. She turned to look at him. He was still the same. A distinguished scion of a noble family, handsome, poised, and charming. Only now, he belonged to someone else. Chapter 3. Memories of Love. Su Yunsheng turned to Li Shuyun, her feelings a tumultuous mix. We have long since broken up. You needn't do this for me. Li Shuyun regarded her with deep, earnest eyes. I cannot stand by and watch you suffer. Upon seeing the news, I hurried to find you. I was worried about you. Her heart quivered at his words. She lowered her gaze, tears cascading down her cheeks once more. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself unable to articulate the myriad thoughts swirling within her. Li Shuyun gently took her hand. His palm as warm as it had always been. Yunsheng, I will be by your side until you overcome this hardship. Su Yunsheng looked up, her vision blurred by tears. She chastised herself. He was now a married man, one who had abandoned her. Why was she still moved by him? After graduating from film school, she had signed with an agency. The company introduced her to various social gatherings. As young and beautiful girls were the best marketing tools to IT, was at one such event that she first met Li Shuyun, hailing from a prominent business family and possessing striking looks. He fell for her at first sight and defended her from the advances of others that night. Someone had teased him, Li Gongzi, you're risking it all for a smile from this beauty. He had smiled but said nothing, his gaze fixed upon her. Eventually, he began courting her, and she accepted with joy that time. She was full of hope and anticipation, believing she had found her true love and that they would grow old together. Yet, reality proved to be harsh. Their love ultimately succumbed to the pressures of life, and Li Shuyun chose a family union over their relationship. Rarely did love between mismatched social standings conclude happily, and she understood this. On the day Li Shuyun proposed their breakup, she did not cry or make a scene. She remained silent for a long time before finally uttering a farewell. Li Shuyun, feeling guilty, asked if she desired any compensation, money or otherwise. She had smiled then, saying, Li Gongzi, teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. I do not want money. I wish to star in director Zhang Ming's new film as the lead actress. That is my only request. Is that acceptable? As a newcomer, the role was highly coveted, and she never expected to be chosen. Yet, inexplicably, Li Shuyun had agreed. She was ultimately cast in director Zhang Ming's grand production, Lantern, which catapulted her to fame, garnering a massive fan base and securing endorsements with prestigious brands. Though Li Shuyun had left her, she felt she had gained something worthwhile. She believed they would never cross paths again. Later, she began dating Jizhe, an actor as well, thinking that someone from the same profession would shield her from scorn. Yet, In the midst of this turmoil, Ji Zhe had fled abroad, leaving her to face the storm alone. While Li Shuyuan stepped in to help her, the irony was almost laughable. She reached out to touch his cheek, forcing a smile. "If you continue this way, I might mistakenly think you still have feelings for me." Li Shuyuan's expression shifted, his lips parting as he replied, "Yunsheng, I have never forgotten you. Over these 3 years, I have kept track of your progress. I have watched every one of your films." "Really?" Her eyes reddened, and she felt an ache in her heart. "Am I really that significant to you?" "Of course, you are important, more than anyone else," he began, but then hesitated. "But you still chose to abandon me," she said. And he fell silent. Yu Yunxing forced a smile. "I was only joking. It's all in the past now. I no longer mind. I truly appreciate your willingness to help me, despite everything." Leaning back on the sofa, she added, "You should head home now. I can manage on my own. If you don't return, your wife might start to worry." He paused, words caught in his throat, but after a moment, he rose and left her home. Chapter 4. The cunning company owner. The following morning, Li Shuyuan called her, asking her to come downstairs to meet him and the lawyer waiting for her. Yu Yunxing quickly gathered herself, donning dark sunglasses to conceal her weary visage, and descended. Upon entering the car, she noticed a man seated in the back. He was impeccably dressed, in his 40s, exuding a calm demeanor. "Miss Su, good day. I am Lawyer Wang," he introduced, extending his hand. Yu Yunxing hurriedly shook his hand. "Lawyer Wang, thank you for your assistance." Lawyer Wang smiled slightly. "Miss Su, rest assured, I have familiarized myself with the situation. You have a chance to turn this around, so keep your spirits up." A sense of relief washed over her as she gazed out the window. She did not speak to Li Shuyuan, who eventually broke the silence. "Did you rest well last night?" "Thanks to you, it was quite good," she replied. The car stopped in front of Kai Xian Entertainment. Su Yunxing exited and, along with Li Shuyuan and Lawyer Wang, ascended to the top floor where the office of the company owner, Xiao Mei, was located. Upon their arrival, Xiao Mei greeted them with a warm smile. "Yunsheng, Mr. Li, you have arrived. Please, take a seat." Yu Yunxing shot her a cold glance, remaining silent and refusing to sit. Undeterred, Xiao Mei continued, "Yunsheng, this is all a misunderstanding." Yu Yunxing scoffed, "A misunderstanding? How could I possibly be unaware of this misunderstanding? The internet is rife with accusations against me for tax evasion, claiming I will face imprisonment. Was it not you who spread this rumor, asserting that the tax issues are solely my personal fault, unrelated to the company?" Xiao Mei sighed. "Yunxing, you truly misunderstand. I would never wish to harm you. Your tax matters are the responsibility of the company's accountant. I genuinely do not know how this issue arose, as I have not been closely monitoring it." "You don't know?" Su Yunxing retorted angrily. "The media uniformly blames me, stating that I directed the accountant's actions. I have no understanding of tax matters. I entrusted everything to the company, and now all the blame is directed solely at me?" Xiao Mei replied. "Then it must be an issue with the accountant. I have already instructed someone to investigate, and we will provide you with an explanation." Lawyer Wang interjected, "Xiao Mei, we can pursue legal action. Miss Su has the opportunity to prove her innocence." Xiao Mei repeatedly insisted, Yes, it is all a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this properly, let us communicate. Harmony breeds wealth." When the news of her tax evasion broke, Su Yunxing attempted to reach Xiao Mei by phone, but her calls went unanswered. Xiao Mei's executive agent, Sister Zhang, informed her that Xiao Mei was preparing to cast her aside as a scapegoat, claiming that this was solely her personal issue, unrelated to the company, as every tax document bore her signature. She was advised to prepare for fines, and even the possibility of imprisonment in a swift turn of events. Major film and television platforms, in an effort to mitigate risk, removed all her works from their listings, halting all her projects. It felt as though she had stepped into an inescapable trap, leading her to contemplate the most drastic of measures. Now, however, Xiao Mei appeared transformed, greeting her with a smile. Yu Yunxing felt a wave of nausea. This was the fickleness of human relationships. It seemed this was merely to preserve face for Li Shuyuan. Lawyer Wang spoke up. "Miss Su's tax issues will be handled entirely by me, and I ask that President Xiao publicly clarify that this matter pertains to the company, and Miss Su was completely unaware from the beginning." Certainly. Xiao Mei continued to smile. Li Shuyuan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "President Xiao, we have known each other for quite some time. Before making any decisions regarding Yunsheng, please think it over carefully." Her affairs are my affairs. Xiao Mei's expression shifted momentarily before she quickly re-established her smile, saying, "It is all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding." Li Xiaoyuan wandered around the office, picked up a blue and white porcelain vase, and remarked, "What a fine vase. It appears quite expensive. Today, I shall shatter it, as a warning to President Xiao." With that, he hurled the vase onto the floor. Xiao Mei's expression remained unchanged as she merely smiled, saying, "As long as Mr.Li is not angry, that is all that matters." Shortly after they left the company, Kai Xian Entertainment issued an official statement declaring that Su Yunqing's tax issues were being managed by the company, asserting that the tax evasion had nothing to do with her personally. Public opinion shifted dramatically. Chapter 5. Illness and Hospitalization. Not long after, Kai Xian Entertainment pushed the financial director and accountant forward as scapegoats, claiming that the tax evasion was entirely their personal affair, while Su Yunqing's taxes had been entrusted completely to the company. Su Yunqing scoffed, realizing that nothing had changed. They were merely seeking a scapegoat. The case remained under investigation by relevant authorities, and until an official conclusion was reached, no brands or production teams were willing to take the risk of hiring her. Her career at a standstill? She spent her days at home. One day, Lawyer Wang called her that he said, "Due to your signature on the tax documents, distancing yourself from this matter is quite difficult. Although you are not liable for legal consequences, your personal income has increased because of the company's tax evasion, and you will need to cover the respective taxes and fines." She asked, "How much will that be?" Lawyer Wang glanced at her, replying, "Approximately 30 million. Su Yunqing forced a bitter smile. "I don't have that much money saved." She thought, perhaps it would be better to go to prison if it meant avoiding the financial burden. Lawyer Wang reassured her, "Do not worry. Mr. Li has covered the costs for you." Su Yunqing was taken aback. She knew that Li Xiaoyuan had previously secured resources for her in Lantern, but after his marriage, they had lost contact. Bridges had been crossed, paths had diverged. She sent him a message. "I will pay you back later," he replied. "All right." She felt a tumult of emotions. He had left decisively, only to return as a savior in her life. That night, she drank alone at home, tears streaming down her face. Those who had ignored her after her troubles started reaching out again. She did not reply to a single message. Her ex-boyfriend, Ji Zhe, also sent her a message. "Yun Yun, are you all right?" She responded, "Get lost." Exhausted from crying, she collapsed onto the floor and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, stomach pain jolted her awake. Crouching in a ball, cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she experienced pain and nausea. She grasped her phone, forcing herself to go downstairs. After hailing a cab to the hospital, she was diagnosed with acute gastric hemorrhage and required hospitalization. Unsurprisingly, the next day, she trended on social media. Su Yunqing hospitalized for acute gastric hemorrhage due to excessive drinking. Scandalous artist unworthy of occupying public medical resources. She closed her eyes, unwilling to confront the harsh reality. The room was eerily quiet, the smell of disinfectant lulling her into a restless sleep, as if someone were watching her. She opened her eyes to see a man seated beside her bed. His features sharp and handsome. It was Li Xiaoyuan. He gazed at her with a detached expression, his eyes tinged with red. "What brings you here?" she asked. Li Xiaoyuan pressed his lips together, observing her for a moment before saying, "Can you not make things so difficult for me?" Su Yunqing felt a pang in her nose, turning her head away. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble," she murmured. Li Xiaoyuan sighed. Reaching out to pat her head, with tear-filled eyes, she looked at him and choked out, "Li Xiaoyuan." He too felt moisture in his eyes as he replied, "I have always been here." At that moment, she nearly forgot that Li Xiaoyuan was already married. The fervent love she had buried deep within her heart surged forth, threatening to overwhelm her soul and body. 3 years ago, after their breakup, she had endured similarly, drinking herself into oblivion and waking on the floor. But now, her body betrayed her. A mere drink had led to gastric bleeding. She spoke, "What are we now?" This question was as much for herself as it was for Li Xiaoyuan. After all, he was married. Chapter 6. I do not wish to. A wave of bitterness washed over Su Yunqing as she bit her lip tightly, stifling her sobs. Li Xiaoyuan gazed at her, his eyes deep and sincere. "Yunqing, aside from a title, I can offer you everything else if you are willing. Come back to me and let me take care of you. All right? With me, life will be much smoother." Su Yunqing suddenly lifted her head, staring at him in shock. He was presenting the idea of her being his mistress with such refreshing nonchalance. You mean for me to be your third party? Her voice trembled. Li Xiao Yuan took her hand. As a lover, Yunsheng, I have no feelings for my wife. Believe me, my heart has always belonged to you. It has been so for years. There are just some matters I must compromise on. A piece of marriage certificate should not weigh so heavily on you. It is merely an exchange of interests. My heart has never left you. Su Yunsheng forcefully withdrew her hand. Li Xiao Yuan? What if I do not wish to? His gaze dimmed momentarily, but quickly regained its usual indifference. If you do not wish to, I will not force you. I respect your decision. He spoke with such grandeur. As if he were truly a man of deep affection, Su Yunsheng turned her head away, tears spilling over. Please leave, she managed to say through her sobs. Li Xiao Yuan understood her answer and said nothing more. He stood up, glanced at her one last time, and then turned to leave. The room fell silent once more, save for the sound of Su Yunsheng's weeping echoing in the air. She was uncertain of her future, even more so about how to confront this relationship. The tears blurred her vision. She felt as though her heart were being torn apart, a pain unbearable. 3 years ago, he had chosen to marry and proposed to break up. 3 years later, he returned, asking her to be the third party in his marriage. Su Yunsheng turned away, quietly wiping her tears. The next day, her agent, Sister Zhang, came to visit her, bringing a bouquet of fresh flowers. Yunsheng, are you feeling any better? Sister Zhang asked with concern. Su Yunsheng nodded. Much better. Sister Zhang looked at her and said, Yunsheng, do not lose heart. Once the storm passes, you will still receive roles. Your acting is exceptional. Su Yunsheng remained silent, her gaze fixed on the bedspread. Eventually, she lifted her head to look at Sister Zhang. I owe a considerable amount of money. Sister Zhang patted her hand. You mean the fines? I heard Ella has covered those for you. I doubt he will ask for repayment. Wasn't Xiao Mei too frightened to speak in the office last time because of him? Su Yunsheng fell silent, aware of Li Xiao Yuan's kindness towards her. However, could she truly bear the weight of such kindness? He was already committed to a family, yet still made such demands of her. Was he asking her to leap into another abyss? She was torn between gratitude and resentment. After Sister Zhang left, Su Yunsheng leaned back against her hospital bed, gazing out at the sky. Was meeting Li Xiao Yuan her fortune or her misfortune? She could not articulate it, truly could not. Upon leaving the hospital, she refrained from drinking. Each day was spent gaming at home, from dawn until dusk, enveloped in darkness. One day, Sister Zhang hurriedly visited her, saying, I heard they plan to label you as a scandalous artist. You must seek out young Master Li to help you navigate this. If you get officially labeled, you will face a ban. She asked, perplexed. But my tax issues were managed by the company. I wasn't the one evading taxes. It has nothing to do with me. Sister Zhang replied, what you think matters little. You must convey this to the relevant authorities. Hurry, call young Master Li and implore him to save you. Su Yunsheng hesitated as she picked up the phone. Sister Zhang urged her, hurry, or it will truly be the end for you. Chapter 7. Learn to utilize men. She dialed the number, and Li Xiao Yuan's deep voice came through. I am in trouble. She whispered. Li Xiao Yuan paused for a moment before asking, what kind of trouble? Su Yunsheng bit her lip, uncertain of how to proceed. Did she truly wish to plead for his help, to burden him with her troubles? She stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Sister Zhang, growing impatient, snatched the phone from her. I am her agent, Zhang Yi. The situation is as follows. Yunsheng may be labeled as a scandalous artist and could face a ban. Master Li, please help her. She truly cannot afford to lose this job. Over there, Li Shiyuan's voice echoed once more. I understand. I will take care of it. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhang quickly responded. Thank you. Master Li, rest assured, Yunsheng will certainly remember your kindness. After hanging up the phone, Sister Zhang turned to Su Yunsheng and said earnestly, Yunsheng, you are aware that the entertainment industry is a realm of fame and fortune. Given your current situation, no one can assist you except for Master Li. If you wish to continue navigating this industry, you must cling to this formidable support. Su Yunsheng remained silent. Sister Zhang leaned closer and added, a woman must learn to leverage the strengths of men. Yet, was she truly willing to exchange her future in such a manner? She was uncertain, truly uncertain. However, it seemed that without Li Xiaoyuan, she could hardly survive. Even the most renowned stars, without a sturdy backing, could not shine for long. Sister Zhang continued speaking, and throughout the afternoon, Su Yunqing's emotions were in turmoil. She both hoped that Li Xiuyuan would resolve her troubles and feared the demands he might make. It was not until evening that the doorbell rang suddenly. Upon opening the door, she found Li Xiuyuan, reeking of alcohol, his eyes red, clearly intoxicated. "What brings you here?" Su Yunqing asked in surprise. Li Xiuyuan did not respond but closed the door and embraced her tightly. "Yunqing, I have missed you so much." Su Yunqing stood rigidly, unresponsive. Li Xiuyuan released her, gazing into her eyes. "I have resolved your matters. You will be able to resume activities in 6 months. Thank you?" Su Yunqing murmured softly. Li Xiuyuan let out a bitter laugh. "Is that all?" Su Yunqing bit her lip, speechless. Li Xiuyuan inhaled deeply, looking at her. "Yunqing, have you considered what I mentioned previously? I have helped you so much. You are aware of my feelings." Su Yunqing lowered her head, her fingers nervously intertwining. She did not know how to respond. Should she continue a relationship with him without any formal acknowledgement, becoming a woman hidden from the light? Li Xiuyuan gently brushed her hair. "Yunqing, I realize this is very unfair to you. However, I too am bound by circumstances. There is no affection between my wife and me. The person I truly love is you. I hope you can allow me the opportunity to care for you." Su Yunqing lifted her gaze to meet his. His eyes were filled with deep emotion and anticipation, stirring something within her. I she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Li Xiuyuan gently took her hand. "Yunqing, I know this puts you in a difficult position, but could you perhaps make a small concession? I can give you everything, except for the marriage that I cannot offer you." As he spoke, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed her lips. Su Yunqing's body trembled. She wanted to push him away but found herself unable to muster the strength. Li Xiuyuan's kiss was tender and passionate, leaving her slightly entranced. Tio concede. Perhaps she should. She recalled Sister Zhang's words. Learn to utilize men. Currently, you need him. After all, such arrangements were commonplace in this industry, and she genuinely required his support. She closed her eyes, ceasing her struggles. She set aside her dignity and pride. The night was gentle, the room filled with intimacy. The following morning, when Su Yunqing awoke, sunlight streamed through the curtains. Scattered garments lay on the floor, and beside her was the sleeping Li Xiuyuan, still exuding that calm demeanor. Yet, at this moment, he appeared different in Su Yunqing's eyes. She gazed at his profile, her heart a tumult of emotions. She was uncertain if her actions were right or wrong, but she understood that she had embarked on an irreversible path. When they had previously parted ways, she had been resolute. Now, when he returned seeking her, she had yielded without pride. Chapter 8. The Journey to Japan. With Li Xiuyuan's arrangements, she ultimately faced a 6-month soft ban. Sister Zhang remarked, "This is the best outcome. 6 months will pass in the blink of an eye, and you will be able to resume your activities." She smiled faintly, remaining silent. Li Xiuyuan called her. "During this time, take a break and relax. Where would you like to go? I will accompany you." After some thought, she replied, "Let's go to Japan. I have always wanted to see it." "Certainly," Li Xiuyuan answered without hesitation. Japan, Tokyo. As they walked along the foreign streets, surrounded by unfamiliar faces and scenery, her mood lightened considerably. They visited Daikanyama, strolling along the tranquil paths, savoring the rare peace. "It is truly beautiful here," she exclaimed. "Indeed," Li Xiuyuan replied, looking at her with tenderness in his eyes. She smiled, and in that moment, it seemed she forgot the unspoken nature of their relationship. They continued forward and suddenly, she slipped, nearly falling. Li Xiuyuan reacted swiftly, catching her. "Be careful," she chuckled, looking at him. "Carry me on your back," Li Xiuyuan replied. Of course, he squatted down, and she climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. His back was broad and warm. They walked along the serene path, her eyes closed, feeling the gentle breeze caress her cheeks. In that moment, they appeared to be an ordinary couple. "Xiuyuan," she called softly. He responded. "Will we continue like this forever?" she inquired. Li Xiuyuan paused for a moment before answering. Yes, as long as she did not cause a scene and he did not grow weary of her. Perhaps this relationship could endure indefinitely. At some point, they were recognized by someone. That person stealthily snapped a photo of them together in Tokyo and published the news online. In an instant, public opinion erupted. Curiosity sparked about the identity of the mysterious man, prompting an investigation. Upon seeing the news, Li Xiuyuan's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly grabbed his phone and began dialing. "Hurry! Get this news taken down? Su Yunsheng stood nearby, observing his anxious demeanor, feeling a pang of discomfort. She suddenly realized that he seemed terrified of others discovering their relationship. He merely desired to possess her body, not her name alongside his. She could not share in his reputation. Contemplating this, Su Yunsheng felt a pang of sorrow. She could not fathom why she felt this way. She had known from the beginning that their relationship was not to be made public. Yet she could not help but feel a sense of disappointment. After all, he appeared so alarmed. Was she truly so unworthy of recognition? After finishing his call, Li Shuyuan turned to her. Yunsheng, shall we return to our country tomorrow? Su Yunsheng bit her lip, remaining silent. Are you afraid others will know about our relationship? She couldn't help but ask. Li Shuyuan hesitated momentarily before remaining silent. Are you worried I will bring you trouble? Su Yunsheng pressed on Li Shuyuan's side, taking her hand. Yunsheng, please don't think like that. It's not that I'm afraid you will complicate my life. I simply believe this is not good for you. If our relationship is exposed to the public, your image will be affected. You are an artist, and your image is of utmost importance. I do not wish for you to be tarnished because of me. Su Yunsheng remained silent. Moreover, I have my own considerations, Li Shuyuan continued. I am a man with a family. If our relationship were to be exposed, my family would also suffer repercussions. I do not wish to create a scandal that would stir up a storm. Su Yunsheng lowered her head. You make valid points. I am the third party, hidden from view. If others discover this, it would be detrimental to both. She forced a smile, her heart feeling desolate. Su Yunsheng, you must set aside your pride, dignity, and expectations. You are merely exchanging yourself for support and protection. Suddenly, she seemed to understand, standing up to embrace Li Shuyuan. Let us return home tomorrow. Li Shuyuan had abandoned her 3 years prior. He would do the same now. Do not harbor expectations. This is merely a means of safeguarding yourself. She reminded herself. Chapter 9. The brutal attack. They returned to their country on separate flights. After their arrival, Li Shuyuan did not contact her for an entire week. She understood that he was likely spending time with his wife. She wisely refrained from disturbing him. After all, they were merely two individuals seeking mutual benefit. With no one wronging the other. One day, she decided to go shopping, as the brand had announced new arrivals. Just as she exited the elevator and headed to the parking lot, a black hood was suddenly pulled over her head, plunging her into darkness. Her hands were instantly bound. A surge of panic coursed through her as she attempted to scream, only to find her mouth tightly covered. She was dragged into the stairwell and forcefully pushed to the ground. Who are you? Let me go, she cried in terror. Don't hurt me. I'll give you money. Whatever you want, just name it. She thought she had encountered kidnappers. However, to her shock, those men had no intention of demanding money. Instead, she was met with a barrage of pain that struck her face and body. They were beating her. She screamed in agony, tears streaming down her cheeks. Help! But the violence did not cease. Fists rained down on her like a storm, and no one came to her aid. She curled into a ball, enduring the excruciating pain, feeling as though she were on the brink of death. After what felt like an eternity, the assailants finally ceased their assault. She lay on the ground, motionless, her weak breaths the only indication that she was still alive. The voices of the attackers echoed nearby. Keep your hands off other people's husbands, if there's a next time. It won't be so simple. With that, they departed. She remained on the ground, unable to gather her thoughts. She knew that this incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by Li Shuyuan's family, his wife, his parents, or perhaps his in-laws. After a long while, she finally managed to rise from the floor. She struggled to rise, taking one painstaking step after another towards home. With each movement, intense pain coursed through her body. Gritting her teeth, she fought back tears. At last, she arrived at her dwelling, trembling. She removed her headgear and gazed into the mirror, confronted by her swollen visage, resembling that of a beaten dog. Tears streamed down her cheeks once more. She understood that reporting the incident was not an option. Doing so would implicate Li Shuyuan, and at that point, her fate would be sealed. She retrieved her phone and called her agent, Sister Zhang. Could you please procure some medicine for me? Zhang Jia, puzzled, inquired. What kind of medicine? Something for the swelling. I've been assaulted, she said, stifling her sobs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jia refrained from further questioning, simply stating, wait for me. I will come right away. After hanging up, she sat on the sofa, wiping her tears. She felt as if she were a mute suffering in silence. Before long, Zhang Jia arrived. Upon entering, she was taken aback to see Su Yunsheng, battered and bruised, slumped on the sofa. Heavens! What happened to you? Zhang Jia exclaimed. Su Yunsheng lowered her head, remaining silent. You can't show yourself like this. Thankfully, you don't have any work lined up at the moment. Otherwise, what would you do? Zhang Jia fretted. Being perceptive, she quickly pieced together the situation and asked, Is this related to Li Shiyuan? Su Yunsheng lifted her gaze to meet hers, her eyes swollen, making her features indistinct. The person who attacked me said I should keep my distance from someone else's husband, she replied. Zhang Jia's anger flared. This is outrageous. If Li Shiyuan wishes to indulge in such behavior, seeking a mistress and keeping a pet, he must face the consequences. Why should you be the one to suffer? Su Yunsheng could only weep. Give me your phone. I will confront him, Zhang Jia insisted. You must call him. He needs to know about this, Zhang Jia urged. Su Yunsheng shook her head. Zhang Jia regarded her with a mixture of frustration and pity. Are you foolish? After enduring such violence, shouldn't he be informed? Do you intend to bear this alone? Su Yunsheng kept her head bowed, silent. Do not fear. I will handle this, Zhang Jia declared, taking Su Yunsheng's phone and dialing Li Shiyuan's number. The call connected swiftly. Hello? Is this Mr. Li? Zhang Jia's fury seemed to dissipate, her tone turning courteous. I am Yunsheng's agent. She has been assaulted. Su Yunsheng remained silent, merely watching her, unaware of what Li Shiyuan was saying on the other end. The assailant insisted that she stay away from someone else's husband. Do you have any idea who that might be? Zhang Jia spoke with a measured tone. Mr. Li, it is not uncommon for female celebrities to be involved with men such as yourselves. However, given your stature, such incidents should not occur. Look at other actresses. Regardless of whom they are with, how many end up in such a state? If your family continues to harm Yunsheng, perhaps you should sever ties with her. After all, life is paramount, Mr. Li. I implore you to ensure her safety and prevent further harm. If you cannot manage your household, then do not involve her. She is, after all, unacknowledged and should not be left with a tarnished reputation while enduring violence. After delivering her message, Zhang Jia hung up. What did he say? Su Yunsheng inquired softly. He said he would take care of it and asked me to look after you, Zhang Jia replied. She assessed Su Yunsheng and added, Let me apply some medication. We need to ice your injuries. You look unrecognizable. Zhang Jia fetched ice for her, applying it to her bruised cheek, which was both painful and cold. She felt a mixture of emotions, numbness, resignation. It seemed she had no right to complain. Being beaten by the legitimate wife felt almost trivial. She was, after all, the third party in their family dynamic. Su Yunsheng sat quietly, allowing her agent to tend to her. Zhang Jia observed her, sighing. In your next life, do not be a celebrity, she said. The girls in this industry may appear glamorous, but at times, they are worse off than stray dogs in the pursuit of fame. They are forced to relinquish dignity and morality, yet find themselves trapped. Having spent over 20 years in the industry, Zhang Jia had witnessed numerous stars come and go. As Su Yunsheng listened, tears cascaded down her cheeks once more. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Li Shiyuan. She answered, Hello? Yunsheng, how are you? Li Shiyuan's voice was laced with concern. Su Yunsheng remained silent, simply listening. I am sorry. It is my failure to protect you. He continued, I will ensure such an incident never occurs again. Su Yunsheng still said nothing, unsure of how to respond. I will come to see you after I finish my work today, Li Shiyuan stated. Upon hearing this, her heart fluttered unexpectedly. She hesitated, unsure if she should meet him. Is that all right? He asked again. Taking a deep breath, Su Yunsheng finally replied, Then please rest well, he said. After ending the call, Su Yunsheng fell into silence. Zhang Jia sighed. Yunsheng, listen to me. Lean on him to get through this. Then part ways. This is not a sustainable solution. Celebrity life lasts only a few years. Once you have earned enough, consider finding someone to marry. Everyone needs a sense of belonging in this lifetime. She nodded in agreement. Chapter 11. I am sorry. It is my fault. When Su Yunsheng awakened the next morning, Li Shiyuan was no longer by her side. She rose and exited the bedroom. Finding him in the kitchen, You're awake? He glanced back at her upon hearing her voice. Su Yunsheng nodded and approached him. I made you some porridge. Hurry and eat. Li Shiyuan handed her a steaming bowl. You can cook porridge now? The man who never even touched water, she teased. Cooking porridge isn't difficult, he replied nonchalantly. Su Yunsheng accepted the porridge and began to eat quietly. Li Shiyuan observed her. saying, "Your face is still a bit swollen. I have already arranged for a doctor to come this afternoon, so stay home and wait." She nodded, warmth spreading through her heart slightly. "I have a meeting. I need to go to the office, ma'am." An uncomfortable silence ensued. Su Yunxing nodded again, lowering her head to continue eating. Li Shuyan gently patted her head before turning to leave. As the door softly shut, the room was once again enveloped in solitude. In the afternoon, the doctor arrived as scheduled. He was a foreigner and spoke Chinese fluently. After meticulously examining her wound, he remarked, "There are no issues, merely a superficial injury." Upon finishing, he handed her several tubes of ointment, advising her to apply it regularly. She acquiesced. After bidding farewell to the doctor, she proceeded to apply the ointment and then resumed playing games. Just as she was engrossed, her phone rang. It was Sister Zhang. She answered the call, inquiring, "Sister Zhang, what is it?" "Yunsheng, I have some excellent news." Sister Zhang's voice sounded somewhat excited. "I found you a fantastic script, a major production, set for a global release." Upon hearing this, Su Yunsheng was momentarily taken aback. How could such a fortunate event happen to her? She asked, unable to believe it. "Why wouldn't it involve you?" Sister Zhang continued, "This script is an opportunity secured for you by Master Li." Upon hearing this, Su Yunsheng thought it must be his way of compensating her. "Yunsheng, are you still there?" Noticing Su Yunsheng's prolonged silence, Sister Zhang asked. "Yes," Su Yunsheng replied, regaining her composure. "Yunsheng, don't overthink it," Sister Zhang said further. "You've been hurt like this. Shouldn't you receive some recompense?" She nodded. "Take this time to thoroughly study the script," Sister Zhang advised. "I've sent it to your email." "All right," Su Yunsheng responded before hanging up the phone. She opened her email, downloaded the script, and began to read it intently. It was an exceptional script, a period piece, and the role suited her well. She was quite fond of it in the days that followed. Su Yunsheng became increasingly busy. She tended to her injuries while preparing for auditions. Meanwhile, public opinion about her online gradually began to shift. It was unclear when it started, but some netizens began to speak up for her. Su Yunsheng felt innocent. As a mere worker, how could she know about the company's tax evasion? Indeed, those who criticize her are going too far. The tide of public opinion changed dramatically in the media. Su Yunsheng transformed into an innocent figure. She was unaware of the tax issues. It was all the company's fault. She was the one who suffered the most. It seemed as though overnight, those who had derided her vanished. She understood that this was the public relations firm steering the narrative, with Li Shuyuan assisting her. Though her face still bore marks, her spirits lifted considerably. Li Shuyuan would make time each week to accompany her, bringing her delicious food. They resumed their usual activities, watching movies, dining together, playing games, and sleeping. It felt as if they had returned to the time before his marriage, to when they first met. Those were the sweet moments. Unbeknownst to her, more than half of the 6-month soft ban period had passed. During this time, life had been relatively good. She was no longer followed or secretly photographed. She and Li Shuyuan were together as they used to be, kissing, embracing, and sleeping. Chapter 13. The humiliation during makeup trials. On the day of the makeup trials for the new drama Shattered Elegance, she prepared everything and arrived at the set. Su Yunsheng sat in the makeup room. Listening to hushed whispers outside, I heard Su Yunsheng is here for the audition? Which Su Yunsheng? The one involved in the tax evasion scandal. Oh, her? Her connections are solid. Even after such an incident, she still secured a chance in this major production. Indeed, I heard the lead role was originally meant for Lin Man. Isn't she much more suitable? Then why was it switched to her? Who knows? They say she is the mistress of some big shot. Corrupting the industry and tainting the entertainment circle. Those voices trickled in, yet Su Yunsheng maintained a stoic expression. She had heard such comments too often. Initially, they would upset her, infuriate her. But now, she had grown numb. She no longer cared about others' opinions. She only focused on whether she could perform the role well. As long as she could act, everything else was insignificant. Once her makeup was complete, Su Yunsheng rose and stepped out of the makeup room. Dressed in an exquisite qipao, her long, wavy hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, her willow-shaped brows accentuated by finely drawn eyeliner. Shattered Elegance was a war film, telling the story of a wayward woman during the Republic of China era. She was to portray the woman struggling to survive amidst chaos. In the rehearsal room, the director and investors were already seated. The director was the renowned bearded filmmaker, Director Wang. Beside him sat a much younger investor, Appearing to be in his early 20s, clad in designer attire and exuding an air of arrogance, Su Yunxing entered, nodding to them. "Good day, director. Good day, investor." The director appraised her with a glance and nodded. You look quite good." However, the investor scoffed, openly revealing his disdain. "Were it not for external intervention, you wouldn't have this role," he said coldly. Su Yunxing felt a momentary pang of embarrassment. She was aware that her opportunity stemmed from Li Shuyuan's influence. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile and responded evasively, "I will certainly give it my all." The investor, upon hearing this, sneered again. "You've got quite the thick skin." Su Yunxing remained silent, the atmosphere growing awkward. The director then patted the investor on the shoulder. "Luong, enough, let's proceed with the audition." Only then did the investor cease his critiques, though his gaze remained filled with contempt. "Just perform a scene from the script that resonates with you." "All right," Su Yunxing replied. She took a moment to gather her emotions before beginning her performance. She portrayed the scene where the female lead cradles her lover's lifeless body. As war erupts, her lover falls on the battlefield. She kneels, holding his corpse, weeping uncontrollably. Her voice trembles, tears streaming down her cheeks, falling onto her lover's face. "Don't leave me, on. You promised to take me to see the ocean, on. Wake up, on," she cried with heartbreaking sorrow. Each word dripping with anguish. The rehearsal room fell into silence. The director clapped his hands, saying, "Your acting is quite commendable, Miss Su." Meanwhile, Luong stood up, lit a cigarette, remaining silent. She wiped her tears, stood up, and, with a nasal tone, said, "I will certainly give it my all. Director Wong, Mr. Lu Good. You can go back now and wait for the official filming schedule." "All right," Su Yunxing forced a smile. Chapter 14. Who is Luong? As she exited the set, she spotted Sister Zhang waiting outside. Upon seeing her, Sister Zhang hurried over. "How did it go? Was the director satisfied?" Su Yunxing pursed her lips and replied, "The director was fine. He said I looked good. But that investor kept targeting me." Sister Zhang, upon hearing this, covered her mouth and leaned closer, whispering, "It's normal for Luong to target you." "Why is that?" Su Yunxing asked, puzzled. "The actress originally slated for the role was Lin Man. You essentially snatched it from her," Sister Zhang explained. "How could he possibly be kind to you?" "Lin Man." Su Yunxing was taken aback, realizing Lin Man was his girlfriend. "More or less," Sister Zhang clarified, "Luong is the second-generation heir of Future Entertainment. The largest film company. Lin Man's father, director Lin Jun, has consistently directed films for Future Entertainment, and their families have been close for generations. He grew up alongside Lin Man, a childhood romance. This script was tailored for Lin Man, and you've taken it from her. Do you think he harbors resentment towards you?" Upon hearing this, Su Yunxing suddenly understood. No wonder Luong had been so antagonistic. It stemmed from Lin Man. She bit her lip, falling silent. Sister Zhang patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "It's all right. Just focus on your performance and ignore him. The director thinks highly of you, and that's what matters." Su Yunxing nodded. The second-generation heirs in the entertainment industry were different from grassroots individuals like her. They gained fame easily, with opportunities handed to them on a silver platter. For instance, she and Lin Man led entirely different lives. While she had to hustle for auditions, without Li Shuyuan, she would still be playing minor roles. Lin Man had begun acting in dramas at a young age, rising to fame early on. Now, having secured Lin Man's role, she felt it was a case of fortunes shifting. That evening, Su Yunxing returned home, took a shower, and changed into a deep V-neck nightgown. She stood by the window, gazing at the night view, waiting for someone, Li Shuyuan. After a while, the doorbell rang. She walked over to open the door and found Li Shuyuan standing outside. Dressed in a black suit, his tie loosened, and the top two buttons of his shirt undone. Upon seeing her, his eyes lit up. "You look stunning today." Su Yunxing smiled, reaching to wrap her arms around his neck. "Don't you like it?" Leaning against his embrace, she whispered, "Thank you." "Thank for what?" Li Shuyuan asked. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity," Su Yunxing replied, looking up at him. "I truly love this script." Hearing this, Li Shuyuan bent down and kissed her forehead. "As long as it's what you desire, I will provide it for you." He pushed her onto the bed, kissing her deeply. Su Yunxing closed her eyes, responding to his kiss. His kissing skills were remarkable. Always leaving her entranced, Su Yunxing shut her eyes, unsure how long this lifestyle would last. He was married, and their relationship was looked down upon by society, as well as by herself. Yet, she needed him. She needed his power, his status, his connections. Only with these could she establish her foothold in the entertainment industry. As they entwined in passion in the room, their bodies intertwined, enveloped in intimacy. Elishon. She gazed at his sleeping face, murmuring. Her feelings for him were incredibly complex, a mixture of love and resentment. She wondered how long this life could continue. Until when? The man before her, handsome and aloof, with those deep, inscrutable eyes, left her unable to see through him. Chapter 15. Entering the crew to film a month later, the production of Shattered Elegance officially commenced. This was a period war film requiring a month-long stay in the mountains. Su Yunsheng, with her luggage in hand, followed the crew into the mountainous terrain. The conditions there were harsh, the food was subpar, the accommodations were inadequate, and the weather was sweltering. Her agent, Sister Zhang, opted not to join, claiming her physique could not withstand the strain, and instead sent her assistant, Xiaoyu, to accompany her. Xiaoyu had just graduated from vocational school and had started working at the company. Due to her diligent and honest nature, Sister Zhang assigned her to assist Su Yunsheng. Sister Zhang advised, "Don't choose an assistant who is too cunning. Xiaoyu is reliable, and my health does not permit me to venture into the mountains with you." The crew was lodged in the villagers' homes, which, though somewhat dilapidated, were relatively clean. Su Yunsheng sat in her room, engrossed in the script, while Xiaoyu busied herself organizing their belongings. After a while, voices could be heard outside. The director had arrived. She set down her script and stepped outside to greet them. Leading the group was the director, flanked by Luong, with Lin Man nestled beside him, her arm entwined with his, radiating sweetness. She pursed her lips and greeted them. "Good day, director." "Good day, Mr. Liu." "Good day, Miss Lin." The director smiled at her, acknowledging her arrival. "Yes, Yunsheng has arrived." "Indeed," Su Yunsheng replied. However, Luong and Lin Man appeared oblivious to her presence, engrossed in their own conversation. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Su Yunsheng's face at their disregard. Yet she maintained her composure and addressed them once more. "Mr. Liu, Miss Lin." Still, they ignored her. The director patted her shoulder, offering quiet reassurance. "They are like that. Don't mind them. Just focus on your performance." Su Yunsheng nodded in response. As Lin Man reached her room, she complained, "Director, are we really staying here? This place is far too shabby," pinching her nose in disdain. "How can I possibly reside here?" Director, who chuckled, "Well, this is a villager's home. It is quite decent, really." "Lin Man, do try to cope with it, will you?" "Cope?" Lin Man glared, her brows knitting together. "I've been pampered my entire life. How can you expect me to endure this? Unlike some people who are born into squalor. Of course they wouldn't mind the dirt here." As she spoke, her gaze flicked dismissively towards Su Yunsheng. Understanding all too well that she was the subject of Lin Man's scorn, Xiaoyu could not contain her indignation. Muttering, "How can they behave this way, lacking even basic courtesy?" Su Yunsheng shook her head gently. "Let it go. Let's return." She wished to avoid conflict with Lin Man, preferring to keep the peace as long as they were filming. That was sufficient. Ultimately, Lin Man insisted on bringing a caravan from the city to serve as her accommodation. The crew prepared a pig's head, lighting incense and burning paper money to pray to Guangong for a smooth shoot. Following the group, Su Yunsheng offered her prayers, only to turn and find Lin Man standing beside her, casting her a disdainful glance. Liu Ong stood nearby, arms crossed, his gaze cold, likely still resentful over her securing the leading role. Su Yunsheng bit her lip, remaining silent. After the prayers, director who began to speak. "Today, we officially commence filming this project. I hope everyone will perform well and create a classic work." "All right," the group chorused in unison. In her heart, Su Yunsheng sensed that the filming would not proceed smoothly, given the animosity from her fellow actress. Yet, she had not anticipated Lin Man's blatant hostility. Chapter 16. Dispute on set at 4:30 in the morning. While the sky remained shrouded in darkness, Su Yunsheng rose from her slumber. Xiaoyu was still asleep, and she gently nudged her. "Xiaoyu, it's time to wake up." Rubbing her eyes groggily, Xiaoyu replied, "Sister, is it really so early?" "Yes," Su Yunsheng confirmed with a nod. "I need to get my makeup done." After washing up, the two made their way to the makeup room, where the makeup artist was already waiting. This was a period drama. The artist styled her hair into waves and applied makeup, transforming her appearance. Su Yunsheng closed her eyes, fighting off drowsiness. Dawn broke. The makeup artist announced, "All done." She opened her eyes and gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her hair now cascading in glamorous waves, her lips a vivid red. The Republic of China style imbued her with a unique charm. Xiao Yu complimented her looks, and she smiled in response. Filming commenced, starting with a scene between her and Lin Man, who portrayed her half-sister. Clad in a pink qipao and high heels, Lin Man approached her and, with great force, slapped her across the face. The impact sent Su Yunsheng reeling, her vision darkening as she collapsed to the ground. The director's voice cut through the haze. "Cut." Xiao Yu rushed to her side. "Sister, are you all right?" Su Yunsheng held her face in silence, feeling dizzy and breathless. Xiao Yu, infuriated, exclaimed, "How could she hit you so hard?" Su Yunsheng remained silent, fully aware that Lin Man's actions were intentional. After striking her, Lin Man turned to her assistant, instructing, "Touch up my makeup." She didn't spare Su Yunsheng even a glance. With her lips pressed together, Su Yunsheng approached Lin Man, saying, "Miss Lin, if you have any grievances against me, I hope you can keep them out of our work. Let's maintain professionalism." Lin Man rolled her eyes in response. "I have always been quite professional." Su Yunsheng chuckled softly. "Is that so?" Lin Man shot her a glare, but chose to remain silent. Turning away, Su Yunsheng also refrained from further comment and walked away. In the afternoon, they were to film a scene where they were pursued by bandits. To capture the wide shot, the director chose a mountainous location. The crew, armed with prop guns, ascended the hill, with Su Yunsheng trailing behind Lin Man. As she observed Lin Man's retreating figure, a cold glint flickered in her eyes. Seizing the moment when Lin Man was distracted, she discreetly tripped her. Lin Man let out a shriek as she fell, her foot striking a stone, breaking the skin. Tears welled in her eyes as she glared at Su Yunsheng. "What was that for?" Feigning innocence, Su Yunsheng replied, "I'm sorry, I didn't see you." Lin Man, gritting her teeth, retorted, "That was deliberate." Su Yunsheng countered, "How could that possibly be intentional?" "Miss Lin, we are all actors, and accidents can happen while filming." "Can't they?" Lin Man paused, taken aback by Su Yunsheng's response, as she had expected her to endure in silence, as she had in the past. The director, noticing their exchange, shouted through the megaphone, "What's going on? Are we still filming?" Turning to the director, Su Yunsheng explained, "Director who? Miss Lin has fallen." Lin Man, gritting her teeth, declared, "I'm not filming anymore." The director frowned. "Why not?" Lin Man pointed an accusatory finger at Su Yunsheng. Her face aflame with anger, "She pushed me." Su Yunsheng, maintaining her innocence, replied, "Director, the mountain path is littered with stones. Miss Lin tripped over her own feet." "How can that be my fault?" The director, assessing both women, said, "Lin Man, can we proceed with the shoot and argue later?" Lin Man, seething, remained silent, her glare fixed on Su Yunsheng. Ultimately, she stood up, and the director sighed in relief. He waved his hand for the crew to continue filming. In the scene, Su Yunsheng and Lin Man ran up the mountainside, pursued by a group of armed bandits. Lin Man limped painfully, her face contorted with agony, while Su Yunsheng, seemingly unfazed, sprinted with ease. The director observed the two through the lens, nodding in satisfaction. "Good, very good." This scene went smoothly and concluded swiftly, after which Lin Man exited the set, immediately dialing her phone to lodge a complaint. Chapter 17. Direct retaliation. That evening, Su Yunsheng was in her room reviewing the script when a knock resonated from the door. She opened it to find Luong standing there, his expression one of fury. "Mr. Lu, is there something you need?" she inquired, brow furrowed. Luong glared at her. "Su Yunsheng, you've gone too far. You deliberately tripped Lin Man today, causing her injury, and you still have the audacity to ask?" His piercing gaze bore into her, filled with anger. Xiao Yu, standing nearby, could no longer hold her tongue. "Mr. Lu, on what grounds do you accuse Sister Yunsheng of being intentional?" "This morning, Lin Man slapped my sister hard, and she didn't say a word about it." She looked directly at Luong, stating, "Mr. Lu, I've always wanted to maintain civility with you, but what about you? When Miss Lin slapped me, you turned a blind eye. I tripped Miss Lin, and you think that's unfair? In your eyes, whatever Miss Lin does is justified, even if she were to sever my arm. I must remain silent. Is that it? You claim that I stole Miss Lin's role, but this industry operates on such principles. Miss Lin has connections to secure roles. Why should I not have support? Just because I come from humble beginnings, I should forfeit my opportunities. If I seize one, I am subjected to your scorn and ridicule? Or do you believe that people like me are inherently worthless, deserving only of oppression? As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Liu Ong remained silent, his expression unreadable. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her chin, her eyes now steely with resolve. Mr. Liu, if you've come here to settle scores with me, let me clarify. Miss Lin was at fault first. I have no fear of taking this to court. If she seeks to harm me again, I will retaliate in kind. I am not someone who instigates trouble, but I will not be a passive victim. I have never been one to bully others. I am not as malicious as you seem to believe. Liu Ong opened his mouth as if to respond but ultimately fell silent. I need to rest now. With that, she shut the door firmly behind her. As soon as the door closed, Xiao Yu leaped up in excitement. Sister Yun Song, you were absolutely magnificent just now. You spoke so well. Why should they have the audacity to bully others? Upon hearing this, Su Yun Song smiled gently and replied, It's time to sleep. Xiao Yu promptly shut her mouth and obediently went to bed. Su Yun Song turned off the light and lay down. At that moment, her phone buzzed. She picked it up to find a message from Li Shuyuan. Are you asleep yet? She replied, Not yet. How was your day? Everything all right? Did anyone bully you? She texted back. Pretty good. Everything is going smoothly, and everyone has been quite nice to me. She didn't want to cause Li Shuyuan any worry. Shortly after, her phone buzzed again with another message from him. I bought you a gift. I'll give it to you when you come back. The corners of Su Yun Song's mouth lifted slightly. Great. Did you miss me? Yes, he replied. She set her phone down and gazed out at the moon, her thoughts drifting away. She reminisced about the early days of her relationship with Li Shuyuan. Each message from him used to fill her with joy for days. She still felt happy now, but that joy was quickly overshadowed by a sense of loss, for she knew he was not her rightful partner. Chapter 18. Lin Man is bitten by a snake. The following day, Su Yun Song woke up early and began her makeup routine. Today, they would continue filming from yesterday. When she arrived on set, Lin Man was already there. She cast a glance at Su Yun Song but said nothing. Su Yun Song chose to ignore her, moving to the side to prepare. The director, witnessing this, nodded in approval. With no arguments between the two, the filming proceeded smoothly. The subsequent scenes were all executed without a hitch. And Lin Man did not seek trouble with Su Yun Song again. They coexisted peacefully. Su Yun Song did not dwell on it, assuming that Luong had spoken to Lin Man after all, when Luong left yesterday. Although he hadn't said anything, she could tell he had taken her words to heart. His gaze towards her softened considerably. The past few days had gone remarkably well, and it seemed they were nearing the completion of the outdoor scenes for the film. However, on this particular day, as they were filming, a sudden downpour occurred. The director, seeing this, had no choice but to halt filming, instructing everyone to return to their rooms and wait for the rain to cease before resuming. Just as Su Yun Song returned to her room, she heard cries for help outside. Help! Someone has been bitten by a snake. Her heart tightened at the sound, and she hurried outside. Upon her arrival, she discovered that the victim was Lin Man. Lin Man sat on the ground, 2 bloodied puncture wounds on her right foot, blood gushing forth. Her face was pale, and she was drenched in sweat, clearly in excruciating pain. The crowd surrounding her hesitated to approach, fearful of being bitten by the venomous snake. Observing the scene, Su Yun Song dashed back to her room, retrieved saline solution, and returned to clean Lin Man's wounds. Lin Man gasped in pain, exclaiming her discomfort. After cleaning the wounds, Su Yun Song took out a bandage and tightly wrapped Lin Man's injury to prevent the venom from spreading. Once she completed these tasks, she lifted her head and instructed those nearby. Quickly, get a car to take her to the hospital for antivenom treatment. Throughout the journey, Lin Man cried out in agony, repeatedly asking, Am I going to die? Su Yun Song reassured her. No, you won't. Don't worry. I've secured the wound, and you'll be fine. Hearing this, Lin Man felt a slight sense of relief. Upon arriving at the county hospital, the doctor examined Lin Man, administered an injection, and then remarked, Fortunately, you received timely treatment. The venom did not spread. Otherwise, it could have been dangerous. Lin Man sighed with relief upon hearing this. She looked at Su Yun Song and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Thank you for saving me. I'm sorry about what happened last time. Su Yun Song smiled and replied, No need for thanks. It was merely a small effort. Lin Man fell silent, lowering her head. That moment, Luong rushed into the room. He had been attending to business in the city but had immediately returned upon receiving the news. As he entered the ward, He saw Lin Man lying on the bed, her complexion pale. He quickly approached her bedside, concern etched on his face. "How are you? Are you all right?" Lin Man, seeing him, immediately embraced him and began to cry. "I almost died. I was bitten by a snake, and it was Yun Song who saved me." Upon hearing this, Luong was momentarily taken aback. He looked up at Su Yun Song, his expression complex. "Thank you." Su Yun Song smiled in response. "No need for thanks. I'm heading back now." With that, she turned to leave the ward. Sometimes, relationships fraught with tension can mend in an instant, just as sincerity begets a response. A person's attitude can change when they perceive the heartfelt intentions of another. Lin Man's injury was fortunate in that the action scenes had already been completed. There were still some dialogue scenes that could be res-hot later. The director then discussed wrapping up the outdoor filming and returning to the city. Chapter 19. Long time no see. I miss you. With the outdoor filming concluded, Su Yun Song returned to the city. The crew was set to shoot at a film and television city next, and she had 2 days of rest. Upon returning home, she was in the midst of taking a shower when she heard the sound of a door opening outside. She realized that Li Shuyuan had arrived. She quickly called out, "I'm in the bathroom. Just wait a moment." No sooner had she spoken than the bathroom door swung open. Li Shuyuan walked in, looking at her with a slight smile. "I was just about to take a shower too. Shall we?" Hearing this, Su Yun Song's face flushed instantly. "Who wants to shower with you? Get out." Li Shuyuan, noticing her bashful demeanor, responded, "I won't be leaving." Su Yun Song shot him a glare before turning her back to him. Li Shuyuan observed her, a glimmer of amusement passing through his eyes. He approached her and wrapped his arms around her. "Baby, I've missed you so much." Li Shuyuan gazed at her before beginning to undress. His physique was impressive, with well-defined muscles. He stepped closer, pulling her hand down before capturing her lips in a kiss. After a considerable time, Li Shuyuan carried Su Yun Song out of the bathroom. He placed her on the bed and lay beside her. Pulling her into his embrace, Su Yun Song nestled against him, her heart racing. Li Shuyuan looked at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Baby, I bought you a gift." Su Yun Song raised her head, intrigued. "What kind of gift?" Without responding verbally, Li Shuyuan retrieved a velvet box from the side and handed it to her. "Open it and see." Su Yun Song accepted the box and opened it to reveal a delicate jewelry necklace. The diamond sparkled brilliantly under the light. Her eyes lit up with surprise. "It's so beautiful." Li Shuyuan watched her, his gaze filled with affection. "I'm glad you like it. Let me put it on for you." Su Yun Song nodded. "All right." Li Shuyuan took the necklace and placed it around her neck, accentuating her fair complexion. He admired her, his eyes filled with warmth. "You look stunning." This necklace was a new release from a luxury brand, a gesture from Li Shuyuan to pacify his beloved. Su Yun Song was not his wife, but rather his companion. Unable to provide her with a title, he endeavored to offer her everything else outside of it. This was his strategy. Upon waking, Su Yun Song felt pain coursing through her body. As she sat up, she winced, furrowing her brow tightly. She cried out in discomfort, and Li Shuyuan glanced at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Su Yun Song shot him a glare. "What do you think?" Li Shuyuan chuckled at her response. She leaned against him and said, "I'll be going to the film and television city for shooting in a few days." Li Shuyuan nodded. "All right, it sounds tough. I might come to visit you on set. Su Yun Song looked up at him. "Visit? Spare yourself. That place is a mix of all sorts, and you, with your busy schedule, wouldn't enjoy it." She knew Li Shuyuan was merely saying so. He would undoubtedly feel out of place in such an environment. Li Shuyuan personally took her to the airport, in the parking lot. He lifted her onto his lap, kissing her and expressing how he was already beginning to miss her. He kissed her neck, adding, "If I didn't have things to attend to, I'd hide in the luggage with you." Su Yun Song laughed. Li Shuyuan, who usually appeared serious, had an unexpectedly humorous side when joking. Chapter 20. Danger at the Film and Television City. Upon arriving at the Film and Television City, Su Yun Song disembarked from the plane. When she reached the hotel where they were staying, Sister Zhang and Xiao Yu had already arrived. Su Yun Song set down her luggage, took a moment to rest, and then joined them for a meal in the downstairs restaurant. Just as they reached the entrance, she spotted Lin Man. Lin Man beamed upon seeing Su Yun Song and greeted her cheerfully. "Sister Yun Song, you're here for dinner too?" Su Yun Song nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes." Sister Zhang, standing nearby, looked surprised. She turned to Su Yun Song and whispered, "Has Lin Man changed her ways? Why is she suddenly so courteous?" Xiao Yu chimed in softly. Sister Yun Song saved her life. How could she not be grateful? Sister Zhang paused, processing this. What happened? Xiao Yu recounted the incident where Su Yun Song had saved Lin Man. After hearing the story, Sister Zhang regarded Su Yun Song with admiration. Yun Song, you handled that situation well? Being adaptable and treating the matter objectively, Su Yun Song smiled in response. It was just a small act. I couldn't just stand by and watch her suffer. Filming at the Film and Television City went smoothly. Following the previous outdoor ordeal, the atmosphere within the crew was quite harmonious. One day, after they had just wrapped up shooting, Sister Zhang approached Su Yun Song and said in a hushed tone, Yun Song, I need to tell you something. Su Yun Song turned to her, curious. What is it? Sister Zhang gazed at her and whispered, recently, there's a new endorsement in the works. The CEO of that company wishes to meet you to assess your personal image. Upon hearing this, Su Yunxing nodded in agreement. Sure. Sister Zhang observed her, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. All right, I'll arrange a time with them. Days later, Su Yunxing found herself without a role. Accompanied by Sister Zhang and Xiao Yu, she ventured to the designated restaurant. Upon their arrival, the opposing party was already present. A portly middle-aged man exuding an unmistakable air of greed. Su Yunxing regarded him with mild disdain. Yet she concealed her feelings. Approaching the man, she extended her hand. Hello, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu looked at her, momentarily taken aback by her beauty. He grasped Su Yunxing's hand, exclaiming, Miss Su, it's truly a pleasure to meet you in person. You are remarkably beautiful. Su Yunxing smiled, replying, Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Lu. As they settled at the table and began to order, Mr. Lu's gaze remained fixated on Su Yunxing, making her feel increasingly uncomfortable, though she chose to remain silent. Once the dishes arrived, Mr. Lu lifted his glass, directing his attention towards Su Yunxing. Miss Su, allow me to toast to you. Su Yunxing raised her glass and clinked it with his. As soon as she finished her drink, Mr. Lu reached out to touch her hand, saying, Miss Su, your skin is truly exquisite. It's this. Su Yunxing's demeanor shifted abruptly. Mr. Lu, I would appreciate it if you could show a bit more respect. Mr. Lu paused, momentarily stunned by her directness. He hadn't anticipated Su Yunxing would confront him so boldly. With a smirk, he retorted, Miss Su, it seems you possess quite the temper. Without uttering a word, Su Yunxing stood up. Intent on leaving, Sister Zhang and Xiao Yu quickly followed suit, but Mr. Lu barred their exit. Miss Su, leaving like this wouldn't reflect well. Sister Zhang intervened. Mr. Lu, you are magnanimous. We have matters to attend to. In response, Mr. Lu struck Sister Zhang across the face. You insolent wretch. Do you think this is a place where you can act recklessly? Sister Zhang fell to the ground, and Xiao Yu rushed to assist her. Su Yunxing trembled with rage. You have gone too far. Mr. Lu regarded her with a cold grin. Miss Su, let me be clear. If you know what is good for you, you will serve me well today. Otherwise, I will ensure you cannot survive in this industry. He snapped his fingers, and several bodyguards entered, blocking the exit. They had come prepared. Chapter 21. A critical moment. Su Yunxing clenched her teeth, staring defiantly at him. You must be dreaming. Mr. Lu's expression darkened instantly. Don't make the mistake of refusing my hospitality. He then grasped her mouth and poured liquor down her throat. Su Yunxing coughed violently, tears streaming down her face. Uncertain of what had been mixed into the alcohol, she felt herself becoming dizzy and unstable. Mr. Lu watched her, pushing her back onto the chair, and reached out to caress her face. Miss Su, your complexion is truly fair. Su Yunxing attempted to evade his touch, but she lacked the strength to resist. Meanwhile, Sister Zhang and Xiao Yu were held back, calling for help, yet no one came to their aid. Mr. Lu lifted Su Yunxing into his arms and began to stride towards the exit. Su Yunxing completely lost consciousness. When she awoke, a splitting headache assaulted her. She moved slightly, discovering herself in a hospital bed, with Sister Zhang lying beside her. In a panic, she shook Sister Zhang awake. Sister Zhang? Sister Zhang, wake up! Sister Zhang groggily opened her eyes and, upon seeing Su Yunxing, became alert. Yunxing, are you all right? Su Yunxing shook her head. I'm fine, but why am I in the hospital? Sister Zhang explained softly. You were unconscious, so I called for an ambulance. Su Yunxing was taken aback. What happened? I remember being forced to drink and then losing consciousness. Sister Zhang recounted the entire ordeal. When Mr. Lu had carried Su Yunxing away, they had tried to chase after them but were stopped. Sister Zhang attempted to call the police, but Mr. Liu's thugs warned her that this was Mr. Liu's territory and advised her to back off. Left with no options, Sister Zhang called Li Shuyuan. Upon hearing the situation, he cursed and hung up. Within 5 minutes, alarm sirens blared throughout the city. Police sirens echoed as a multitude of officers descended upon the hotel, led by the police chief himself, sealing the premises completely. Perhaps Lu Yuanming had grown fearful, for he released her without further incident. Sister Zhang found her at the hotel and brought her to the hospital. Sister Zhang looked at her and whispered, "Yunsheng, if it weren't for young Master Li, you might not have made it." They are currently searching for Lu Yuanming. Yunsheng wished to speak, but her head throbbed painfully. Sister Zhang lamented, "It's all my fault for not being vigilant. Who could have predicted he would dare act so brazenly?" Su Yunsheng shook her head. "Sister Zhang, this isn't your fault. You couldn't have known. Who would have thought he would resort to such acts?" Sister Zhang remained silent, merely sighing. Su Yunsheng underwent blood tests at the hospital, where the doctor informed her that traces of sedatives were found in her system, explaining her state of unconsciousness. After receiving Infor to restore her strength, the doctor assured her that her health was not in jeopardy. In the middle of the night, she, Sister Zhang, and Xiaoyu returned to the hotel. They decided to keep the incident private, telling others that Su Yunsheng had suffered food poisoning and required gastric lavage. After all, such matters, if leaked, could tarnish Su Yunsheng's reputation, and the media would undoubtedly spin the story into something scandalous. The following morning, Su Yunsheng resumed filming as usual, albeit with a lingering dizziness, feeling somewhat disoriented. She said nothing, forcing herself to continue. Lin Man, her co-star, noticed her pale complexion and inquired, "Sister Yunsheng, are you all right? You look unwell." Su Yunsheng shook her head. "I'm fine." After finally completing a scene, exhaustion enveloped her. She sank into a chair, closing her eyes to rest. Suddenly, she felt someone brush her forehead. Opening her eyes, she found Li Shuyuan standing before her. "Your forehead is warmed." As Su Yunsheng looked at him, her emotions welling up, nearly spilling over in tears. Chapter 22. A heroic rescue. Li Shuyuan gently caressed her face. "What's the matter? Are you displeased to see me?" Su Yunsheng hastily wiped her eyes. "No. I just didn't expect you to come." Li Shuyuan remained silent for a moment, then reassured her, "Don't worry. That man will pay dearly." Just as she was about to respond, director who approached, smiling, "Mr. Li, your presence graces us. Our entire crew is honored. Miss Su has completed her scenes for today, so you two may leave." Li Shuyuan glanced at Su Yunsheng before turning to the director. "Thank you." His voice was low, accompanied by a subtle smile. The director waved his hands dismissively. "Not at all, Mr. Li. Please, go rest." Li Shuyuan tenderly took Su Yunsheng's hand. "Let us go." Su Yunsheng hesitated, glancing back at the director. She still had 3 scenes left to shoot. Director who chuckled, "You're not feeling well. It's best you return to rest. We can film the rest another day." Su Yunsheng nodded in agreement. Li Shuyuan supported her as they made their way outside. The assistant director watched their retreating figures, puzzled. "Director, Miss Su still has 3 scenes left." The director shot him a glare. "Are you foolish? When the god of wealth graces us, you must accommodate his wishes. The scenes can wait for a few days. There's no need to rush." The assistant director finally understood. Li Shuyuan helped Su Yunsheng into the car he had parked outside the set. Before taking a seat himself, he closed the door and turned to her. "What would you like to eat?" Su Yunsheng regarded him, fatigue evident as she rubbed her temples. "I'm not hungry." Li Shuyuan held her hand firmly. "Even if you're not hungry, you must eat." As he spoke, he started the car and drove away. Su Yunsheng was taken aback to see him driving himself. "You came by yourself? Where's your driver?" Li Shuyuan maintained his focus on the road, his tone matter of fact. "What of it? I was in a hurry and didn't have time to call for one." She instinctively wrapped her arms around his. Resting her head on his shoulder, "Li Shuyuan, you are so kind to me." Li Shuyuan gently patted her head with his free hand. "It's because I love you." His voice was deep and sincere. Upon hearing this, Su Yunsheng felt a tremor in her heart. She tightened her embrace, burying her face in his shoulder, silent as tears streamed down her cheeks. The film studio was dotted with small eateries. Having grown up in Jiangnan, Su Yunsheng found herself at a quaint Jiangnan restaurant of Li Shuyuan's choosing. Before exiting the car, she wrapped herself snugly. "If someone recognizes us, it could affect you." Li Shuyuan paused before responding. "I appreciate your concern." Su Yunsheng understood that Li Shuyuan always preferred to maintain a low profile in front of the media, only allowing himself to be seen in financial contexts rather than entertainment. They hastily dined in a private room, ordering all of Su Yunxing's favorites, such as crab roe tofu and yangchun noodles. Li Shuan observed her, urging, "Make sure to eat plenty." Su Yunxing smiled softly. "You should eat too." Only then did Li Shuan pick up his chopsticks and take a bite of the noodles. Su Yunxing felt that being protected in such a manner was an incredibly fortunate experience. As if whenever she encountered difficulties, Li Shuyuan would appear before her like a celestial being. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed at her and remarked, "If anything happens to you, I shall personally strip that Lu fellow of his skin." A murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Yunxing reached out and grasped his hand, reassuringly stating, "I am fine." Gradually, his gaze softened. At that moment, Li Shuyuan's phone rang, prompting him to step out of the private room to take the call. Su Yunxing set down her chopsticks and walked over. Standing at the door, she overheard him say, "Yes, I understand, and it's my father-in-law's birthday. I will definitely return." A chill swept through her heart at his words. Slowly, she made her way back to her seat and lowered her head to sip her soup, which had lost its earlier flavor. When Li Shuyuan returned after concluding his call, he noticed Su Yunxing and furrowed his brow slightly. Asking, "Why aren't you eating?" Su Yunxing looked up and smiled at him. Replying, "I'm full." He took a seat beside her, and she mustered a smile, suggesting, "If you have matters to attend to, you should go back." "I know you're busy." Li Shuan regarded her for a moment before responding with a simple Su Yunxing lowered her head and took a few more sips of soup before raising her head again to smile at him, saying, "Shall we leave?" In the car, Li Shuyuan escorted her back to the hotel, advising her, "Be careful. Call me if you need anything." "Okay," she replied, leaning closer to him and planting a kiss on his lips, tears unwittingly brimming at the corners of her eyes. Chapter 23. A successful wrap. After Li Shuyuan departed, Su Yunxing continued her filming routine for the next few days, with Xiaoyu and Sister Zhang keeping a close watch over her. Xiaoyu informed Su Yunxing, "Mr. Li called a few days ago and scolded Sister Zhang for not taking good care of you." Su Yunxing replied, "This isn't Sister Zhang's fault. She didn't know." Xiaoyu continued, "Mr. Li was quite fierce when he scolded her." A pang of guilt struck Su Yunxing, and she contemplated buying a gift for Sister Zhang as an apology when she returned home. Lin Man's assistant was skilled in preparing soups, and she often brought a bowl over. "Sister Yunxing, have some," Lin Man said, presenting a bowl of soup. Su Yunxing smiled in gratitude. "Thank you." Lin Man sat down beside her, casting a glance her way. "I heard you went to the hospital a few days ago." Upon hearing this, Su Yunxing raised her gaze to meet hers and nodded. Lin Man suggested, "Sister Yunxing, you must have been too exhausted. Drink more soup to replenish your strength." Su Yunxing agreed with a nod. Although Lin Man was a pampered young lady, she treated her well once she considered her a friend, likely because Su Yunxing had once saved her life, which dispelled any prejudice she held against her. During a break on set, someone in the crew began chatting. "I heard that Lu Yuanming, the owner of Chaoyang Distillery, has lost 2 of his fingers and is too afraid to report it to the police." Someone remarked, "Really? Is that true?" Came the astonished reply that, "Of course, it's true. A relative of mine works at their company and said Lu hasn't been to work for days, apparently due to the incident. Serves him right. He's been bullying people. I heard Zhang Yin is endorsing his company, but he has been dragging his feet on the endorsement fee." Su Yunxing's heart sank as she began to piece together the reasons behind the situation. The subsequent filming progressed smoothly, with Su Yunxing and Lin Man having developed a tacit understanding, often proceeding without the director's prompts. Before they knew it, the film wrapped up successfully, paving the way for post-production. Su Yunxing could finally return home. She boarded the company's van back to the city, accompanied by Sister Zhang and Xiaoyu. In the car, she turned to Sister Zhang and said, "Sister Zhang, regarding the previous incident, I apologize on behalf of Li Shuyuan. Please don't take it to heart." Sister Zhang responded with a smile, "It's nothing. He was just concerned about you. It's my fault for not being more attentive." She chose not to reply further. Upon arriving home, Su Yunxing took a shower before lying down on her bed, unable to resist the urge to call Li Shuyuan. He answered quickly, and she cheerfully announced, "I'm home." Li Shuyuan replied, "Take a few days to rest. I've been busy. I'll come see you once I'm done." "All right," she responded. 3 days later, Li Shuyuan arrived. Upon seeing him walk through the door, Su Yunxing beamed. "You finally made it." Li Shuyuan looked at her, gently stroking her hair before leaning down to kiss her. Suddenly, Su Yunxing noticed a scratch on his neck. Instinctively, she asked, "Who did that?" Li Shuyuan, upon hearing her question, touched his neck and fell silent. Su Yunqing's heart raced as she began to piece things together and raised her eyes to ask, "Did your wife do this? Have you treated it?" Li Shuyuan remained silent. Su Yunqing pulled him to sit on the sofa, then reached to unbutton his shirt. His skin was pale, with prominent scratches marring its surface. When she unfastened another button, her breath caught in her throat. His chest and back bore numerous scratches, the kind only a woman's long nails could inflict. Her hand trembled as she held the ointment. Looking up at Li Shuyuan, she inquired, "Was it your wife?" Li Shuyuan did not respond. Su Yunqing lowered her head, squeezing out some ointment to apply to his wounds. After tending to his front, she moved to his back, but her eyes began to well with tears. She gazed at him, asking, "Is this because of me?" Chapter 24. She wants a child. Li Shuyuan remained silent. Su Yunqing continued to apply the ointment, tears welling in her eyes. She wrapped her arms around him, burying her face in his shoulder, and softly asked, "Is it because your wife found out you came to see me and that she's causing a scene? Did she hit you?" Li Shuyuan still said nothing. She had never realized how Li Shuyuan's life at home unfolded. It was a question she had never considered before. As her eyes grew misty, she murmured, "Is she angry? Will her family make things difficult for you? If so, maybe you shouldn't come anymore. I can't take care of myself." Su Yunqing understood that Li Shuyuan was not like ordinary men. He had a wife from a well-matched family, and he would also have a girlfriend. For people like them, interests, love, and marriage were distinctly separated. With families turning a blind eye to certain matters, she had initially thought that after the last incident, he and his wife had reached some sort of understanding, allowing her presence to be tolerated. But why would she resort to such violence against him? Li Shuyuan leaned down, kissing the top of her head, softly assuring her, "Don't worry. I will handle it." Su Yunqing looked up at him, pressing, "But why? Tell me." After a moment of silence, Li Shuyuan finally revealed, "She wants to have a child, but I am unwilling, and she is causing a scene. Is that so?" Su Yunqing replied calmly that it's natural for a woman to want a child. Li Shuyuan grasped her chin, gazing deeply into her eyes. "You seem quite magnanimous. Would you like me to have a child with her?" Su Yunqing hesitated, unable to respond. She did not want that, not at all. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she confessed, "I don't want to, but is that even possible? What are we to each other? We are merely an actress and her benefactor, a relationship that cannot be seen in public. Can you live your whole life without children? Do your parents approve?" Upon hearing this, Li Shuyuan's expression softened, and he murmured, "I promised my father that once I have a child, everything outside must be severed, and I must return to my family. That means I would have to give you up." Su Yunqing looked at him, saying, "Shun, we will inevitably part ways, just like 3 years ago. You have too many ties. We cannot be together." Li Shuyuan stared at Su Yunqing before him, suddenly feeling suffocated, as if he were back to 3 years ago, having to let go of her hand once more. He recalled the previous night. As usual, he wore protection. Ruan Zhuting, displeased, remarked, "Our parents say we should have a child. Why are you wearing that?" He replied, "It's too soon." Ruan Zhuting sat up, coldly retorting, "Are you unwilling to part with your little canary on the outside?" Li Shuyuan fell silent. His silence ignited her fury, and she snapped, "Li Shuyuan, how long are you going to play around? You arrived late for my father's birthday. Do you think I don't know where you've been? You can keep your affairs under control, and I will turn a blind eye. But having a child concerns both families, not just you. If you are unwilling, would you rather that woman die for you to agree?" Enraged, Li Shuyuan shot back, "If you lay a finger on her again, we will be at each other's throats." Ruan Zhuting scoffed, "Then let it be. Just wait and see." In a fit of anger, he hurled a nearby cup to the ground. Ruan Zhuting, furious, clawed at him, but he remained silent and did not evade. With no options left, she resorted to tears, while Li Shuyuan ignored her and went to the guest room to sleep. Chapter 25. His wife is pregnant. After the last incident where Su Yunqing was harmed, Li Shuyuan returned home and had a fierce argument with Ruan Zhuting. His father learned of the situation and instructed Ruan Zhuting to maintain the dignity of the legitimate wife, advising her to refrain from such actions in the future. Ruan Zhuting fell silent at that moment. His father then told Li Shuyuan, "I will give you some time to handle this matter. If Zhuting becomes pregnant, you must have everything sorted out, severing ties with the outside woman, as you are going to be a father." His father added, addressing Ruan Zhuting, "Give Shuyuan some space. Do not pressure him." Li Shuyuan, however, did not want a child, for if Ruan Juting were to become pregnant, he would have to leave, as he could not defy his father's wishes. He knew this relationship would inevitably come to an end someday, but he did not wish for it to be now. How long one can endure is how long one will endure. Humans inherently desire everything: wealth, status, and the affection of their beloved. Xu Yunxing lay in his embrace, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes. Li Shiyuan reached out to wipe away her tears. The two remained silent. He produced a cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke. Xu Yunxing spoke. Eventually, we must part ways. Xuan, I understand that our time together is limited. Her voice faltered, choked with emotion. Li Shiyuan remained silent, inhaling the smoke. Xu Yunxing was at a loss for words. She tightened her hold on him, resting her face against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Li Shiyuan gently stroked her hair. He had endured a week of cold war with Ruan Juting, and ultimately, he conceded first. He purchased a gift for her, a butterfly brooch from HW worth $1 million, and apologized. I'm sorry, my dear. Ruan Juting, adorned in black silk gloves, caressed the brooch, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she said, Li Shiyuan, we are married. Yet you have someone else outside. Am I not allowed to be angry as your wife? I have been accommodating, and you are willing to have children? Li Shiyuan fell silent for a moment before replying, I'm sorry. After spending that night together, Ruan Juting discovered she was pregnant. When she learned of her condition, joy illuminated her face. Shiyuan, we are going to have a child. Li Shiyuan managed to smile, replying, that's wonderful. Upon hearing the news, his father summoned him to the study, lit a cigar, and said, I have always been aware of your affairs outside. Just remember, as you, love must always be placed last. It is time to stop. You are now a father. You must set an example for your child, act with moderation, and maintain boundaries. Do you understand? Otherwise, that girl could come to harm. Li Shiyuan nodded, understanding. He was prepared to end things with Xu Yunxing. One day, while Xu Yunxing was shooting for a magazine, he arrived at the set, but did not descend. He parked by the roadside and observed her from a distance. Dressed in a splendid outfit, she was busy with her assistant, who held her clothing. He sat in the car, watching her diligently. Li Shiyuan took out a cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke, the closed windows trapping the smoke inside. He thought about the impending separation. Memories of 3 years ago flooded his mind. The first time he saw her, sitting quietly in the corner, clad in a white dress, her long black hair cascading like silk. He had thought her exquisitely beautiful, like a white rose. The first time he held her hand, it felt soft and delicate, as if it were weightless. His heart fluttered, that hand. Soon he would have to let go. His family, and his wife's family, no longer permitted him to support this canary. If he continued to do so, this delicate bird would be crushed. His car was conspicuous. Before long, his agent, Sister Zhang, recognized it and informed Xu Yunxing, prompting her to call him. Hello, Xu Yunxing's voice came through the phone, and Li Shiyuan responded, have you finished shooting? Almost done. Are you at the set? Why didn't you say anything? She inquired. He replied, yes, I'm waiting for you by the roadside. Come find me once you're done. All right, she said. After hanging up, Li Shiyuan extinguished his cigarette. The sun began to set, casting shadows as Xu Yunxing finished her shoot and walked towards his car. She opened the passenger door and took a seat, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, her complexion pale and delicate, reminiscent of fragile porcelain. You arrive without a word. There's something on your mind? She asked. Yes, he replied. Xu Yunxing waited for him to speak, but when he remained silent, she too fell quiet. Li Shiyuan reached out to caress her face, gazing into her eyes as he said, let us talk when we get back. He drove her to her apartment complex. Inside the car, he said, she is pregnant. Xu Yunxing was momentarily stunned. Then after a pause, she asked, so, you've come to end things with me today? Yes, he affirmed. Xu Yunxing smiled faintly. Replying that's quite all right, she added, the timing of the child is fortuitous. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how we would conclude this. Li Shiyuan remained silent. Chapter 26. A heartbreaking farewell. The air conditioning hummed within the car, creating a sound akin to a lifeless, pale melody. Li Shiyuan remained silent for a long time before finally saying, Yunxing, please take care of yourself. He turned to look at Xu Yunxing, whose eyes sparkled with tears. She smiled and said, I can take care of myself. Haven't I been well these past 3 years? Li Shiyuan replied, if you ever need anything, come find me. No need. I can manage on my own. She insisted. Memories of 3 years prior flooded her mind, a time when he was married, and she felt as though a part of her had been lost. She stared at him, her gaze unwavering, her eyes growing heavy with tears that threatened to spill, yet she refused to blink, fearing that a single blink would release them. Suddenly, Li Shuyuan leaned in, cupping her face and kissing her lips. Yet, Su Yunsheng did not reciprocate. She gazed at him, her expression one of calm resolve. Li Shuyuan paused, breathing heavily, his warm breath brushing against her cheek. Su Yunsheng mustered a smile, her eyes reddening as she said, "Shuyuan, this time I am not as heartbroken as I was 3 years ago because I have already experienced it once." Li Shuyuan remained silent, his hand caressing her. This was the last time. He would have to let go of his white rose. He stroked her, her skin as smooth as satin. Pulling her onto his lap, he pressed his lips against hers, trailing kisses down her neck, her collarbone, savoring every inch of her skin. Su Yunsheng remained still, akin to a mannequin in a store, permitting him to kiss her, her eyes reflecting a chilling calmness. Li Shuyuan lost interest, resting his head against her neck. After a while, Su Yunsheng spoke, "I should go." She lifted her slender leg, rising from him to return to the passenger seat, adjusting her clothing. Before exiting the car, Su Yunsheng waved goodbye, saying, "Farewell. Please take care of yourself and your family. Thank you for your support during this time." Li Shuyuan nodded slightly, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over him. Su Yunsheng stepped out, her silhouette framed against the car door as Li Shuyuan watched her. Her long, black hair flowed down her back, and she wore a beautiful dress, her figure slender and graceful. She turned for one last glance before walking away without looking back. The sound of her heels echoed against the concrete, her delicate figure growing smaller until she disappeared around the corner. Li Shuyuan sat in the car, gazing through the window at her vanishing form. He lingered there for a long time, lost in thought. He recalled that night 3 years ago when he had first met her and taken her away. He remembered her beneath him, clutching his back, tears spilling from her eyes. He remembered her often curled up in his arms, like a docile kitten, her fingers tracing his Adam's apple, igniting a flutter in his heart. Li Shuyuan closed his eyes, leaning back against the seat. He recalled her departing figure, tears glistening in her eyes. He remembered taking her to countless places, watching her rise to prominence in magazines, often waiting in the car for her to finish work. But now, they could never meet again. Li Shuyuan took out a cigarette, lighting it, his hand resting on the window, the smoke curling between his fingers, obscuring his expression. His white rose had left him. He buried his love once more. Chapter 27. The premiere of a new film. Su Yunsheng ascended the stairs, entered her apartment using the code, and as the door swung open, the weight of her sorrow overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse in tears. She pressed her forehead against the door, sobbing uncontrollably. After an indeterminate time, she rose, closed the door, changed her shoes, and lay on the sofa, her eyes engulfed in darkness as she closed them, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes and soaking into the soft fabric of the couch, vanishing without a trace. The next day, she had an event to attend. Sister Zhang came to pick her up, and as she got into the car, she donned sunglasses. Sister Zhang observed her closely, exclaiming, "Your eyes. Oh my, did you cry yesterday?" Su Yunsheng, holding an ice pack against her eyes, replied, "Yes." Sister Zhang, taken aback, asked, "What happened? Is it because of young Master Li?" Su Yunsheng, shifting the ice pack to different spots, responded, "Li Shuyuan and I have ended things." Sister Zhang took a moment to process this before understanding, reaching out to pat Su Yunsheng's shoulder, saying, "It was bound to happen eventually. This was not a sustainable situation. It's better to end it and focus on your career." Yunsheng.Su Yunsheng nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the event venue, she removed her sunglasses, revealing her swollen eyes. The makeup artist worked diligently to conceal the redness. The venue buzzed with activity, cameras trained on her as she donned a floral dress. Her smile mechanical, while her heart felt as though it had been punctured, a cold wind blowing through the gaping hole, leaving her numb. The post-production of Shattered Elegance had concluded, and preparations for the premiere were underway. Sister Zhang hurried about, fretting over the gown for the premiere. She called around attempting to borrow a designer dress, saying, "Yunsheng would like to borrow your latest haute couture." The response from the other end was unclear, but Sister Zhang's expression soured, exclaiming, "How do we make up for Yunsheng's rising fame?" Su Yunsheng, seated on the sofa, sipping water, caught Sister Zhang's gaze and quickly set down her cup. shaking her head and signaling with her lips. It's fine. Zhang Jie pursed her lips and finally spoke up. Our Yunsing's Broken Splendor is about to premiere. If it becomes a hit, she'll be a top-tier star. By then, they won't even look at your dress. After a brief exchange on the other end, Zhang Jie exclaimed, Fine, fine. If you won't lend it, so be it. She abruptly hung up the phone. Her teeth clenched in anger as she muttered, How dare they look down on us? If this play becomes successful, they will come crawling to us. Yet we shall not wear their dresses, Xu Yunsing replied. Sister, let it go. Their haute couture is not worth borrowing. We can find another brand. Zhang Jie insisted, No, their brand is the most suitable for you. I will inquire once more. Days later, Xu Yunsing visited the Future Film Company to view the completed film. In the lobby, she spotted Lin Man, who was linking arms with Luong from a distance. Lin Man waved at her, calling out, Sister Yunsung. As Xu Yunsing approached, she admired the couple. Lin Man in a white dress and Luong in a black suit. Truly a pair of exquisite souls. She smiled and remarked, You two look splendid together. One in white and the other in black. Indeed a couple. Lin Man laughed, nudging Luong, No matter what we wear, we always look like a couple. Entering the screening room, each frame evoked memories of the filming process. Watching herself struggle, suffer, and weep on screen, tears began to flow unbidden. Lin Man handed her a tissue, saying, Sister Yunsing, this film has award potential. Xu Yunsing replied, Thank you for your kind words. She had poured her heart and soul into this project, and the director, standing nearby, praised her. Xu Yunsing, you possess a certain aura. Luong added, Miss Xu, your performance was commendable. Feeling bashful, Xu Yunsing chuckled, With such compliments, I hardly know how to respond. The director encouraged, Just graciously accept the praise. The premiere was scheduled for mid-July, but Zhang Jie still could not secure a dress from ES. Opting instead for another brand, on the day of the premiere, she donned a breathtaking blue gown that trailed elegantly, adorned with large silk petals, radiating beauty. Xiaoyu assisted her in arranging the skirt, exclaiming, Sister Yunsing, this dress is truly stunning. Zhang Jie remarked, If it weren't for the ESPR being so insufferable, you could wear something even better. Xu Yunsing laughed, Sister, that's just how it is. Their dresses are reserved for top-tier stars, and I don't qualify yet. Zhang Jie insisted, You will soon. Upon arriving at the premiere, the media buzzed with activity, flashes dazzling around her. Standing before the backdrop, she held a pin emblazoned with the sponsor's logo, diligently signing autographs. Clad in haute couture and adorned with sponsored jewelry, she felt a momentary daze, as if forgetting her own identity, lost in a surreal dream. If this were a dream, perhaps it would be preferable to remain asleep. After the premiere of Broken Splendor, the acclaim was overwhelming, with positive reviews flooding online. Zhang Jie was elated, telling Xu Yunsing, You have a shot at next year's Golden Statue Award. Chapter 28. A new suitor. Xu Yunsing distinctly felt her status elevate. With a flurry of press interviews and advertising offers, Zhang Jie was busier than ever, cheerfully saying, Yunsing, you've finally made it. Yet, Xu Yunsing felt a sense of unreality, as if all of this were a fade, until the star program team approached her for an exclusive interview, at which point she truly realized her newfound fame. The star program is a well-known show that typically interviews only top-tier celebrities. When she arrived at the makeup room, the makeup artist greeted her warmly, Miss Xu, your skin is impeccable. With a natural makeup look, her face and shoulders sparkled with glitter, and she wore a light purple strapless gown that showcased her fair shoulders and neck. The host inquired, Yunsing, could you share with us a memorable romantic experience? She smiled silently, merely shaking her head. The host pressed, not willing to share. She nodded and replied, the ending wasn't good. I prefer not to discuss it. In that moment, tears welled in her eyes. Zhang Jie, sensing the somber atmosphere, quickly interjected, that's a private matter. Our Yunsing won't be answering that. Yunsing hurriedly apologized. Unexpectedly, that segment was included in the broadcast of the interview. At that time, Li Shuyuan had just become a father. Sitting on the sofa, remote in hand, watching financial news, he changed the channel and inadvertently caught sight of the interview. On the screen, Xu Yunsing appeared even slimmer, tears glistening in her eyes as she spoke. The ending wasn't good. Li Shuyuan watched, his heart aching with each word. Just then, the sound of a baby crying broke the silence. He turned off the television and stood to comfort the child. It had been over a year since they parted ways, Su Yunsing's rise to fame coincided with the film crew's attendance at the Cannes Film Festival, marking her first foray onto the international stage, a significant occasion. However, the ESPR still refused to lend her a gown, adamantly stating that they only lent to stars like Angelina Jolie in America and Gong Ying in China. Zhang Jie remarked. In the end, all they care about is winning a golden statue. Su Yunsing replied, never mind, sister. As long as the dress looks good, that's all that matters. One day, just before an event, Zhang Jie mysteriously produced a box, saying, Yunsung, I have an ES dress for you. Su Yunsing looked at Zhang Jie, puzzled. Did their PR relent? Zhang Jie replied, just put it on first. I'll explain later. As Su Yunsing donned the gown, it shimmered with a myriad of crystals, and she gazed at her reflection, radiant and ethereal. Zhang Jie exclaimed, this dress is truly worthy of you. Standing on the red carpet, surrounded by media reporters who waved at her, she beamed with joy, graciously allowing them to capture her moment. After traversing the carpet, Lin Man approached her, saying, Sister Yunsing, you've truly made it. ES lent you a gown. After all these years in the industry, I never managed to borrow one. Su Yunsing smiled wryly. I didn't manage to borrow it either. The PR said my status isn't high enough. I wonder what connections Zhang Jie has. She inquired again backstage, and Zhang Jie, with a mysterious expression, said, guess. Yunsing replied, sister, stop keeping me in suspense. Zhang Jie revealed, it's a purchase. Yunsing gasped, a gown costing $1 million? Who would buy that? Zhang Jie answered, someone bought it as a gift for you. Yunsing asked, who? A familiar face flashed through her mind. Zhang Jie, sensing her thoughts, quickly clarified, it's not Li Shoyun. Yunsing sighed. I figured as much. We haven't been in contact for so long. She lowered her gaze to adjust the hem of her gown, the crystal sparkling brilliantly, trailing behind her. Who is it, sister? Please tell me. Meng Ju. Chapter 29. The new elite. Meng Ju. She frowned. Who? Zhang Jie replied, Meng Ju, the new internet tycoon. Su Yunsing shook her head, unfamiliar with the name, and wondered, why would he send me a dress? Zhang Jie chuckled. He wants to pursue you. Su Yunsing shook her head fiercely. Pursue me? I don't even know him. Zhang Jie explained, but he knows you. He watched your film and expressed a desire to meet you. Knowing I was struggling to borrow a dress, he simply bought it. Just look at the scale of his generosity and sincerity. Moreover, I've checked, he is single and not a spoiled rich kid relying on family wealth. Su Yunsing recognized Zhang Jie's veiled jibe at Li Shuyuan and forced a smile. Sister, you know I'm not looking to date. Zhang Jie insisted, I understand your feelings, but Li Shuyuan is married with a child now. His son is already a month old. How long will you remain trapped in the past? This past year, I've seen how you've been living, distracted, working incessantly, returning home like a nun to sleep. This cannot continue. This man is genuinely remarkable and quite handsome. Just meet him, consider it making a new friend, a simple dinner. It's not a big deal, is it? Su Yunsing gazed at her reflection, recognizing her own numbed spirit. She knew she needed to move on and embrace a new life. Curiosity sparked about the man who had garnered such praise from Zhang Jie. All right, I agree. After I return home, we can have dinner. She stated, rationalizing, it's just dinner. There's nothing to it. Zhang Jie patted her shoulder. That's the spirit. They say men who soar like eagles won't settle for mere ground-dwelling dogs. Meng Ju is also an eagle. Not inferior to Li Shoyun. Su Yunsing noted Zhang Jie's growing humor. Upon returning home, Zhang Jie busily arranged the meeting, eventually saying, it's set for tonight at the night restaurant, in a private room. Very discreet, Su Yunsing smiled. Sounds good. I'll be there. Dressed in a white gown with light makeup, she arrived at 6 o'clock. Meng Ju was already there. Having researched him online, she learned he was a Chinese-American who returned to establish a tech company right after college. Now a young billionaire. Upon meeting him, she found him cultured and handsome, with a cool demeanor and a charming dimple when he smiled. Hello, Mr. Meng, she greeted. He looked at her and said, Miss Su, you're even more beautiful in person than on screen. She smiled. Thank you. He pulled out a chair for her, and she sat gracefully. Meng Ju remarked, thank you, Miss Su, for gracing me with your presence. Su Yunsing replied, you're too kind. I was also hoping to make new friends. Meng Ju gazed at her, his smile warm. I watched your film and thoroughly enjoyed it. The cinematography was excellent, and the pacing was superb. Su Yunsing was filled with delight upon hearing this and replied, thank you. She then inquired, do you enjoy movies? He responded, indeed. While I was in America, I often watched films and relished discussing them, Su Yunxing remarked. I assumed those in the tech industry might not have an affinity for such films. He chuckled and said, not necessarily. We have our share of artistic souls as well. Su Yunxing laughed, finding him quite humorous. They engaged in further conversation until the waiter arrived with their dishes, and they began to cut their steaks. Suddenly, Mingju remarked, Miss Su, to speak candidly, the first time I saw you was not in person, but rather in your poster. Su Yunxing looked up. Mingju continued, when your film Broken Elegance was showing in theaters. I went to see it, and upon seeing your poster, I felt you were the type of girl I resonate with. Su Yunxing smiled at this, saying, is that so? But with Mr. Ming's qualities, you must have many admirers. Mingju gazed at her and replied, in a sea of possibilities, I only wish to take a single SIP. Su Yunxing expressed her surprise, saying, then I am truly flattered. Mingju added, I understand that as an actress, you must be cautious when dating. I will cooperate and ensure that the media does not capture you, thus safeguarding your career. Su Yunxing looked at him, recognizing that he truly knew how to provide emotional support. She also understood that a man like him pursuing her was something few women could resist. She thought to herself, perhaps this was a good opportunity to step out and begin anew. Mingju proposed, if Miss Su is willing, let us meet several more times. I wish to show you my sincerity. Su Yunxing smiled and agreed. All right. After finishing their meal, Mingju drove her home in a sleek black Rolls-Royce. As she sat in the passenger seat, gazing at his profile, she asked, Mr. Ming, do you have any other hobbies? Mingju replied, I enjoy playing tennis, running, and I also have a passion for culinary arts. I can cook many delightful dishes. Su Yunxing was taken aback, saying, really? I thought those in your position are often too busy for leisure. Mingju responded, no matter how busy one is, life must be lived. After all, earning money is meant to facilitate a good life. Su Yunxing laughed, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. After she exited the car and waved goodbye, he watched her enter her apartment complex. Once her figure vanished, he drove away. Back at home, Su Yunxing took a shower and lay on her bed. Yet another man's face inexplicably flashed through her mind. Chapter 30. I have agreed to what you said. She shook her head vigorously, scolding herself, Su Yunxing, you should not be thinking of him now. Her phone buzzed. It was Mingju. He sent her a poster featuring a close-up of her face, with her long hair cascading and her eyes shimmering like water. Mingju commented, this is the first time I've seen you. Su Yunxing responded, I must thank the photographer for capturing it beautifully. He replied, it is primarily due to your beauty. As Su Yunxing read his words, a slight smile graced her lips. Mingju was indeed a remarkably charming man, near perfection, handsome, humorous, wealthy, and kind. At it seemed that now was the time for her to approach the next man. After parting with Li Xiuyuan, although she felt sorrowful, she knew she could eventually move on. Over the years, she had come to understand one truth. Everything in this world changes. The only constant is change itself. How to face changes? Only the strong can adapt to them. She no longer wished to be that woman who, after being abandoned by Li Xiuyuan, wept under the covers. Their second meeting was arranged by Mingju, who suggested they ride bikes along the lakeside promenade. She donned a face mask and sunglasses, grateful that the weather was cooling. Otherwise, she would have surely overheated in the summer heat. Mingju wore a black sports helmet and donned a black athletic outfit as he approached her with his bike, chuckling at her attire. Miss Su, are you afraid of being recognized? He teased. She replied with a smile, indeed, being an artist offers no freedom. Mingju handed her the bike, and she accepted it as he swung a long leg over and mounted his own. They rode alongside the lake for a couple of laps, but soon Su Yunxing was breathless and halted, pushing her bike instead. Mingju turned back to her and asked, Miss Su, do you not exercise regularly? She shook her head. Very seldom. He inquired. Then how are you so slender? Su Yunxing laughed. We all rely on hunger. Mingju chuckled and walked alongside her, pushing her bike in the late autumn and early winter. The sun cast a warm, golden hue, and the distant barren branches intertwined, creating a melancholic beauty. Suddenly, he spoke, Miss Su. She looked at him. Yes, Mingju declared, I would like to ask you to be my girlfriend. Su Yunxing was taken aback and laughed. Mr. Ming, do you know much about me? He gazed at her and replied with a smile, as a businessman, I am quite astute. Before making a decision, I contemplate it thoroughly. He looked into her eyes and said, Miss Su, You are the woman I wish to walk hand in hand with after careful consideration. Su Yunsheng was touched by his words. She looked at him and asked, "But I am an actress. Some may say we are mere performers. Would your family mind?" She recalled the disdainful attitude of Li Shiyuan's family, who looked down upon her. Meng Ju regarded her earnestly, saying, "My parents are in America. They respect my choices, and I equally respect everyone and every profession. Why would you be looked down upon?" His sincerity deepened her affection for him. With a gentle smile, she replied, "Mr. Meng, may I take a few days to consider?" Meng Ju also smiled, "Of course." Upon returning home, Su Yunsheng found herself restless, having been moved by Meng Ju's words. He genuinely believed that they were equals. Li Shiyuan's parents deemed her unworthy of their son, and although Li Shiyuan loved her, he ultimately chose to let her go. Yet Meng Ju respected her profession and her as a person. Sitting at her vanity, she opened the mirror and gazed at her reflection. Her face was beautiful and youthful, with no trace of wrinkles, yet it lacked vitality. The next morning, Sister Zhang arrived to pick her up for a shoot. As she boarded the van, Sister Zhang noticed her weary expression and asked, "Did you not sleep well last night?" She replied, "MHM." Sister Zhang pressed, "What happened?" Su Yunsheng confessed, "He confessed his feelings to me last night." Sister Zhang was thrilled, exclaiming, "Wow, things are progressing quickly. You should agree." Su Yunsheng hesitated, saying, "I need to think it over." Sister Zhang chided, "Think it over? What more is there to consider? You're being foolish. Meng Ju is single and unmarried." Unlike Li Shiyuan, Su Yunsheng remained silent, her gaze drifting out the window. Sister Zhang continued, "You and Li Shiyuan have been apart for quite some time. Didn't you often say you wanted to start a new life? Meng Ju is the perfect candidate." Su Yunsheng felt a stir in her heart. Indeed, what was she hesitating for? In just a couple of years, she would turn 30, and in 5 years, 35, as a woman aged. Even a star desired a safe harbor. During the shoot, Su Yunsheng found herself distracted. The director called her name twice without a response. Raising his voice, he said, "Su Yunsheng." She snapped back to reality. "Apologies, director," he frowned. "What is going on with you today? Your focus is lacking. Take a break." She apologized profusely, moving to the resting area. Grabbing a bottle of water, she gulped down half of it when her assistant advised, "Sister Zhang, drink slowly." She whispered that it was fine. After putting down the bottle, she checked her phone and noticed a message from Meng Ju. He texted, "I looked it up. If you're feeling tired at work, try soaking red dates and longan in water for a boost." Reading his words brought a smile to her lips, and warmth filled her heart. She replied, "Mr. Meng, after reflecting on what we discussed yesterday, I agree." Meng Ju almost instantaneously replied, "Wonderful, thank God." Su Yunsheng smiled at his message, her lips curving upward. Her phone vibrated again. Meng Ju asked, "Shall we meet tonight?" She responded, "Sure." Reflecting on Sister Zhang's words, she wondered again what she was hesitating for. Meng Ju was so wonderful. What more could she possibly want? Chapter 31. A serendipitous encounter at the restaurant. After a day's work, Meng Ju came to pick her up, and she got into the car. He presented her with a gift box. Su Yunsheng was taken aback as she opened it to find a diamond necklace inside. She gazed up at him. Meng Ju smiled. "This is for you." Marking our first official day of dating, Su Yunsheng's lips curled into a smile as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Meng Ju chuckled and inquired, "How was your day? Are you tired?" She shook her head. "Not at all." As Meng Ju started the car, he mentioned, "I canceled all my appointments today upon receiving your call." Su Yunsheng was surprised. "Did I delay your work?" Meng Ju glanced at her and laughed. "How could that be? Nothing is more important than you." Su Yunsheng bit her lip. Meng Ju reached out to gently touch her cheek. She lowered her head slightly, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. He took her to the finest French restaurant in the city, located on a high floor of a building. They entered through the VIP entrance, which provided excellent privacy. As they arrived, the restaurant manager personally came out to greet them, saying, "Mr. Meng, welcome." Meng Ju nodded in acknowledgement. They were seated by the window, where the panoramic glass offered a view of the city's river and the twinkling lights in the distance. Meng Ju pulled out the menu and ordered in fluent French. Su Yunsheng was pleasantly surprised. "Your French is quite impressive." Meng Ju smiled. "I lived in France for a while during my childhood before moving to America." Su Yunsheng also smiled, saying, "My home is in the south, in Jiangxing, where I grew up as a simple country girl, unlike you." Her command of English was lacking, let alone French. Meng Ju gazed at her and replied, "There is no difference. I will tell you about the West, while you enlighten me about the East. Together, we complement each other." His tender words made Su Yunxing look at him, slightly entranced. Such a man, gentle, a gentleman, charming, successful, and so sincerely devoted to her, left her utterly devoid of reasons to refuse. When the dishes arrived, Meng Ju placed the steak before her and gently decanted the red wine for her. Su Yunxing looked at him and inquired, "Mr. Ming, would you consider this a whirlwind romance?" Meng Ju, cutting into the steak, replied, "If it's love at first sight, then certainly." Su Yunxing laughed. "Aren't you worried that we may not be well suited?" Meng Ju set down his knife and fork, took out a napkin to wipe his hands, then leaned closer to gently dab at the corner of her lips. His movements were tender, and after completing this gesture, he assured her, "I know we are undoubtedly suited for each other." Su Yunxing was momentarily taken aback. His conviction warmed her heart, and she lowered her head to continue cutting her steak. A sudden clatter echoed from a distance, as if something had fallen. Turning her head, she caught sight of a figure in a sharply tailored gray suit. Hastily departing, that silhouette was so familiar, reminiscent of Li Xiuyuan. She froze for 2 seconds before snapping back to reality. No, it couldn't be. What a coincidence! She and Li Xiuyuan had severed all ties. How could he possibly appear here? It was merely a resemblance. She withdrew her gaze and resumed cutting the steak, but despite multiple attempts, the steak remained uncut. Losing her appetite, she set down her utensils and took a sip of red wine. As she glanced around to relax, she suddenly heard the anxious voice of the restaurant manager. "Mr. Li, are you all right? Is your hand injured?" Su Yunxing felt as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot. The next moment, she saw Li Xiuyuan emerging from that direction, his expression cold as he walked briskly, seemingly fleeing from something. Su Yunxing tightly clutched her wine glass, her mind blank, her body stiff, until his figure vanished from view. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Meng Ju followed her gaze and asked, "What's wrong? Do you know him?" She shook her head, replying, "I don't know him." Does it even matter whether she knew him or not? Regardless, there was no future for them. She would no longer contact him and would completely sever ties with her past, embarking on a fresh start. Meng Ju gently caressed her hand. She snapped back to reality and smiled at him. As they departed after dinner, she linked arms with Meng Ju and walked towards the underground parking lot. From a distance, she spotted Li Xiuyuan's black Maybach. Recognizing the license plate immediately, a slight pain pricked her heart. Yet she reminded herself to remain calm. It was all in the past. She feigned nonchalance, holding on to Meng Ju as they approached their vehicle. Passing by Li Xiuyuan's car, she noticed the window was open. A hand holding a cigarette resting on the edge, the ember flickering in the night. She caught a whiff of tobacco. The light inside the car was dim, but she caught a glimpse of a distinctly outlined man's profile. Su Yunxing's heart tightened slightly, yet she pretended to be unfazed, engaging Meng Ju in conversation. Once Meng Ju entered the car and started the engine, they drove past Li Xiuyuan's vehicle. Stealing a glance, she noted that the window was now closed, obscuring any view of his expression or demeanor. Biting her lip, she turned her head. Meng Ju simply asked, "Shall I take you home?" She nodded. Yes. She would no longer have any entanglements with Li Xiuyuan. The car stopped beneath Su Yunxing's apartment building, and Meng Ju turned to her, a slight smile gracing his lips, saying, "Yunxing, I had a wonderful time today." Su Yunxing smiled in return. So did I. A brief silence enveloped the car. After a moment, Su Yunxing said, "Mr. Ming, I should be heading in now. You should address me differently. Calling me Mr. Ming feels too distant." "Just my name will do," she responded. "All right, Ming Ju." Leaning closer, she gently kissed the corner of his lips. Whispering, "Good night," as she attempted to pull away, Meng Ju suddenly grasped her chin, his breath quickening as he cupped her face, studying her intently. Then he leaned in forcefully, kissing her. His breath was warm and fervent, almost overwhelming. She did not push him away but closed her eyes, reciprocating. The kiss was long and passionate, and it felt like an eternity before Meng Ju finally released her. Su Yunxing's cheeks flushed slightly. Chapter 32. Official announcement of their relationship. Unbeknownst to her, the photograph of her and Meng Ju kissing in the car was captured. The following day, Sister Zhang received a call, and the other party immediately demanded a hush money. With a cold laugh, Sister Zhang ridiculed them. "You say you want to expose a scandal, which I can understand, but the news you have is actually quite positive, and why Yunxing's boyfriend is a rising star. Single and unmarried, handsome and quite a match for her. Who would fear such news being revealed? After hanging up, Sister Zhang informed Su Yunsheng, "This person is truly deranged. However, it works out perfectly. Your relationship is now public, and your boyfriend's wealth is quite respectable, making it a positive story that can help elevate your profile." Su Yunsheng inquired. "How much does he want?" Sister Zhang held up a finger. 1 million. Sister Zhang rolled her eyes. 1,000 million. Su Yunsheng was taken aback. Is he out of his mind? Such a bold demand. Sister Zhang scoffed. Does he really think this scandal can threaten us? Has he not used his brain? Sure enough, that evening, the photograph of her and Mingju kissing in the car was leaked. Sister Zhang remarked, "Just wait. Tomorrow your popularity will skyrocket." Indeed, the next day, Su Yunsheng trended on social media with the hashtag #SuYunshengRomance. Recently, due to her new film, her popularity surged, discussions about her flourished, and her public image was excellent. The revelation of her romance had little impact on her. Instead, it further boosted her fame. However, Mingju's information was also uncovered. A self-made man, he was wealthy, owned a company, and had appeared in wealth magazines. But he was not part of the entertainment industry nor from a traditional wealthy family, lacking the sordid scandals that often accompany such circles. He was low-key and had no mistresses. All information about him online was positive. Su Yunsheng texted Mingju, "I'm sorry you had to deal with those bothersome paparazzi." Mingju replied with a funny meme and said, "No worries, I got to experience the treatment of a celebrity." Yunsheng asked, "Will it affect you?" He responded, "Why would I be concerned about how my girlfriend affects me?" Su Yunsheng smiled at the words on her screen. Feeling a warm sense of comfort, he was willing to acknowledge her. She recalled Li Xiuyuan's terrified reaction to the news exposure and suddenly felt fortunate to have found someone genuine. That evening, Mingju publicly announced their relationship. He posted on social media, sharing the news article with the caption, "The news is true. Thank you for your blessings." Su Yunsheng chuckled, finding his straightforward approach amusing. Sister Zhang laughed. "Look how open he is, not hiding or concealing anything. This is the advantage of being wealthy." Later that night, as she leaned against her headboard scrolling through Weibo, she saw herself back in the news and clicked on the comments. Su Yunsheng's aura is fantastic, so beautiful. Her boyfriend is handsome too. They make a perfect couple. Am I the only one who feels that Su Yunsheng smiles more than before? Her previous smiles were for show, but now they seem genuine. Upstairs, you are absolutely right. Her previous smiles lacked sincerity, while now they are heartfelt and filled with happiness. Indeed, love is the best beauty treatment. Su Yunsheng held her phone, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. It had been ages since she felt this way. It felt as though, after experiencing the ups and downs of life, she finally found her footing. Li Shuyuan was now a thing of the past. She knew that the person she encountered in the restaurant that day was him, and she could now walk past him with pride, unflinchingly, having buried the emotions she once poured her heart into. In the time she wasn't working, she and Mingju went on dates almost daily, watching movies and dining together, living the life of a normal couple. Except, they had yet to sleep together. She didn't want to rush things. One day, as she prepared to go out on a date, she was applying her makeup at home when she noticed the elevator was not functioning. After calling the property management, she learned there was a power outage. Living on the 58th floor made descending quite a challenge, and she felt a headache coming on. Reluctantly, she called Mingju to inform him, "There's a power outage. I can't get down." Mingju chuckled, "Then let's cancel today's date." She sighed. "I'm so sorry." He replied, "What is there to apologize for? It's not something you can control." Feeling hungry, Su Yunsheng cooked a bowl of instant noodles at home. Just as she finished her first bite when someone knocked at the door, she was puzzled. Who could be visiting at this hour? The property management had mentioned it would take at least 6 hours for the power to return. She walked to the door and peered through the peephole, only to see Mingju, breathless. Surprised, she immediately opened the door. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed. He was sweating profusely and panting, but upon seeing her, he smiled. Holding a bag with great effort, he said, "I brought you something to eat. I was worried you might be hungry." She was astonished. "You climbed up here?" he replied. "I climbed the stairs to your floor." She lived on the 58th floor. Su Yunsheng felt her nose tingle, staring at him, speechless. She quickly took the bag from him and pulled him inside. As Mingju stepped over the threshold, his body trembled slightly. Who would climb 58 flights of stairs just to deliver a meal? Feeling a lump in her throat, she said, "You are so good to me." He panted lightly. "I just didn't want you to go hungry." She felt a catch in her voice as she said, How could I starve to death as a healthy adult? Glancing at the bag, she saw it contained food from her favorite restaurant. Meng Ju glanced at the dining table and chuckled, clever, knowing to eat instant noodles. Her eyes reddened, yet she still managed to smile. She helped him to the sofa, urging him to sit down, poured him a glass of water, and took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his brow. She softly inquired, "Are you exhausted?" Meng Ju took a sip of water and replied, "It's not too bad." Her throat tightened as she threw herself into his arms. Holding him tightly, she was easily moved by the slightest kindness shown to her, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. With a voice slightly choked with emotion, she said, "Meng Ju, please don't be too good to me." He allowed her to embrace him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stroked her hair and replied, "I am willing to treat you well." Nestled in his embrace, she inhaled the faint scent of his sweat. Her heart overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions. She lifted her gaze to his chiseled cheek, admiring his defined features. His angular jawline, straight nose, compelling her to draw closer. She stretched her neck and gently nudged her nose against his neck. Meng Ju chuckled, stroking her hair while saying, "Our dog does the same. It nudges me with its nose." She laughed and playfully scolded, "Are you implying that I am a dog?" Meng Ju smirked slightly. "I never said that." As the sky darkened outside and the room remained unlit, their silhouettes were enveloped in shadows, a hint of intimacy beginning to blossom. Meng Ju gazed at Su Yunsheng, noticing the redness around her eyes, remnants of tears on her cheeks, and her gaze clouded with emotion, exuding a delicate allure. His heart swelled, and he cupped her face, kissing her on the sofa. She closed her eyes, surrendering to his kiss, the light scent of his sweat and male pheromones heightening her heartbeat. She wrapped her arms around his neck, entwining their lips and tongues. Chapter 33. Confessions of the Heart. Uncertain of how long they kissed, Meng Ju's hand moved to her chest, feeling the softness of her nightgown. She let out a soft moan, wrapping her arms around his neck in response to his kiss. In that moment, she found the sofa too narrow and turned, nearly tumbling off. Outside, the power remained out, plunging the room into darkness. They were like two fish, swimming in each other's worlds, reveling in the joy they brought one another. Clothes discarded, the allure of spring enveloped them. As passion waned, she curled up in his embrace, a lingering blush adorning her cheeks. Meng Ju held her from behind, his palm gently caressing her smooth, delicate skin, feeling her warmth. She nuzzled against his arm and softly recounted her past. "My father passed away when I was young, and my mother and grandmother raised me. I struggled academically but had a flair for the arts, and my mother, recognizing my artistic talent, sent me to an art school to study dance. At 12, I left home to attend the art school. My mother's salary, combined with my grandmother's pension, supported me, and the pressure was immense. I felt that since they spent so much on me, I had to practice diligently. Later, I realized that dancers earn very little, so I applied to a film school, thinking that if I became successful, I could earn a substantial income. However, I didn't expect that path to be even more arduous." Meng Ju listened to her story with empathy, holding her tighter. "Your family must be proud of you now." Su Yunxing paused, replying, "Perhaps, if they are watching over me from above. When I graduated from the art school, my grandmother passed away 3 years ago. My mother also left this world 3 years ago. Li Xiaoyuan broke up with me and married someone else. I felt like my world was collapsing. A few days later, I received a call from my mother, Yunsheng. I've been to the hospital today, and the doctor said I have cancer, with only 3 months left. That night, I rushed back home, my heart numb with disbelief. I couldn't fathom that my mother was leaving me. I always thought I had support. My grandmother, my mother, and my hometown. But with my grandmother gone and my mother about to leave, my safety net vanished. When I arrived home, I saw my mother's frail figure, and my heart ached as tears streamed down my face. I clung to her, crying, 'Mom.' The words that followed escaped me. My mother gently patted my back, saying, 'I'm just afraid that when I'm gone, you'll be all alone.' That day, I packed our belongings and took my mother to Beijing for treatment. I booked an appointment with a specialist, but the expert said, 'There's no need for treatment.' I was unwilling to accept this and sought another hospital. But all the doctors echoed the same sentiment. It was then I realized my mother was truly beyond help. Fortunately, I still had some money. During her last days, my mother was hospitalized every day, costing 20 to 30,000 yuan. My savings drained away like water. Within a month and a half, my mother passed away. It was winter, the trees bare, and the ground blanketed with snow. I knelt beneath a tree, crying heart-wrenchingly. I told myself, I am now an orphan. After she finished, Mingju remained silent for a long time, holding her even tighter as if to merge their beings. He finally spoke. From now on, you have me. She lowered her gaze, tears falling onto the blanket as her voice trembled. I once had a boyfriend, but when his family pressured him to marry, he broke up with me, deeming me unworthy as an actress. At that moment, I realized I was nothing. Sometimes, I even questioned whether I was truly worthless, truly unworthy. Mingju embraced her, assuring, to me, you are the most wonderful woman in the world, beautiful, kind, with a background that should never diminish your worth. She turned to him, asking, Mingju, how can you be so good? Mingju gently stroked her hair, replying, I share a similar past. I also experienced hardship growing up. While abroad, my mother worked washing dishes to support me. My father succumbed to alcoholism after his career faltered and died frozen on the streets. One winter, I promised myself that I would earn money to provide a better life for my mother. Su Yunsheng, moved by his words, leaned in to kiss him. Mingju returned the embrace, saying, so you are me, and I am you. Su Yunsheng's heart trembled slightly as she suddenly felt that Mingju was like a savior sent from above. She recalled a saying, when faced with storms, if the heart remains closed, sorrow will linger until one day, when they encounter sunlight, the clouds will part and clarity will return. Mingju was her sunlight. Her life seemed to brighten. From that moment, she and Mingju began living together. Struggling to adapt to another's bed, Mingju moved in with her. Shortly thereafter, the nominations for the Golden Statue Awards were announced, and she was nominated for Best Actress for her role in Shattered Elegance. Her agency hosted a celebration banquet, and the company's boss, Xiao Mei, approached her with a drink, exclaiming, Yunsheng, at such a young age, you've been nominated for Best Actress. Your future is limitless. As Su Yunsheng recalled 2 years prior, during the tax scandal, when she was thrust forward as a scapegoat. Hearing these words now felt somewhat ironic. Sister Zhang, her manager, caught the underlying meaning. Once Xiaomei walked away, she whispered, what does she mean by that? She likely sees your bright future and wants to coax you into renewing your contract. You re now a cash COW. Su Yunsheng chuckled lightly, replying, I want to be renewing, Sister Zhang. When the time comes, you should come with me. Sister Zhang had been her manager for many years, and they shared a deep bond. Once stars become famous, they often establish their own studios to avoid being exploited by companies. Sister Zhang replied, all right, I've been wanting to leave this company for a while. When you were facing scandals, the boss used you as a shield against tax issues, which I found outrageous. Now that you've helped the company earn so much, she still wants you to renew and take a small cut while she pockets the majority. Who would want that? Su Yunsheng smiled but remained silent. The company showed little care for her development. Even the script for Shattered Elegance was sourced by Li Xiaoyuan. Just 2 years. Her life underwent a dramatic transformation. On her way home, she sat in the chauffeur-driven car, the neon lights flickering outside. Leaning against the backrest, her eyes slightly squinted with fatigue, she reflected on many memories. Her first award was for winning a dance competition at her art school, where the prize was a thermos, which she had intended to give to her grandmother. Later, when she shot her first film, she earned little and sent all her earnings home. She recalled her mother's appearance before she passed, lying in a hospital bed, pale and saying, Yunsheng, I'm leaving. You must take care of yourself. She reminisced about the struggle she had faced over the years, the injustices endured, and the wounds suffered, thinking of Li Xiaoyuan and Mingju. She gently closed her eyes, a tear escaping from the corner of her eye. Chapter 34, winning Best Actress on the eve of the Golden Statue Awards, she practiced her acceptance speech at home. In truth, she believed she wouldn't win, feeling too young to compete with seasoned actors. Sister Zhang encouraged her, practice a bit. What if it's you? Many critics have praised your performance. A flicker of hope ignited in Su Yunsheng's heart. What if she was the one? Holding a paper, she rehearsed at home. I would like to thank Director Hu, the cast and crew, my manager Sister Zhang, my team, and my family. Though they are no longer with me, I wish for them to see me from above and feel proud. After finishing, she looked up to find Mingju standing at the doorway, watching her and applauding. Su Yunsheng felt a bit shy and said, I was just practicing. Mingju chuckled, you look quite the part. Su Yunsheng's lips curled into a smile. She cherished these days, returning home after work to see Mingju. It brought her warmth, making her feel as if she had a home. On the day of the awards ceremony, she adorned herself in a haute couture gown sponsored by a prestigious brand, complemented by jewelry worth millions. After spending 5 hours on her makeup, Sister Zhang remarked, "You look stunning. Today you overshadow everyone." She smiled and replied, "I dare not claim to outshine anyone. I merely hope not to embarrass myself." As she arrived at the venue, the weather turned slightly chilly, her strapless gown leaving her shoulders exposed, causing her to shiver as a cold breeze swept by. Beneath the flashing lights, she wore a mechanical smile, in the realm of fame and fortune. She alone knew the chill that accompanied her glamorous facade. After traversing the red carpet and signing her name, she took her seat, albeit in a somewhat obscure location, a consequence of her relatively modest standing in the industry. Just as she settled in, Lin Man entered the room, also nominated for Best Supporting Actress. Spotting her, Lin Man greeted her. "Sister Yunsheng." Yunsheng responded, Man, over here." After Lin Man took her seat, she said, "You look truly beautiful tonight." Yunsheng replied, "So do you." Lin Man, the darling of the Beijing circle, possessed beauty, resources, and an air of superiority. Though Su Yunsheng had once found her difficult to deal with during their film shoot, the tides changed after Yunsheng saved her from a perilous situation, leading Lin Man to harbor no animosity and treat her exceptionally well thereafter. Lin Man confessed, "I'm so nervous tonight. I feel like Chen Shui will win the award." Chen Shui was also nominated for Best Supporting Actress. Su Yunsheng reassured her, "Not necessarily. You have a chance too. Your performance was excellent." Lin Man countered, "I was just average, and I've heard Chen Shui has connections with the organizers." Su Yunsheng chuckled softly, "Our Miss Lin has connections as well. The matter of winning an award is influenced by numerous factors." Lin Man whispered, "Those connections are from the political sphere." "It's different." Su Yunsheng smiled, "Don't be anxious. Just relax." Before long, the awards ceremony commenced, with luminaries from the industry in attendance. As she sat in the audience, she maintained her smile, applauding along with everyone else as each award was presented. Soon, it was time for Best Supporting Actress, and the award indeed went to Chen Shui, not Lin Man. Su Yunsheng continued to smile, casting a glance at Lin Man, who also wore a practiced smile. The awards proceeded until it was announced that the recipient of the Best Actress award was Su Yunsheng. Her mind momentarily blank, it took her several seconds to process the moment before she gracefully ascended the stage, her gown held high. Despite having rehearsed her acceptance speech countless times, she found herself at a loss for words. Clutching the heavy trophy, she gazed out at the audience, lights flashing before her, her eyes glistening with moisture. "I would like to thank Director Hu, the entire team of Broken Splendor, my devoted fans, and my agent, Sister Zhang." Her voice faltered slightly, pausing for a few seconds before continuing, "I thank my family, my mother, my grandmother. I hope they can be proud of me in spirit." After concluding her speech, she bowed to the audience. The applause was thunderous as she turned, slowly making her way to the backstage where Sister Zhang awaited her. Embracing her tightly, Zhang exclaimed, "Wonderful, Yunsheng, truly wonderful. Your future in stardom is bright." Sister Zhang's voice was tinged with emotion. Having supported Su Yunsheng for many years and understanding the struggles she faced to reach this day, Su Yunsheng's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded, "Thank you, Sister Zhang." Zhang patted her on the back, saying, "We are in this together. Helping you is akin to helping myself." The celebration party, amidst the clinking of glasses, everyone came to congratulate her. Holding a glass of champagne, she maintained a gracious smile, toasting with all who approached. Director Hu also came over to congratulate her. "I told you there was nothing to worry about. You truly delivered." Su Yunsheng replied, "I must thank Director Hu for this opportunity." He responded, "Opportunities are earned. Your success today is a testament to your hard work." Su Yunsheng smiled but remained silent, well aware that her opportunity was granted by Li Shuyuan, a fact she would not forget. Unlike others who praised her, her success stemmed from someone else's goodwill. Sister Zhang was busy mingling with executives from various film companies, seeking to secure more resources for her. Previously, when Su Yunsheng was relatively unknown, they would plead with others on her behalf. Now, everyone sought to flatter her. It was an adjustment she found somewhat uncomfortable, yet she had to adapt. Holding her glass, she took a small sip, maintaining her composed smile. As she turned around, she spotted Luong comforting a disheartened Lin Man, his arm around her shoulder, gently patting her. Su Yunsheng approached, saying, Man, You're only 21. You have plenty of time ahead. Lin Man turned to her. Replying, congratulations, Sister Yunxing. Su Yunxing encouraged her. You're still young. There will be more opportunities in the future, Yuang chuckled. It seems our connections were not as influential as we thought. Miss Su, you truly are impressive. Su Yunxing paused, momentarily bewildered, as she had not leveraged any connections. Curious, she inquired, connections? Luong, assuming their mutual understanding, leaned closer and whispered. The chairman of the judging panel, Su Yunxing retorted, I haven't made any connections. I don't even know who to approach. Yuang regarded her with a knowing gaze, smiling slightly as he replied. Is that so? Intrigued, Su Yunxing pressed on. Lu, who made those connections? I wish to know. Luong pondered for a moment before responding. Did I misspeak? Su Yunxing insisted. Given that you've brought it up, it would be wrong not to tell me. Yuang chuckled. I've only heard rumors. Su Yunxing urged. Do tell. Yuang revealed. I've heard that Z1 Group agreed to increase their sponsorship for the film committee. Su Yunxing froze momentarily. Z1 Group belonged to Li Shuyuan's family? Could it be him? After all this time apart, what did it mean? Did he essentially purchase her role as the lead? A complex swirl of emotions enveloped her, and she tightened her grip on the champagne flute. Her fingertips growing cold, a sense of disappointment washed over her. She would have preferred not to win the award at all. She yearned to earn accolades through her talent rather than through backdoor dealings. With this revelation, the joy of her victory dissipated entirely. Chapter 35. Contract turmoil. She forced a smile, addressing Luong and Lin Man. I would rather not have this award if my honor was achieved through underhanded means. Lin Man responded, Sister Yunxing, simply being nominated is already a significant achievement. Winning is fundamentally tied to the resources behind it. Su Yunxing countered. You seem to accept it easily, Luong remarked. Miss Su, in the world of fame and fortune, it's all about name and profit. Fairness is a rare commodity. Besides, you're the winner. Why the melancholy? Su Yunxing remained silent, staring at the champagne in her glass, lost in thought. She longed for the validation of her talent by the judges, not the dubious connections that came with it. This was a small pride she held in her heart. Why couldn't she, Su Yunxing, triumph solely on her merit? Memories flooded her mind. She recalled the days of playing minor roles, lying as a corpse on the frigid ground for an entire day, feeling the chill seep into her bones. She remembered enduring the cold water during a winter shoot, repeating the same scene over and over, and the sweltering summer days spent in heavy costumes, nearly succumbing to heat stroke. She recalled the late nights spent poring over scripts, crafting character biographies, and practicing lines and expressions in front of the mirror over and over again. Feeling lost, she slowly set her glass down and stepped onto the terrace, leaning against the railing, gazing into the distance. The view was filled with twinkling lights. This city was eternally intoxicated by its opulence, forever attracting young and beautiful girls willing to pay any price to ascend to the heights of success. Exhausted, she closed her eyes, resting her head on the railing as a strong wind lifted the hem of her dress. Her mind a blank slate. Turning, she found Li Shuyuan standing beside her. Clad in a black suit with a white shirt and meticulously tied tie, he looked at her with a calm expression, saying, Congratulations. Su Yunxing met his gaze but remained silent. Li Shuyuan, his eyes deep and contemplative, slowly spoke. What's wrong? You won an award, yet you look unhappy. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, his figure vanished in an instant. Rubbing her eyes, she realized it was merely an illusion. Li Shuyuan was nowhere to be found. She had received the award but felt no joy. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she thought herself foolish. Raising her glass, she downed its contents in one gulp. After the celebration, Su Yunxing changed her attire and returned the jewelry to the brand representatives who had been waiting. She then took the chauffeur-driven car home. By the time she arrived, it was already 4 a.m. Clutching the cold trophy, she tiptoed inside, careful not to wake Mengju. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, and Mengju emerged from the living room. Exclaiming, Surprise! Dressed in black trousers and a black shirt, he appeared even slimmer. Su Yunxing was momentarily taken aback, asking, You're still awake? Mengju smiled. I was waiting for you. Today is your big day, and I wanted to be here to offer my congratulations. Su Yunxing felt warmth spread through her heart, managing a smile as she said, Thank you. However, her joy was muted by the nagging thought that this award felt somewhat undeserved. She refrained from discussing this with Mengju. stepping forward to embrace him, and he gently patted her back. Yu Yunsheng remained silent, burying her face in his embrace, inhaling his familiar scent, which brought her a sense of peace. Sensing her unease, Mengju looked down at her and asked, "You re not happy? Why the long face after winning an award?" Su Yunsheng lifted her gaze to meet his, pausing before replying, "I'm fine. I just had a bit too much to drink at the celebration and feel a little tired." A few days later, the company's owner, Xiao Mei, summoned her to the office. With a beaming smile, she handed over a folder, saying, "Yunsheng, here is the new renewal contract. Please take a look, and if everything is in order, sign it." Yu Yunsheng paused momentarily. She accepted the folder but refrained from opening it. "Boss, I have decided not to renew," she stated. Xiao Mei's smile faltered as she gazed at her in surprise. "Not renewing?" Su Yunsheng nodded, affirming, "Yes, I will not renew." Xiao Mei scrutinized her, urging, Su, please reconsider. There are numerous benefits to renewing. Our company boasts abundant resources. Staying here would grant you access to the finest film and television opportunities. Ample exposure. It's advantageous for you in every regard." Su Yunsheng replied, "Sister Mei, I am truly grateful for the care the company has provided over the years, but I desire a change of environment. Hence my decision not to renew." Xiao Mei's expression dimmed slightly as she advised, "Think it over carefully. We can discuss it again next week." Yu Yunsheng could only acquiesce, "All right." Yet, she had firmly resolved not to renew. From that day forth, several prominent entertainment accounts began circulating negative news about Su Yunsheng online, alleging that her Best Actress award was purchased and claiming to possess evidence. They insinuated she had a benefactor and that her accolades were obtained through unsavory means. Her agent, Sister Zhang, remarked, "This must be Xiao Mei's doing. She is sending you a warning. If you refuse to renew, she will make you suffer." Su Yunsheng hesitated, stating, "If it is indeed her, that only strengthens my resolve not to renew. A person who retaliates in such a manner is truly frightening. Signing a contract for several years would only lead to my eventual downfall." Sister Zhang inquired, "Is your contract nearing its end?" Su Yunsheng confirmed, "It expires the day after tomorrow. Once it lapses, I will not renew. It will become void." Sister Zhang mused, "Xiao Mei must be regretting only signing you for 5 years." Su Yunsheng remarked calmly, "No one expected I would reach this point." When she graduated, she struggled to find roles in an industry flooded with youthful, captivating actresses, lacking any standout traits. Sister Zhang had introduced her to Xiao Mei, who merely glanced at her and said, "Let us sign a 5-year contract." Little did they know, within those 5 years, she would rise to prominence. She never anticipated that Xiao Mei would be so ruthless, attempting to sabotage her as the contract neared its conclusion. Sister Zhang sought legal counsel from the company's legal team, but they delayed sending any legal documents, further corroborating her suspicions that this was Xiao Mei's deliberate ploy. Upon returning home, Mengju had yet to arrive. She sat on the couch, gazing out at the darkening sky, the room dimly lit only by the flickering glow of the television. Her mind was a blank slate. She was unsure how to explain the situation to Mengju, for no man could tolerate such scandal involving his girlfriend. The sound of the door lock turning signaled Mengju's return. He entered, noticed her, and asked, "Why aren't the lights on?" He switched on the lights and approached her, inquiring, "What's wrong? You look exhausted." Su Yunsheng remained silent, lifting her gaze to meet his. Mengju crouched before her, searching her eyes, and asked, "What happened?" She placed her hands gently on his shoulders and asked, "Aren't you angry?" He paused, replying, "Angry about what?" Su Yunsheng explained, "There are countless negative articles about me online. Today, it feels like everyone is criticizing me." Mengju's expression softened. He raised a hand to caress her cheek, saying, "Oh, that? Don't pay it any mind." Su Yunsheng hesitated, looking at him. You're not angry?" Mengju smiled faintly. "Angry? I know what kind of person you are. Those are all fabrications." Tears welled in her eyes as she turned her head away. Mengju gently wiped her tears away, reassuring her, to truly understand someone, one must seek to know them for themselves. How could one rely on the words of others? That would be utterly absurd. She feared that Mengju might misunderstand, doubt her, or lose faith in her. Such thoughts would drive her to despair. Fortunately, Mengju harbored no doubts. He trusted her implicitly, and she recognized that he genuinely believed in her. This realization filled her with profound joy. She embraced him tightly, whispering, "Mengju, you are truly wonderful." Mengju softly patted her back. Remaining silent, Su Yunsheng raised in a single-parent household, had witnessed her mother struggle to provide for them. Her own romantic journey had also been tumultuous, marked by an unresolved relationship with Li Xiaoyuan and the flighty Jize. In her heart, she had often lamented the unfairness of fate, but now she realized that good fortune had merely arrived later than expected. What was meant for her would ultimately find its way to her. Meng Zhu, such a remarkable person, had indeed come into her life. She thought to herself that having Meng Zhu made her existence feel complete. Leaning in, she placed a gentle kiss on his lips. Meng Zhu gazed at her, his eyes deep and reflective. "Rest assured, with me by your side, I have hired a lawyer, and we will pursue legal action against each and every person who has slandered you." She responded with a soft mem. Though the room was dimly lit, she felt no darkness, for the man before her radiated a luminous presence. Chapter 36. Complete termination. The following day, the law firm commissioned by Meng Zhu began sending legal letters to the marketing accounts that had defamed her. Those involved, fearing repercussions, promptly deleted the defamatory content and issued apology statements, declaring that all information regarding Miss Su Yunsheng was inaccurate. Xiaomei observed her intently, inquiring, "Yunsheng, have you given any thought to the renewal contract?" Su Yunsheng replied, "Director Xiao, I will not be renewing." Xiaomei frowned. "Why are you being so stubborn? You are well acquainted with the company. Surely switching to another company won't necessarily be better?" Su Yunsheng responded coolly, "Then there is no need for you to concern yourself, Director Xiao." Xiaomei's gaze hardened as she warned, "You must think carefully. Without the company, you are nothing." Su Yunsheng paused. Meeting her gaze, "Director Su, none of my resources were acquired through the company. The films that have brought me success were negotiated by Li Xiaoyuan." Xiaomei clapped her hands mockingly. "What face do you have left to sue others for defamation? You've admitted it yourself. Your film resources rely on men, on sleeping around. Haven't you? They say actors are heartless and courtesans are ungrateful, and it seems that is indeed the case. Regardless, the company has shown you kindness. Hasn't it? I was the one who gave you the opportunity to enter this industry. Without me, without the company's platform, you would never have met Li Xiaoyuan. Where would you be today?" Su Yunsheng smiled, a calm, detached smile. She looked at Xiaomei and stated, "Over the years, the company has taken 60% of my earnings. The company has profited immensely. There has been no loss on its part, and I have repaid its kindness. Moreover," Su Yunsheng met her gaze with icy composure. "Since Director Su holds actors in such disdain, why rely on them for profit? That seems rather hypocritical, doesn't it?" Xiaomei was taken aback, not expecting Su Yunsheng to speak to her so boldly. She regarded her with a darkening expression. Su Yunsheng continued, "Furthermore, I will not be renewing, and I will never consider renewing. There is no need for you to persuade me. I will not remain in a place where mutual respect is non-existent." With that, Su Yunsheng turned and walked away. Xiaomei watched her retreating figure. A glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Alone, Su Yunsheng left the company in the underground parking lot. She retrieved a cigarette from her bag, lit it, and sat in her car to smoke. Although she had never smoked before, she had taken it up over the past 2 years. She found a peculiar pleasure in the dizzying sensation that enveloped her as the smoke filled her lungs, numbing her entire being. After finishing a cigarette, she extinguished it and drove home, aware that her life was about to enter a new phase. Yu and Sister Zhang had also resigned. Their contracts were standard employment contracts, allowing them to leave at any time. Rumor had it that Xiaomei had thrown a fit, smashing things in her rage. Her life was indeed transitioning into a new chapter. Meng Zhu was wonderful. Her career was stabilizing, and Sister Zhang was preparing to establish her personal studio to enhance her earnings and free her from corporate exploitation. During this time, she had not taken on any work, instead spending her days at home cooking for Meng Zhu. After he left for work, she would review scripts. Sister Zhang provided her with several promising scripts, all of high quality. Her life was progressing positively. Occasionally, she shared snippets of her daily life online, where she had garnered a substantial fanbase, many of whom expressed genuine concern for her. She posted photos of the meals she prepared and snippets of her life with Meng Zhu. Su Yunsheng shared a picture of his silhouette, captioning it "boyfriend." Previously, she had never shared her private life or her romantic relationships. Now, she felt compelled to share, as her current life embodied her ideal existence. Sister Zhang cautioned, "Yunsheng, be careful about sharing your relationship online. Personal matters are quite sensitive for fans." Su Yunsheng replied, "It's fine. I don't live for my fans. If they like it, great. If they choose to unfollow, so be it. Sister Zhang sighed in exasperation. You and your temperament. Su Yunsheng smiled but remained silent. During this time, her studio was established, hiring several employees, and began operating in earnest. One day, Sister Zhang rushed in, her expression anxious. Yunsheng, guess who wants you to be their spokesperson? Su Yunsheng looked up, intrigued. Who? Sister Zhang replied. Zhiyuan Automobile. Su Yunsheng paused. Furrowing her brow, Li Shouyuan? Sister Zhang nodded. Yes, that him. I don't know what gotten into him. Why would he want you to be the spokesperson? Zhiyuan Automobile was a well-known enterprise owned by Li Shouyuan's family. A prominent name in the country. Su Yunsheng pressed her lips together, remaining silent for quite some time before saying, I won't accept. Sister Zhang replied, I feel the same way. Since you've broken up, it wouldn't be appropriate to take on an endorsement for his family, Su Yunsheng replied. I do not wish to have any further entanglements with him. Sister Zhang nodded, saying, all right, then I will decline. However, Su Yunsheng did not anticipate that Li Shouyuan would act so erratically. Within a few hours, she received a text message from him. He inquired, are you not earning money anymore? Have you become a big shot? Su Yunsheng gazed at the message, stifling a laugh. She replied, what has gotten into you? Li Shouyuan responded, it's just normal business communication. Su Yunsheng replied, I've told myself to sever ties with you cleanly. After a long silence, he replied, it's just an advertisement. How is that not clean? She retorted, doing your advertisement will upset my boyfriend. Your wife will likely be displeased as well. She and Li Shouyuan had long reached an impasse. She could not possibly be entangled with him again, for she had found someone she loved. After a considerable time had passed without a response from Li Shouyuan, she believed the matter was settled. But it was not. She soon understood why Li Shouyuan sought her out. Not long after she set her phone down, Sister Zhang entered with a grave expression. Taking a deep breath, she said, Yunsheng, I need to tell you something. Su Yunsheng looked up at her, asking, what is it? Sister Zhang said, I've just heard some internal news. Li Shouyuan is getting a divorce. Surprised, Su Yunsheng furrowed her brow, exclaiming, what? A divorce? How is that possible? Li Shouyuan and his wife were in a marriage of convenience. Their families intertwined with complex relations and numerous interests. How could he possibly divorce? Sister Zhang, looking serious, said, it's true. I heard that something has happened on his wife's side, and their family is undergoing a split. Su Yunsheng pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a while before saying, so he is seeking me out because he is getting a divorce? Sister Zhang did not respond. Su Yunsheng felt a wave of nausea wash over her as she said, so, he is only coming to find me because he is divorced? What does he take me for? Sister Zhang replied, who knows? In any case, young Master Li's way of thinking is quite different from ours. Chapter 37. The parking lot confrontation. Su Yunsheng found the situation both amusing and repugnant. Li Shouyuan was arrogant and conceited, believing that all the women in the world should orbit around him. Why should she welcome him back just because he decided to turn around? That day, as she descended the stairs and prepared to drive out, she was suddenly seized by someone, tumbling into a familiar embrace. Looking up, she saw it was Li Shouyuan. They hadn't seen each other for nearly 2 years. He remained the same tall, slender, and handsome figure, exuding an air of superiority. She looked at him coldly and asked, what are you doing? Li Shouyuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on her as if he couldn't get enough of her. She attempted to push him away but found her hand firmly gripped. Frowning, she asked, have you lost your mind? Li Shouyuan replied, I wanted to see you. You don't answer my calls or reply to my messages. She struggled but to no avail, her hand pained from his grip. He said, I just want to see you. Yunsheng, it's been almost 2 years. Su Yunsheng scoffed, saying, I heard you're getting a divorce. Is that the reason you're looking for me? He fell silent. She continued, I suggest you save your breath. I have a boyfriend and am getting married. Li Shouyuan paused before saying, having a boyfriend doesn't mean you can't break up. Being married doesn't mean you can't divorce. Su Yunsheng found it laughable. You think the whole world revolves around you? Is marriage a game to you? Just because your wife's family is in trouble, you think you can get divorced? I am not fond of people like you. You are no different from my previous boyfriend. When she faced the scandal of tax evasion and the threat of being blacklisted, her then-boyfriend, Jize, disappeared quickly, unilaterally ending their relationship and fleeing the country for over half a year. Li Shouyuan looked as if he had been stepped on a painful spot, his expression filled with anger as he exclaimed, Su Yunsheng. She coldly stared at him, Saying nothing, Li Shuan took a deep breath and said, "How am I any different from your useless boyfriend? How he treats you is how I treat you. My actions towards other women do not matter. You should ask yourself, have I not treated you with all my heart?" After a long silence, Su Yunxing replied, "We've already broken up. Discussing this is meaningless." Li Shiyuan countered, "Let us reconcile, shall we? I've missed you. Thought of you constantly." He tightened his grip on her hand slightly. Su Yunxing laughed, saying, "You've become a father, and you have a son. You think of me? Have you considered your child?" Li Shiyuan took a deep breath, saying, "My marriage was out of necessity. Try to see it from my perspective. I had no choice. Now I have a way out. I can take care of you. I can marry you." Su Yunxing looked at him, shaking her head as she said, "I no longer wish to marry you. I have someone who accepts me for who I am. He loves me and doesn't he mind that I am an actress? Nor do his family." What drew Su Yunxing to Meng Zhu was his ability to treat her as an equal. Li Shiyuan grasped her shoulders, his expression fierce as he demanded, "What do you mean by love? Is it about marrying you? Is it about abandoning everything to be by your side, defying my family? If I had insisted on marrying you back then, you would have died. You would have vanished from this world due to a car accident, poisoning, or any other pretense. I had to break up with you. I never told you these things. I just wanted to see you and be content. But now, I have a chance to escape. I can divorce. Yunsheng, I can marry you. How could I not come to find you?" Li Shiyuan spoke with choked emotion, his voice rising as the veins on his forehead throbbed. Su Yunsheng was left speechless. Perhaps what Li Shiyuan said was true. If he had insisted on marrying her, the actress looked down upon by their family, would she have faced dire consequences? Would she have been silenced and discarded? Much like Marilyn Monroe, she fell into silence. Li Shiyuan added, "Now I can protect you. I can marry you." Su Yunxing shook her head, saying, "I have someone else now. We cannot return to the way things were." Li Shiyuan's eyes reddened as he struggled to keep his voice down, saying, "How can there be no possibility? You're alive. I'm alive. As long as we live, there is possibility." Su Yunxing replied, "On what basis do you think I would still love you? Why should I agree just because you want me to? I am not that cheap." That Li Shiyuan, seemingly unwilling to give up, gripped her hand tightly, pulling her close, saying, "Did what I just said mean nothing? I told you, breaking up with you is not my choice. Now, I can offer you a future." Su Yunxing's heart felt as if it had been sliced countless times, leaving her numb. She looked at Li Shiyuan, once the love of her life, now feeling like a stranger. "My future does not include you. After breaking up with you twice, the Su Yunxing who loved you is dead. I have no feelings for you now. You have too many responsibilities and shackles. I am unworthy of you and dare not reach for you. Most importantly, I have the one I love." Li Shiyuan, seemingly enraged, tightened his grip on her hand, glaring fiercely at her, saying, "Is it Meng Zhu? How long have you known him? How many years have I known you?" Su Yunxing found it laughable. She looked at Li Shiyuan and said, "The right person appears at the right time. That is my beloved. That person is not you." Die in front of her. Li Shiyuan's eyes began to redden, his body trembling slightly as if he could no longer contain his rage. Su Yunxing paused before saying, "Young Master Li's family is grand. Even after a divorce, there are other heiresses. I may still not be in your parents' eyes. I am fine now. Let us each live our lives." Li Shiyuan raised his voice slightly, saying, "Su Yunsheng, I have paved the way for you at every turn. Even your awards are due to my influence. When you faced being blacklisted, I created opportunities for you, leading to your current success." Su Yunxing hesitated before saying, "Regarding that, please do not do so again. I want to earn awards based on my own abilities. I do not wish for accolades obtained through backdoor dealings." Li Shiyuan sneered, saying, "Abilities? If it were solely based on abilities, you would still be playing minor roles. Which role did you secure solely on your merit? Your abilities are because of me. Every step you've taken has been due to me. Without me, there would be no you today." Su Yunsheng was momentarily speechless, feeling as though she had a lump in her throat. She looked at Li Shiyuan and said, "See, even you look down on me." Li Shiyuan frowned, saying, "How do I look down on you? If you need resources, I will provide them. If you want awards, I will grant them. If you desire a future, I will offer that too. How can I possibly look down on you? If I truly did, would I be here begging you?" Su Yunsheng struggled against his grip, softening her tone as she said, "Li Shiyuan, I no longer like you." "It's as simple as that?" Li Shiyuan asked. "Is it because of that man?" Su Yunxing nodded. Li Shiyuan deflated like a punctured balloon, Lowering his hands, Su Yunsheng withdrew her hand from his grasp, turning to walk unsteadily towards her parking space. She opened the car door and got in. Sitting in the car, Su Yunsheng felt somewhat dazed. The situation was more dramatic than a soap opera. She sat quietly in the car, gazing ahead, and soon realized Li Shuyuan's figure had vanished. He was gone. Truly gone. She murmured to herself, once things are made clear, he won't come back. Chapter 38. The intention to marry. She drove to the studio, yet throughout the afternoon, she felt disoriented, her gaze vacant, as if her very soul had been stripped away. Sister Zhang waved her hand before her eyes and inquired, Yunsheng, why do you seem so distracted? Su Yunsheng replied, Li Shuyuan came to see me today. Sister Zhang expressed her surprise. What for? Su Yunsheng responded, he wants to reconcile. Sister Zhang exclaimed, what? Is he out of his mind? How could his family possibly agree to him being with you? Su Yunsheng confessed, I have no idea what he's thinking. I turned him down. Sister Zhang nodded approvingly, you did the right thing. His family is affluent, and marriage is merely a tool for them. Who knows if he might abandon you again for familial reasons in the future? Besides, you have Mingju now, and he is no less than Li Shuyuan. As Su Yunsheng paused before saying, he accused me of being ungrateful, claiming that all my roles were acquired due to his influence. Sister Zhang considered this for a moment and replied, that's partly true. Having him pave the way certainly makes things easier. However, if you lack talent and skill, even if you were thrust into the spotlight, you would still fail to perform. Just look at that one person who was elevated so high but lacked acting ability and was ridiculed. Your success today is undoubtedly due in part to him, but the majority is a result of your own hard work and talent. If it were someone else, they might have been crushed by the weight of expectations long ago. Don't let his words manipulate you. Su Yunsheng nodded, I understand. Sister Zhang's clarity illuminated her thoughts. That evening, upon returning home, she slipped off her shoes and set them aside. Mingju was seated on the sofa, engrossed in work. Upon noticing her return, he set down his notebook and approached her. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed her forehead, asking, how was your day? After a moment of hesitation, Su Yunsheng gazed into Mingju's eyes and said, Mingju, let us get married. Mingju was momentarily taken aback, looking at her with confusion. Why the sudden urge? She met his gaze and stated, I desire a home. He paused, questioning, aren't you concerned about the impact on your career? Su Yunsheng hesitated. What do you mean? Mingju explained, you're currently at the peak of your career. If news of your marriage breaks, it could significantly affect your standing. You might even lose your fans. Su Yunsheng shook her head defiantly. So what? I want to get married. That's so wrong. She dismissed any thoughts of fans, asserting that even stars are human and deserve to marry. Mingju regarded her intently. Has something happened to unsettle you? Su Yunsheng paused. Indeed, she had been unsettled. The thought of Li Shuyuan potentially pursuing her again frightened her. She hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to Mingju. How would he perceive her if he knew? Would he be displeased? Ultimately, she said nothing, simply embracing him tightly and declaring, I just want a home associated with you. Mingju looked at her, silent for a long moment before responding. All right. Su Yunsheng was uncertain if Mingju believed her words, but his response satisfied her. You are truly wonderful, as long as you are happy, he replied, kissing her forehead. Before sleep, Su Yunsheng messaged Sister Zhang to inform her of her desire to marry. Sister Zhang called immediately, Yunsheng, think this through. Marriage is not a trivial matter, Su Yunsheng asserted. I have thought it through. I want to marry. Sister Zhang cautioned, Yunsheng, be clear in your mind. After marriage, you will face the complexities of both families, daily chores, and if you become pregnant, your career may suffer. You would need to take a hiatus of at least a year. By the time you return, the industry may have moved on, and there might not be a place for you. Su Yunsheng replied firmly, I am resolute. I am willing. Sister Zhang fell silent, then asked, is this because of Li Shuyuan? Su Yunsheng admitted, yes, he is part of the reason. If I marry, he will likely cease his harassment. Sister Zhang suggested, you could consider a secret marriage. That way, your career would remain unaffected. Su Yunsheng questioned, can we really keep the marriage news under wraps? Sister Zhang reassured her, as long as you both agree, I have a plan. You can obtain the certificate, but forego a wedding ceremony as for your concerns. Rest assured, I will manage it, and I'll ensure that Li Shuyuan hears about your marriage. Su Yunsheng contemplated for a moment and said, all right, I will follow your lead. Thank you, Sister Zhang. Having spent years in the industry, Sister Zhang always found the best solutions. Standing at the bedroom door, Mengju watched her as she spoke on the phone. When she hung up, he asked, "Did your manager scold you?" Su Yunqing set her phone down, climbed into bed, and replied, "Not exactly. She suggested I consider a secret marriage." Mengju was momentarily surprised, then chuckled, "That's quite a sensible approach. It would be best for your career." Su Yunqing looked at him, asking, "Don't you have any questions for me?" Mengju replied, "About what?" Su Yunqing prodded, "Aren't you curious why I suddenly want to marry?" Mengju met her gaze. "Does it matter? Regardless of the reasons, the person you wish to marry is me, which is all I care about." Su Yunqing felt a flutter in her heart, reaching for his hand and saying, "Mengju, you are truly wonderful." Mengju leaned down to kiss the back of her hand, saying, "Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life." Su Yunqing felt warmth envelop her as she embraced him tightly, burying her head in his chest, listening to his heartbeat, feeling inexplicably reassured. Mengju leaned down to kiss the top of her head, gently patting her back. "Rest now. There are many tasks awaiting us tomorrow." Su Yunqing nestled beside him, inhaling the faint fragrance in the room, and drifted into slumber. As Mengju was a foreign national intending to marry in China, he needed to obtain a certificate of marital status from the embassy. Early the next morning, he set out for the embassy while Su Yunqing rummaged through her household registration booklet at home. To acquire the marriage certificate, she needed to return to her hometown, Jiangcheng. The head of the household was her mother, and she gently caressed her mother's name, saying, "Mom, I am getting married." Su Yunqing reminisced about the past. When her mother was gravely ill, she lamented her regret at not being able to witness her daughter's wedding. Her heart tightened painfully. She planned to return to her hometown this time to obtain the marriage certificate and take Mengju to visit her mother's grave. The house where she had lived as a child had stood vacant for 3 years. She had given the key to a neighbor along with a fee to help maintain it. This return would also allow her to check on it. Su Yunqing, your life is about to enter a new chapter. Chapter 39. Returning home for the marriage certificate. A few days later, Su Yunqing and Mengju traveled to her hometown, Jiangxing. Su Yunqing sat in the back of the van, her eyes behind sunglasses darting towards the window. The light spring rain fell gently in Jiangxing, with raindrops tracing winding paths on the car window, mirroring her anxious heart. "Don't be nervous." Mengju held her hand, his fingertips cool. "I've arranged everything. The Civil Affairs Bureau has been notified. And there won't be any reporters." She nodded but couldn't help glancing at the rearview mirror once more. After being in the industry for so long, she was acutely aware of the paparazzi's capabilities. Even the slightest oversight could expose their relationship, especially since what they were about to do was not merely a date, but to obtain their marriage certificate. The vehicle turned into a narrow alley and stopped at the back entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Mengju exited first, unfurling a black umbrella before turning to assist her. His movements were gentle, as if cradling a fragile object. Su Yunqing felt warmth in her heart. Mengju cared for her so deeply. Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau, it was quiet. The staff, having evidently been briefed in advance, merely nodded slightly upon seeing them. Filling out forms and taking photos proceeded smoothly, until, "I'm sorry, but the system has suddenly malfunctioned. We may need to wait a while," the staff member said apologetically. Su Yunqing's heart clenched tightly. Mengju soothingly patted the back of her hand. "It's all right. It's probably just a network issue. It will be resolved shortly." However, they ended up waiting for an hour. The staff tried various methods, but the system remained unresponsive. Ultimately, they had no choice but to regretfully inform them that they likely could not complete the process that day. Su Yunqing felt a sense of unease. Something felt off. Her intuition had always been reliable. "Let us come back tomorrow," Mengju suggested. "I'll have my assistant book a hotel. We'll stay here tonight." Su Yunqing shook her head. "I don't want to go to a hotel. Can we stay at my house?" Mengju hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Sure. Su Yunqing's home was still in an old residential building. On the 3rd floor, she took out her key and unlocked the door, revealing a clean interior, clearly maintained regularly. On the living room wall hung a photograph of her with her mother and grandmother. Taken when she was in high school, her smile radiant. Her heart ached, and her eyes brimmed with tears as she wiped them away. Mengju gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, saying, "Everything will be all right." Su Yunqing leaned into him, her voice muffled. "I want to visit the grave tomorrow." Mengju smiled. "Of course. I'll accompany you." Su Yunqing's mother and grandmother were buried in a cemetery in Jiangxing, and she made it a point to return each year to pay her respects. After we register our marriage tomorrow morning, let us go, she proposed. Mingju looked at her, gently stroking her hair. That sounds perfect, Mingju. Let us live our lives well from now on. All right, Xu Yunxing reclined in his embrace, her heart brimming with anticipation for the future. She surveyed her surroundings. This modest abode housed her most cherished memories. That evening, the two lay in bed, and she turned to Mingju, saying, Mingju, let me share some stories from my childhood. Mingju replied, All right. Xu Yunsheng continued, I was raised by my grandmother, as my mother had to work. My grandmother would take me to the youth palace to learn dance, waiting outside for me. After her passing, I had to go alone. Her voice carried a note of nostalgia as Mingju listened quietly. Gently stroking her hair, Xu Yunsheng expressed, I long to return to those days. Mingju reassured, You'll have me in the future. The warmth enveloped her heart as she gazed up at Mingju. His every word soothed her restlessness and anxiety. Mingju, you are truly wonderful. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. The following day, they rose early and headed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Learning from the previous day's mishap, they deliberately chose the earliest appointment, only to encounter the same issue as before. The computer screen abruptly went black. Both Xu Yunsheng and Mingju were taken aback. The staff appeared equally bewildered, exclaiming, It was clearly fixed last night. How could it be malfunctioning again? Glancing at the clock, Xu Yunxing noted it was already 10 o'clock, suspecting their registration would again be thwarted. She turned to Mingju and said, Let's just come back another time. Mingju looked at her and replied, That's fine. There's no rush. Both had jobs and could not afford to linger there indefinitely. They left the Civil Affairs Bureau and drove to the cemetery in the outskirts. Throughout the journey, Xu Yunsheng felt a sense of melancholy. Mingju took her hand and said, We'll come back next time. It can't break down again, Xu Yunsheng nodded, replying, Himichem. Upon reaching the cemetery, Xu Yunsheng stood before the gravestones of her mother and grandmother, gazing at their photographs, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mother, grandmother, I've come to see you. Overcome with emotion, she sobbed, I miss you both so much. Mingju wrapped his arm around her shoulders, offering gentle support. The two paid their respects at the cemetery, leaving offerings before driving to the airport. On the return flight, Xu Yunxing remained restless, sensing that something was amiss, though she could not articulate what it was. As the plane landed and her phone reconnected to the network, an unfamiliar number rang in. You can't obtain the certificate, can you? The voice caused her blood to run cold. It was Li Shuan. She had previously blocked his number. What do you mean? She whispered, glancing at Mingju, who was retrieving their luggage. Did you truly think the Civil Affairs Bureau was experiencing a network issue? Li Shuyuan chuckled softly. That was my doing. Yunsheng. You cannot marry. Xu Yunxing's fingers tightened around her phone, knuckles whitening. Memories of the strange occurrences during her time in Jiangxing flooded her mind. Recalling the coincidental system malfunctions and Li Shuyuan's earlier words. You are insane, she seethed. We are over. What gives you the right to interfere in my life? Because I love you. Li Shuyuan's tone shifted to one of tenderness. Yunsheng, come back to me. I've been waiting for you. Without hesitation, she hung up. That moment, Mingju approached, pushing the luggage. What's wrong? You look troubled. It's nothing. She forced a smile. I might just be a bit tired. On the way home, her thoughts were in turmoil. Could Li Shuyuan truly go to such lengths? Was he monitoring her? Had he somehow manipulated the network? Mingju assumed her distress stemmed from their inability to secure the certificate and comforted her. Next month, we'll try again. It should work then. She turned to him with a smile, knowing deep down that the certificate would remain elusive as long as Li Shuyuan was involved. He was truly deranged. Capable of such actions, Xu Yunxing gazed out the window, her mind swirling with uncertainty. What should she do? Chapter 40. Encountering difficulties upon returning home, Xu Yunxing felt utterly disoriented. She entered the bathroom, closed the door, and dialed her agent, Sister Zhang. Hello, Yunxing, you're back? Congratulations on becoming a wife. Xu Yunxing forced a bitter smile, replying, No, we didn't get married. Sister Zhang expressed her disbelief. What happened? Xu Yunxing paused briefly before stating, Li Shuyuan hacked the Civil Affairs Bureau's network. On the other end, Sister Zhang was momentarily speechless. He could do that. Is he insane? So, you can't get married? Xu Yunxing turned on the faucet, the rush of water drowning out her voice. She glanced outside, fearful that Mingju might overhear. Yes, she murmured. I don't understand why he is acting this way. Sister Zhang pondered. He must love you deeply. Now that he's divorced, he want you to marry or be with anyone else. Su Yunsheng fell silent, uncertain, truly unsure. She had no idea what Li Shuyuan had endured during their 2 years apart or what he was thinking. Yunsheng, what do you plan to do? Sister Zhang inquired. Su Yunsheng took a deep breath and replied, I don't know. Let us leave it for now. Suddenly, her right eyelid began to twitch. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply to calm herself. After hanging up, she splashed her face with water, gazing into the mirror at her bewildered reflection. She had no idea what to do. Leaving the bathroom, she found Mengju in his study on a conference call. She watched his silhouette in silence. The next day, Sister Zhang arrived to take her to a business event. As they drove, Sister Zhang glanced at her with a knowing smile, saying, Yunsheng, Li Shuyuan is both your fortune and your calamity. While he can help you, he can also harm you. Su Yunsheng remained silent, staring at her hands. Sister Zhang continued, Li Shuyuan must truly care for you. Despite the throngs of beautiful women vying for his attention, he remains indifferent. I heard a supermodel named Miko threw herself at him recently, and he kicked her away, telling her to leave. He just wanted to drink. Su Yunsheng pursed her lips, remaining mute. Sister Zhang sighed. Yunsheng, what are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yunsheng replied, I don't know. You need to figure it out, Sister Zhang urged. Su Yunsheng nodded, affirming I understand. Sister Zhang said nothing further, merely patting her shoulder. Leaning against the seat back, Su Yunsheng gazed out at the towering buildings, her heart filled with confusion. Before she had even devised a solution, new problems arose. Mengju typically returned home promptly each day, but on this particular night, he had not returned by midnight. Su Yunsheng felt a pang of worry and called his phone, but it went unanswered. Her anxiety deepened as she changed her clothes, grabbed her car keys, and stepped outside. Driving to Mengju's company, she noticed the building was ablaze with light. Evidently, everyone inside was working late. Just as she contemplated heading upstairs to find him, Mengju emerged from the building, dressed in a black shirt with his blazer draped over his arm. Fatigue etched across his brow. Mengju, Su Yunsheng called out. Hastening toward him, he turned, surprised to see her, then smiled faintly, asking, What brings you here? Su Yunsheng looked at him and asked, Why didn't you answer your phone? Mengju fished his phone from his pocket, discovering several missed calls. I didn't notice, he admitted. Concerned, she pressed, Is something wrong? After a moment of silence, he replied, The company is facing some issues. What kind of issues? She inquired. Let us discuss it at home, he suggested. They drove home, and once there, Mengju explained the situation. His company, which specialized in software, had been thriving in recent years, emerging as a rising star in the industry. However, they were suddenly facing a lawsuit accusing them of plagiarism, with the opposing party presenting seemingly irrefutable evidence. A court injunction had been issued, prohibiting the sale of their software, plunging the company into crisis. Su Yunsheng felt a heaviness in her heart as she processed his words. How could this happen? She asked. Mengju rubbed his temples, responding, I don't know. It's very strange. Our software couldn't possibly be plagiarized. Yet their evidence is quite compelling. What do we do now? She pressed. I've already contacted a lawyer to see if we can find a solution, he replied. Su Yunsheng regarded him with concern, feeling helpless as she lacked legal knowledge to assist. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She recalled the lawyer, Wang, whom Li Shuyuan had recommended during her tax evasion troubles, claiming he was the best. She considered whether they could seek his help. Noticing her frown, Mengju gently held her hand, assuring her, Don't worry. I'll find a way. She attempted a weak smile, saying, I'm not worried. I'm just thinking of how I can help. Mengju smiled back, saying, Just be good. Don't concern yourself with this. I'll handle it. Su Yunsheng nodded. Just don't overexert yourself. All right, I need to get back to work. You should get some rest, he replied. Okay, she said. Mengju headed to his study, where he had much to address. Su Yunsheng urged him to rest, but he continued with a multinational conference call in English. Lying in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, increasingly anxious as she listened to the sounds emanating from the study. Eventually, she drifted into a fitful sleep. The next morning, when she awoke, Mengju was already up, and she had no idea how many hours of sleep he had managed to get. She contacted Wang, the lawyer from before, to discuss Mengju's predicament. Lawyer Wang pondered for a moment before stating, Miss Su, I am afraid I cannot assist you with this matter. Su Yunsheng was taken aback and inquired, Why not? After a prolonged silence, Lawyer Wang replied, Miss Su, I have taken on numerous cases recently. Perhaps you should seek the counsel of someone more adept. Growing increasingly anxious, Su Yunxing implored, Lawyer Wang, I can offer you additional compensation. Will you please help me? Yet, Lawyer Wang reiterated, Miss Su, it truly is not feasible for me to assist you. A sense of foreboding settled in Su Yunxing's heart as she probed, Lawyer Wang, do you know something? After a brief pause, he replied, Miss Su, I cannot take on this case. With that, he terminated the call. Holding her phone, Su Yunxing felt a rising tide of unease. She understood that this matter was likely far from simple. The name Li Shiyuan flashed through her mind. Only he could induce such trepidation in Lawyer Wang, making him hesitant to offend. Could it be that this situation was orchestrated by Li Shiyuan? A chill ran down her spine. If it were indeed him, what could his intentions be? Was it a form of retribution against me? Chapter 41. Negotiation failure. A storm of anxiety swirled within Su Yunxing as she gazed out the window at the few clouds drifting across the sky. Fixating on one as if it concealed the answer she sought. She inhaled deeply, yet the breath caught in her throat. She needed to meet with Li Shiyuan. Dialing his number, she said, let's meet, on the other end. Li Shiyuan chuckled. Why the eagerness to meet? Missing me? Su Yunxing pursed her lips and replied, don't be frivolous. You know the reason for my call, Li Shiyuan responded. If your intention is for me to relinquish you, then there is no need for a meeting, I assure you. I will do whatever it takes to have you back by my side. Hearing this, Su Yunxing's suspicions were further confirmed as she asked, is this about my boyfriend? Are you behind it? Li Shiyuan remained silent for a few seconds before laughing softly, saying, you are not entirely dim-witted after all. Su Yunxing's heart sank as she pressed. Why are you doing this? Li Shiyuan replied, as I mentioned. I want you back. I will not allow you to be with another man. I am doing this to ensure he is out of the picture. You have gone mad, Su Yunxing exclaimed. Indeed, I am mad, Li Shiyuan admitted. Do not attempt to reason with a madman. Clenching her phone tightly, Su Yunxing demanded, how can you cease this madness? Return to me, and I will stop. Otherwise, his downfall is merely a matter of time. Li Shiyuan stated resolutely. Su Yunxing felt as though her throat had closed up. She was at a loss for how to persuade him. She had never realized just how deranged and obsessive he had become. He insisted, Su Yunxing, come back to me, and I will immediately cease my actions. Moreover, I can provide you with opportunities galore. Whether you wish to act or sing, I can help you attain even greater fame than before. You are pathetic and shameless. How many times must I declare that I do not love you? Are you incapable of understanding? She retorted. After a long silence, he replied coolly, then let us reignite that love once more. Fuming with anger, Su Yunxing shot back, that is a fantasy. Su Yunxing, you will return to me, begging for my affection, he declared confidently. You may as well abandon that hope. I will not return to seek your favor. She countered defiantly, then we shall see, he replied before hanging up. With her phone still in hand, Su Yunxing felt an icy chill envelop her. She knew Li Shiyuan was not one to make empty threats. He was capable of anything, including harming Mingju. She felt trapped, unwilling to involve Mingju in her turmoil. Gazing out at the overcast sky, she sensed that rain was imminent. Her mood mirrored the oppressive weather. Weighed down by despair, seated on the sofa, her thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind. Li Shiyuan's threats loomed over her like a boulder, suffocating her. She recognized that Mingju was a good man, gentle and caring, who loved her as she loved him. Yet, she felt she had entangled him in this mess. If it were not for her, he would not be facing such dire straits. Guilt and self-reproach flooded her heart. She could not comprehend why Li Shiyuan had transformed into such a person. He had not always been this way. Though domineering, he had once been reasonable. Now, he resembled a madman, employing any means necessary to achieve his ends. She questioned why he loved her so fervently, pondering what in her warranted such devotion. All she felt was fear, uncertain of what he might do next. Yet, she understood she had to devise a plan. She must save Mingju. After much deliberation, she resolved to confront Li Shiyuan face to face. She drove to his company. Upon arrival at 9:45, he had yet to appear. Sitting quietly in her car within the underground parking lot, she waited for him, knowing he typically arrived by 10. As the hour approached, she spotted his vehicle. Hastily, she called him, and he answered promptly. Get out of the car. I am right behind you. she instructed. Li Shiyuan's car came to an immediate halt as he exited. A smile played at the corners of his lips as he approached her car, opening the door and sliding into the passenger seat. Upon settling in, he turned to her, a teasing glint in his eyes. "So eager to see me? Missing me already?" Su Yunxing had no time for pleasantries. She stated directly, "Li Shiyuan, you need to stop." He regarded her intently, asking, "Are you coming back to me? We have long since ended." She replied firmly, "Then there is nothing more to discuss," he said dismissively. "Li Shiyuan, forcing something that is not meant to be will not yield sweetness," she cautioned. "Whether the fruit is sweet is my concern. It is I who will consume it, and if I deem it sweet, that suffices," he retorted. As he leaned closer, Su Yunxing turned her head away. He chuckled softly. "What is it? Are you preserving your chastity for him? What kind of prowess does that man possess to ensnare you? Just because he runs a small company and has a bit of money, you think highly of him? You truly have high aspirations." Li Shiyuan's disdain for Mengju ignited a fire within Su Yunxing. She could not tolerate such remarks and retorted fiercely, "You are incredibly arrogant. Do you think the world revolves around you? Mengju is superior to you in every conceivable way." Li Shiyuan's smirk vanished, his expression darkening. "In what way is he superior?" he asked coldly. The pent-up anger within Su Yunxing surged forth as she declared, "In every way. He is 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times better than you." Li Shiyuan's demeanor shifted ominously as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon her, as if he intended to consume her whole. With a derisive laugh, he challenged, "What can he offer that compares to me? Can he make you the most radiant woman? He cannot provide you with anything. I do not desire a life of ostentation. I only seek a love that is simple and genuine. I want a man who understands and cherishes me, and Mengju is that man." Su Yunxing asserted. "Su Yunxing, you are blind to your own fortune. Do you think I do not love or care for you?" Li Shiyuan retorted. "You have abandoned me, not once, but twice. There will be a third time, and a fourth," she exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes as they spilled down her cheeks. Seeing her cry pierced Li Shiyuan's heart, causing the malice in his gaze to vanish. He reached out gently to wipe her tears away, murmuring, "Do not cry. It pains me to see you in tears." Su Yunxing turned her face away, refusing to look at him. Li Shiyuan continued, "Su Yunxing, I admit I once forsook you, but that was only because I was not strong enough then. Now, I am powerful enough. No one can threaten me. I can protect you and provide you with everything you desired." "No, I no longer love you," she stated firmly. His long fingers grasped her chin, applying gentle pressure to compel her to meet his gaze. His eyes were deep and contemplative as he said, "Then let us love once more. Allow me to pursue you again. Shall we?" As she stared into his eyes, she found herself caught in a vortex. Yet her own gaze remained frigid. "No," she replied resolutely. Li Shiyuan's grip tightened slightly, his expression darkening further. He released her and leaned back against the seat, turning to gaze out the window, lost in thought. After a lengthy silence, he glanced at his watch and announced, "I have a meeting. I must head in." Su Yunxing remained silent as he opened the car door. Just as he stepped out, he hesitated. Turning back to her, "Su Yunxing, I will not give up. I will thwart your marriage to anyone else." He exited the vehicle and shut the door, while Su Yunxing turned to watch him walk toward the elevator. Feeling utterly lost, with a throbbing headache, she rested her head on the steering wheel, her mind in disarray. Li Shiyuan's figure had vanished into the elevator. Chapter 42. Breaking up with her, she instructed Sister Zhang to cancel her engagements for the next few days, as her heart was not in her work. The benefit of having her own studio was that she could dictate her own schedule. Sister Zhang did not pry, simply replying, "Very well, the current tasks can be postponed. Take some time to rest." Remaining at home, she did not venture out. Sitting in the living room, she watched Mengju pacing anxiously as he spoke on the phone. She shared in his distress, yet felt utterly powerless. Mengju confided that this lawsuit could drag on for years, and without sufficient cash flow, his company would struggle to survive. Su Yunxing immediately offered, "I can lend you money." "How much do you need?" Mengju chuckled softly, ruffling her hair as he said, "Yunxing, this is not something you can shoulder alone." As she watched television, a financial news segment reported that FE Technology was embroiled in a plagiarism scandal, facing a cash flow crisis that could jeopardize its survival. Tears streamed down her face as the gravity of the situation sank in. After finishing his call, Mengju noticed Su Yunxing sitting on the sofa. her eyes swollen and red like walnuts. She wept inconsolably, her shoulders trembling with each sob. Meng Ju, taken aback, swiftly sat beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. "What troubles you? Do not fret, everything will be all right." He managed a gentle smile and inquired, "Yunsheng, are you worried about me?" Upon hearing these words, Su Yunsheng felt an overwhelming guilt wash over her, causing her tears to flow even more freely. Through her sobs, she lamented, "It is all my fault, all my fault." Meng Ju furrowed his brow slightly, tenderly stroking her hair as he reassured her, "How could this be your fault? This is beyond your control." Yet, the guilt within Su Yunsheng only deepened. She contemplated whether to reveal the matter regarding Li Xiaoyuan but hesitated repeatedly, ultimately unable to voice it. Meng Ju held her close, softly expressing, "I worry that if I declare bankruptcy, I will no longer be able to provide you with a good life." Upon hearing this, Su Yunsheng clutched Meng Ju tightly, declaring, "Meng Ju, believe me, even if you were to go bankrupt, I would still choose to be with you. Money does not matter to me. What I truly value is you." Meng Ju gently kissed her forehead, replying with warmth, "All right." Days passed without any sign of improvement. The opposing party remained obstinate, refusing to withdraw their lawsuit, which rendered their company's products unsellable. Meng Ju was in a state of utter disarray. His lawyer informed him that the prospects of winning the case were grim, as their software bore an alarming 80 similarity to that of the opposing company, making it difficult to mount a defense. The lawyer remarked, "Mr. Meng, there are numerous areas of significant overlap between our software and that of the opposing company. Winning this lawsuit will be quite challenging." Meng Ju, his brow knitted, gazed at the lawyer in silence. After the lawyer departed, Meng Ju stood by the window, staring outside. He recalled that their software was the result of independent research by the company's programmers. How could it possibly exhibit such high similarity with that of the competing firm? There had to be something amiss. Just then, his phone rang. He answered, and a man's voice came through, "Hello, Mr. Meng. May I discuss the possibility of a settlement regarding the lawsuit? I have conditions." Meng Ju's eyes brightened at the prospect. "Very well. What are your conditions?" The man chuckled softly, "Mr. Meng, if you were to break up with Miss Su, we could negotiate." Meng Ju was taken aback. "What does that have to do with Su Yunsheng?" He furrowed his brow, questioning, "What do you mean?" The voice continued, "Mr. Meng, Miss Su was previously the girlfriend of our boss. If you are willing to part ways with her, we can discuss the rest." Meng Ju's expression darkened. "Break up with her?" The voice affirmed, "Yes, our boss has a fondness for Miss Su." Meng Ju frowned. "Who is your boss?" The voice replied, "Mr. Meng, that is not important. Perhaps you can ask Miss Su." Meng Ju fell silent. The voice urged, "Mr. Meng, please consider this carefully. If you break up with Miss Su, the injunction can be lifted immediately, and your hard-earned company will not collapse." With that, the call ended. Meng Ju stood there, lost in thought. Upon returning home, he found Su Yunsheng sitting in the bedroom, staring blankly at the bed. Upon hearing the door open, she looked up to see Meng Ju entering. He regarded her for a moment before finally asking, "Yunsheng, do you have something you wish to tell me?" Su Yunsheng was momentarily taken aback, looking at him with confusion. "What?" Meng Ju inhaled deeply. "I received a call. They said that if I break up with you, the injunction can be lifted." Su Yunsheng's face turned ashen upon hearing this. She gazed at Meng Ju, her eyes filled with guilt and anguish. "Yes, it is my ex-boyfriend," she stammered. "He wants me to reconcile with him, but I refuse." Meng Ju's expression darkened. "So he is trying to force us to break up?" Su Yunsheng nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I am sorry, Meng Ju. I didn't know it would come to this." Meng Ju looked at her in silence for a moment before asking, "Who is your ex-boyfriend?" Su Yunsheng hesitated, then whispered, Li Xiaoyuan." Meng Ju's eyes flickered at the mention of the name. He had heard of him. A scion of a prominent family, young yet already wielding control over a vast commercial empire. Ji Yuan Group. Noticing Meng Ju's silence, Su Yunsheng added, "I'm sorry, Meng Ju. I cannot escape him." Meng Ju took a deep breath, looking at her intently. "Yunsheng, we currently face two options. I declare bankruptcy, or we part ways." Su Yunsheng shuddered at the words and abruptly lifted her head to meet his gaze. "What do you think?" Meng Ju replied, "If I declare bankruptcy, the company will cease to exist, and all my efforts over the years would be in vain." Su Yunsheng quickly countered, "We can start over. I will stand by you as you rise again." Meng Ju shook his head slightly. "But what if someone is deliberately making things difficult for me? What if I cannot rise again?" Su Yunsheng's expression shifted. "Are you implying that?" Mingju inhaled deeply and chose not to respond. He turned and walked to the study, opening the door and looking back at Su Yunsheng. I need some time alone with that. He entered the study and closed the door behind him. Su Yunsheng stood at the door, staring at the closed door, feeling as if a cold bucket of water had been poured over her. He wavered. He was uncertain. It seemed as though she already knew his answer. Was she to be abandoned once more? Deep down, she understood that Mingju's choice would likely be to forsake her. Yet, a sliver of hope remained. She wished for him to choose her. She would be willing to leave everything behind and accompany him abroad, forsaking her past, as long as he voiced his desire for her. She would not let go of his hand. The study door remained tightly shut, leaving her in suspense as to when Mingju would emerge. She stood there, trembling slightly at the door. Chapter 43. The pain of separation. She sat dazed on the sofa, her mind blank. Time slipped away, and she eventually dozed off. Suddenly, the study door swung open, startling her awake. She lifted her gaze to see Mingju standing at the doorway. The room darkened, and his silhouette loomed, obscuring his expression. She watched him, lost in thought. Mingju took a deep breath and slowly spoke, Yunsheng. He paused, then continued, let us part ways. Yunsheng felt a jolt at his words. She shot up, meeting Mingju's gaze. Her eyes filled with shock and anguish. She opened her mouth but found herself speechless. The pain was overwhelming, yet she could not discern his expression. All she knew was that he was choosing to abandon her for the sake of the company. Mingju, Su Yunsheng inhaled deeply and insisted, I do not mind your bankruptcy. Mingju, taken aback, fell silent for a moment before replying, but I cannot forgive myself. He paused again, then added, building my business has not been easy. I have faced countless challenges, the hopes of my mother, the support of my friends. How can I face them if I give up? He took a deep breath and continued, I'm sorry, Yunsheng. I am not strong enough. I am a weak person who bows before power. Su Yunsheng's heart sank at his words. She realized that Mingju had made his choice. No further words would change that. She lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. I understand. She looked up at Mingju, her eyes filled with disappointment and sorrow. She had once believed that their love could weather any storm. Yet now, it seemed that love was indeed insignificant in the face of self-interest. Mingju turned and entered the bedroom, beginning to pack his belongings. Su Yunsheng watched his retreating figure, her heart heavy with despair. She sat on the sofa, tears cascading down her face like pearls strung loose. She wept inconsolably, yet there was nothing left to salvage. Before long, Mingju had finished packing. He approached her, holding 2 suitcases, and said, I'm sorry, Yunsheng. Su Yunsheng lifted her gaze to meet his, remaining silent. Mingju continued, these are the only 2 suitcases I have. If you find the rest of the things useless, feel free to discard them. Hearing this, Su Yunsheng felt a pang in her heart. She bowed her head, speechless. Mingju turned and walked toward the door. Su Yunsheng watched his back, despair flooding her heart. He opened the door and stepped outside. The sound of the door closing echoed in her ears. She sat there, tears flowing freely, feeling utterly lost. Time passed, and eventually, Su Yunsheng regained her senses. Trembling, she retrieved her phone and dialed Li Xiao Yuan's number. When the call connected, she cursed through her tears, you bastard. Are you satisfied now? I'll tell you, even if I become a nun. I won't be with you. You're despicable. On the other end, Li Xiao Yuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. I merely wanted you to realize that your boyfriend isn't as wonderful as you think. When faced with self-interest, he will choose himself. Su Yunsheng felt a deep ache at his words. She knew Li Xiao Yuan spoke the truth. Mingju had chosen the company over her. She continued to berate, you bastard. Li Xiao Yuan chuckled softly. Come back to me, Yunsheng. Su Yunsheng, filled with rage, retorted, get lost with that. She hung up and tossed her phone aside. She collapsed onto the sofa, crying heart-wrenchingly. She understood that the beautiful love she once cherished had evaporated. She walked to the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of beer, opened it, and took a long swig. The cold liquid slid down her throat, providing a momentary sense of relief. She continued to drink, one bottle after another. She drank to the point of oblivion, ultimately collapsing on the sofa, drifting into a hazy slumber. In her dreams, she seemed to hear someone entering the room. Drowsily, she opened her eyes to see the silhouette of a man. Rubbing her eyes for clarity, She squinted and realized that the figure bore a striking resemblance to Li Shuyuan. Momentarily stunned, confusion washed over her. Why was he here? She rubbed her eyes vigorously and sat up. Gazing at the man, Li Shiogo? Upon hearing this, the man's demeanor shifted. What did you just call me? Su Yunsheng, still in a daze, responded. Li Shiogo. Li Shuan furrowed his brow, looking at her. You're drunk? In response, Su Yunsheng continued. Li Shiogoed as she spoke. She reached out her hand, flailing in the air. Come here, Li Shiogo. Let me see what you, this dog, look like. Li Shuan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. He grasped Su Yunsheng's hand, his tone icy. Repeat that. Unfazed, Su Yunsheng persisted. Li Shiogo, the dog crawling on the ground. With that, she leaned back and fell into a deep sleep on the sofa. The next day, when Su Yunsheng awoke, she found herself lying in bed. She opened her eyes, staring at the ceiling, her head pounding with pain. Rubbing her temples, she sat up and surveyed her surroundings, noticing a suit jacket draped by the bedside. Picking it up, she examined it, discovering the initials LX embroidered on the cuff. These initials belonged to Li Shuyuan. A frown creased her brow as perplexity filled her mind. How did he end up here? Rising from the bed, she ventured out of the bedroom, only to find Li Shuyuan bustling about in the kitchen. Approaching the kitchen doorway, she inquired, What are you doing here? Li Shuyuan turned to face her. You're awake? I made you a hangover soup. You should drink it. Su Yunsheng felt a surge of anger. How could he act as if nothing had happened? She glared at him. Get out. I don't want to see you. Li Shuyuan raised his hands in surrender. All right, I'll go. I know you're angry. He then turned to leave, but Su Yunsheng quickly retreated. Don't come any closer. Li Shuyuan pointed towards the bedroom. I'm just going to grab my clothes. He walked into the bedroom and retrieved his jacket, then turned towards the exit. Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Yunsheng asked, How did you know the password to my house? I changed it. Without looking back. Li Shuyuan replied, It's a secret. This further fueled Su Yunsheng's anger. You're shameless. Li Shuyuan chuckled. If I weren't shameless, you would have married someone else. Su Yunsheng shouted, Get lost. I don't want to see you. As Li Shuyuan reached the door, he turned to her. Take a few days to calm down. I'm leaving now. With that, he stepped outside. Watching his figure vanish, a wave of rage surged within her. She stormed to the door and slammed it shut with a resounding bang. Chapter 44. I'll become a nun. She plopped down on the sofa, picked up the remote, and turned on the television. Flipping through channels aimlessly, she suddenly came across a news report. According to the station's correspondent, FE Technology had recently overcome difficulties, with the plaintiff withdrawing the lawsuit and the court lifting the injunction against the company. She switched off the television and tossed the remote aside. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Yunsheng's phone chimed. She glanced at the screen. It was a call from Sister Zhang. Wiping away her tears, she answered, Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang's voice came through. Yunsheng, are you feeling any better? When can you return to work? Su Yunsheng took a deep breath. Sister Zhang, I need a few more days to rest. Sister Zhang sounded puzzled. What is going on? Weren't you worried about Mengju's company? Now that the crisis has passed, why don't you want to return to work? After a moment of silence, Su Yunsheng finally spoke. Sister Zhang, we broke up. Sister Zhang gasped in disbelief. What? You two broke up? How could that happen? Su Yunsheng inhaled deeply, recounting the entire saga to Sister Zhang. That Li Shuyuan is a lunatic. How could he do something so despicable? Framing someone's company and forcing a breakup? Su Yunsheng sighed. I don't know. It's as if he has gone mad, yet he pretends as if nothing happened and shows up at my house. Sister Zhang exclaimed. What? He went to your house again? Su Yunsheng continued. I kicked him out. After a pause, she added. But, Sister Zhang, what hurts the most is how easily Mengju gave up on me. I always thought he loved me. Yet, he abandoned me as quickly as GZ did. I'm beginning to doubt if he ever truly loved me. Sister Zhang replied, Yunsheng, people tend to prioritize their own interests. Su Yunsheng remained silent for a long while before responding. Perhaps you're right. Are you planning to return to Ligongzi? I'm single. I'll become a nun, and I want to be with him. Sister Zhang chuckled. No need to become a nun. Our studio still relies on you. How about you pick a script to work on? Keeping busy will help clear your mind. Su Yunsheng inhaled deeply. All right. Sister Zhang continued. Take these days to rest and adjust your mindset. When you're ready, let me know, and I'll arrange everything. Su Yunsheng replied. Thank you, Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang smiled. No need to be so formal with me. Su Yunsheng felt fortunate to have such a wonderful manager. She took a few scripts from her bedroom to peruse, hoping to find one that resonated with her. After growing weary of reading, she stood up to prepare some noodles. Spotting the hangover soup Li Shuyuan had made in the kitchen, she poured it down the sink. After filming a period drama last time, she wanted to try her hand at a modern piece this time. She selected a script that revolved around the light-hearted lives of urban white-collar workers titled Office. Feeling somewhat downcast, she hoped this choice might lift her spirits. After informing Sister Zhang of her decision, Sister Zhang promptly contacted the production team, signing the contract and confirming her start date. The filming location was in the city, allowing her to take the company's shuttle bus to the set each day. During lunch breaks, she would take a nap on the shuttle, where Sister Zhang and assistant Xiao Yu were also present. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang. She looked up to see Li Shuyuan standing there. Sister Zhang greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Li, what brings you here?" Xiao Yu chimed in. "Hello, Mr. Li." Li Shuyuan nodded, his gaze settling on Su Yunsheng. However, she averted her eyes, pretending not to see him. Sister Zhang beckoned Xiao Yu to step out. "Xiao Yu, could you go next door and buy me some fruit? I'm craving oranges." Xiao Yu nodded and exited the vehicle, while Sister Zhang followed suit. "Mr. Li, please chat with Yunsheng. I'll go greet the director." Su Yunsheng kept her head down, feigning interest in her phone, her fingers scrolling aimlessly without purpose. Li Shuyuan took a seat beside her. She nudged him and, with a frosty expression, asked, "What are you doing here?" Li Shuyuan replied with a smile. "I came to visit the SET." Su Yunsheng scoffed. "Visit? We've already broken up. You don't need to come here. I want to be with you anymore." Even after the breakup, Li Shuyuan's expression darkened. "Yunsheng, why are you so obstinate?" Su Yunsheng's face remained cold. "Li Shuyuan, you truly make me feel disgusted." The interior of the vehicle fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the hum of the air conditioning. "Yunsheng, I did this because I love you. I cannot bear your love." "You have gone too far." Li Shuyuan leaned closer, studying her delicate profile, then abruptly changed the subject. "Yunsheng, why do you always choose to film scenes with kissing? Can't you avoid them in the future?" "I don't like it." Su Yunsheng replied with a cold laugh. "You're quite meddlesome. I am an actress. This is my job. You don't like it? Who do you think you are?" Li Shuyuan, taken aback by her retort, lost his temper. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Yunsheng, why have you become so fierce?" Su Yunsheng scoffed. "People change, just like your wife. I'm sure she never imagined you would abandon her." This, Li Shuyuan's voice trembled. "I abandoned her because of you." Su Yunsheng retorted with a laugh. "How touching." She had no idea what state of mind Li Shuyuan's wife was in, but she knew that if she were in her shoes, she would undoubtedly go mad. It was rumored that Li Shuyuan's wife's family had suffered a financial crisis, and instead of offering help, they had seized the opportunity to acquire her family's shares at a low price. Li Shuyuan took advantage of this situation to file for divorce. He was truly terrifying. Su Yunsheng opened the door and stepped out. "I need to go shoot." "You may do as you please." She walked directly toward the filming studio. After several hours of shooting, she returned to find that Li Shuyuan was no longer in the vehicle. Xiao Yu looked disappointed. "Sister Yunsheng, Mr. Li just left us short while Su Yunsheng remained silent." Xiao Yu, with a starry-eyed expression, gushed, "Li is so handsome, even more so than on TV." Sister Zhang chuckled. "Little girl, don't be infatuated. That's a wolf in sheep's clothing, not someone you can mess with." Xiao Yu stuck out her tongue. "I'm just looking." Sister Zhang turned to Su Yunsheng, sighing, "Yunsheng, this Li Gongzi is not easy to handle. Are you really going to let him go?" Su Yunsheng nodded again. "I don't want to be with him." Sister Zhang regarded her. "The decision is yours." "I want to," interfered I. In the days that followed, Li Shuyuan, true to his word, began to pursue her once more. 1,000 roses were delivered to her dressing room. She instructed her assistant to take the roses outside and place them at the door of the dressing room. She did not want them, but he gifted her a diamond necklace. She refused to accept it, asking Xiao Yu to return it to the Li family intact. When he called, she hung up immediately and blocked his number. Xiao Yu remarked, "If I were Sister Yunsheng, I would have forgiven him long ago. He is both handsome and wealthy, and so sincere." Su Yunsheng looked at her and said, "Then you should marry him." Xiao Yu stuck out her tongue. "I am not that fortunate." For the past few days, Li Shuyuan had not sought her out, granting her some peace. Chapter 45. Injury on set. In the days that followed, Li Shuyuan, as he had promised, began to pursue her anew. 1,000 roses were sent to her dressing room. She instructed her assistant to take the roses outside and place them at the door of the dressing room. She did not want them. He presented her with a diamond necklace. She returned it without hesitation, asking Xiao Yu to send it back to the Li family. When he called, she hung up instantly and blocked his number. Xiao Yu commented, "If I were Sister Yunsheng, I would have forgiven him or Dalai long ago. He is charming, affluent, and so earnest." Xu Yunsheng glanced at her and replied, "Then you should marry him." Xiao Yu playfully said, "I lack such fortune." During these days, Li Shuyuan did not come looking for her, and she enjoyed the tranquility. While on set, she encountered a newcomer. She was brought by Xiao Mei, a newly signed actress under Xiao Mei's management. Named Qin Lily, Xiao Mei, appearing nonchalant, greeted Yunsheng, saying, "Yunsheng, long time no see. This is my newly signed artist, Qin Lily." Her enthusiastic tone belied the difficulties she had caused Yunsheng in the past. Yunsheng smiled back. "Ms. Xiao, it has indeed been a while." Sister Zhang also exchanged pleasantries. "Miss Xiao, you have a keen eye. This Qin Lily is a beauty." Xiao Mei chuckled, "But she cannot compare to your Yunsheng." After Xiao Mei departed with Qin Lily, Xiao Yu leaned closer to Su Yunsheng and whispered, "Xiao Mei seems quite sinister." Su Yunsheng remained silent, merely patting her shoulder. In the afternoon, they filmed a scene involving a fire, where Su Yunsheng found herself trapped inside a room, desperately searching for an escape route to dash outside. The filming commenced. The director shouted from outside, "Action!" The props team ignited the flames, which quickly engulfed the room. Su Yunsheng, holding a handkerchief to her nose, attempted to push open the door. However, it would not budge. Panic surged as she pushed again, but it felt as if the door were locked. The flames grew ever fiercer. If she did not escape soon, she would perish in the blaze. "Help!" she cried, pounding on the door. Outside, someone exclaimed, "Oh no! The door lock has been jammed." The flames intensified, and thick smoke filled the air, causing Su Yunsheng to cough violently. She pressed the handkerchief to her nose once more, shouting, "Is anyone there? Come save me!" The smoke thickened, and tears streamed down her face as she continued to pound on the door, crying out, "Help!" The props team grew frantic, brandishing tools to break down the door. Bang, bang, bang! The door remained steadfast, refusing to yield. Dizziness enveloped her as she choked on the smoke, her breaths becoming labored. "Help!" she whispered, sliding down against the door, losing consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself in a hospital bed. Pain shot through her arm, and she instinctively gasped, "Ah, Yunsheng, you are awake." Sister Zhang's voice came through, her face etched with concern. "You finally woke up." Su Yunsheng glanced down, noting her arm was heavily bandaged. Frowning, she asked, "What happened to my hand?" Sister Zhang sighed. "Your hand was burned." Su Yunsheng's expression shifted. "What about my face?" For an actress, beauty and limbs were her means of livelihood. If her hand were injured, how could she continue her career? In a rush, she insisted, "Quick, give me a mirror." Sister Zhang reassured her, "Do not worry, your appearance is unharmed." Xiao Yu hurriedly handed over a mirror, and as Su Yunsheng looked into it, she saw no injuries on her face. However, the pain from her arm surged as she pressed against the bandage, causing her to wince. Sister Zhang comforted her, "Your arm is injured, but the doctor said with proper care, there will be no scarring. Rest easy." Su Yunsheng exhaled in relief. "Good." Sister Zhang expressed her anger. "I cannot fathom how this happened. The props team claimed the lock was broken, yet somehow it got locked, causing you to be hurt. It's truly infuriating." Hearing this, Su Yunsheng suggested, "Perhaps someone tampered with the lock?" Sister Zhang nodded. "Indeed. I will get to the bottom of this. Whoever harmed you shall not go unpunished." Xiao Yu chimed in. If it had been a minute later, it could have been fatal. Su Yunsheng's scenes were still unfinished, and fearing she would delay the production, she said, "Sister Zhang, perhaps I should return? I can still shoot in long sleeves." Sister Zhang glared at her. "What do you mean shoot? You are injured and must rest. Besides, given that you were hurt on set, I would be remiss not to hold the production accountable. Do they dare rush you?" Su Yunsheng relented. "All right." Any movement in her arm resulted in pain. Just then, a hurried voice called from outside, "Where is Yunsheng?" It was Li Shuyuan, panting and anxious. Su Yunsheng looked at him, but before she could speak, he rushed to her bedside, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right? I heard you were injured, and I was worried sick." Su Yunsheng bit her lip, still silent. as Li Shuan continued. How did this happen? How could you be hurt? Doesn't the props team check their equipment? Sister Zhang interjected. We suspect it may have been deliberate. Li Shuyuan gritted his teeth. If I find out someone did this on purpose, I will make them pay. Sister Zhang gently patted Li Shuyuan's shoulder, advising, you two talk. I will step out. Don't provoke Yunsheng. She is injured and in a bad mood. Take care of her, all right? Li Shuyuan nodded. Understood. As Sister Zhang exited, the room was left with just Su Yunsheng and Li Shuyuan as Su Yunsheng gazed at him, biting her lip as she asked, How did you find out I was injured? Li Shuyuan produced his phone and handed it to her. I saw the news as Su Yunsheng accepted the phone and glanced at the headline. Actress Su Yunsheng injured in fire on set. Currently receiving treatment. She pursed her lips and returned the phone. A long silence ensued. Li Shuyuan studied her, asking, Is your injury serious? Su Yunsheng lowered her gaze to her arm, where the bandages were stained with blood. She replied, The doctor said it is not severe. Li Shuyuan looked down as well, noting the blood seeping through the bandage. His brow furrowed in anger. Damn it, if I find out who did this, I will ensure they pay dearly. If you were harmed, He trailed off. Su Yunsheng understood the implication of his unfinished sentence. Watching him in his agitated state, she felt a stir of emotions within her. What kind of person are you, Li Shuyuan? So wicked yet so caring. Taking a deep breath, he asked, Are you hungry? Thirsty? Su Yunsheng shook her head. Not thirsty. Li Shuyuan poured a cup of water from a thermos and handed it to her. You were nearly cooked to a crisp. How could you not be thirsty? Drink up. Su Yunsheng stared at him, speechless. She extended her uninjured hand and accepted the cup. Taking ASIP, Li Shuyuan continued, You should eat something nourishing to recover. Look at you, so thin, like a bamboo pole. Su Yunsheng remained silent. Seeing his concern for her, his anger at her injury, and his anxiety, her resentment began to dissipate. She had prepared many harsh words for him, but at that moment, she found herself unable to utter a single one. He had lost weight. His once sharply defined features now appeared even more pronounced, with his chin slightly sharper. Chapter 46. Softening attitude. She looked at him, biting her lip, and began, I have something to ask you. Li Shuyuan replied, Go ahead. Su Yunsheng inquired, Previously, at a Western restaurant, I saw a figure from behind that resembled you. Was that you? Li Shuyuan nodded, confessing, Yes, it was me. That day, I saw you with someone else, and I became a bit dazed, accidentally smashing a wine glass. Su Yunsheng bit her lip and asked, What about the parking lot? I saw your car there. Li Shuyuan nodded once more. That was also me. He gazed at Su Yunsheng, explaining, I deliberately waited for you in the parking lot, intending to leave after you did. I just wanted to watch you from afar and wish you well. He took a deep breath, but I never expected to have the chance for a divorce. I was so happy. I thought this was fate giving me another opportunity to be with you. How could I let it slip away? Su Yunsheng averted her gaze, remaining silent. Li Shuyuan continued, I am ruthless and shameless. I accept your scorn. I cannot live without you. Su Yunsheng was at a loss for words. This man seemed to truly love her. Everyone claims to love her, yet in the end, they invariably leave her disheartened. Su Yunsheng lifted her gaze to meet his, whispering, I don't know, I never realized I was that important. Li Shuyuan gazed intently at her, enunciating each word, You are the most important person. In this world, there is no one more significant than you. His eyes radiated sincerity and focus, causing Su Yunsheng to avert her eyes. Lowering her head as she murmured, Li Shuyuan, I fear disappointment. My life has already been fraught with too much of it. Li Shuyuan firmly grasped her hand, softly assuring her, It won't happen this time. I promise, I shall not let you down. Su Yunsheng remained silent, torn between believing him and questioning whether he was deceiving her. Yet at this moment, witnessing his concern and anxiety for her, she found herself unable to utter a single reproach. Her heart softened. Regardless of the outcome, he had once cared for her and worried about her, and even if it turned out to be a ruse, she would accept it willingly. Slowly, she withdrew her hand, whispering, Let us put this matter aside for now. We can discuss it later, once I have healed. Li Shuyuan nodded eagerly. All right, we will talk about it once you are well. I won't pressure you. Su Yunsheng fell silent again. Li Shuyuan picked up an apple, began peeling it, and slicing it into small pieces to feed her. Su Yunsheng chewed slowly. Remaining quiet, Li Shuyuan observed her, gently encouraging, You should eat more fruit. It will help you recover quickly. Su Yunxing responded with a soft at that moment. Sister Zhang entered, commenting, Yunsheng, make sure to rest well. I'll return to the set to discuss matters with the director. Su Yunxing immediately protested, Sister Zhang, I don't need to rest. I can still shoot. Sister Zhang frowned, in your condition, how can you film? Su Yunxing replied, it's nothing serious. I can just cover my hand. This minor injury shouldn't delay the schedule. The production team incurs significant expenses daily, and we can't afford any setbacks. Li Shuyuan frowned, insisting, in your state, how can you film? What if you get infected? He turned to Sister Zhang, saying, inquire how much a delay would cost. I'll cover it. Su Yunxing rolled her eyes, directing an exasperated look at Li Shuyuan. Do you have an abundance of money, or what? Li Shuyuan nodded, indeed, I do. Sister Zhang chuckled, all right, Yunsheng, focus on recuperating. There's no rush for filming. With a knowing glance at the two, Sister Zhang departed. Li Shuyuan turned to Su Yunsheng, remarking, didn't you win Best Actress? You've become quite the star. Why aren't you acting like one, instead of like a struggling newcomer afraid of losing a job? Su Yunsheng pursed her lips. After a prolonged silence, she finally murmured, I've grown accustomed to it. I started as a small actress, not on your level. Li Shuyuan regarded her silently. He turned his head to glance out the window, stating, I understand it's not easy for you. That's why I helped smooth things over, allowing you to win that award. Su Yunxing inhaled deeply, responding, I don't want to win awards this way. I wish to rely on my own abilities. Li Shuyuan looked at her, saying, how naive. Even the Oscars have their undercurrents. Do you think the domestic scene is any better? Su Yunsheng was poised to retort, you're not in the industry. How would you know? Li Shuyuan chuckled lightly. I understand human nature. He looked at her, articulating each word. Wherever there are people and interests, there is darkness, transactions, and compromises. Su Yunsheng fell silent, unable to counter his assertion. There were veteran actors who had toiled for decades, remaining unnoticed, despite her belief in their exceptional skills. Opportunities simply eluded them. She recalled her own days as an extra, performing in scenes as a nameless passerby for a meager paycheck. She had never wished to rely on anyone. Yet it seemed that life continually slapped her in the face. Surveying her surroundings, she quietly confessed, I don't want to stay in the hospital. I wish to return home. I fear hospitals. Li Shuyuan immediately responded, all right, I'll ask the doctor. He stood up and left the room. Su Yunxing propped herself up with her right hand, attempting to sit up. But the movement tugged at her wound, causing her to wince. She had no choice but to use her left hand to pull herself up with great difficulty. When Li Shuyuan returned, he found her in that position and swiftly moved to adjust her pillow, saying, the doctor mentioned that once the 4 is finished, you can be discharged. Just remember to take your medication and apply the ointment. Su Yunxing exhaled in relief, replying, that's good. I dislike hospitals. They frighten me and remind me of my mother. Li Shuyuan gazed at her, softly stating, let us head home first. He assisted her as they slowly made their way out. Assistant Xiaoyu carried her belongings, following closely behind them as they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the car, Xiaoyu placed the items in the trunk. Su Yunxing instructed, Xiaoyu, you should head back to rest. You've worked hard today. I can manage. Xiaoyu quickly replied, it's no trouble, Sister Yunsheng. Just take care of yourself. Li Shuyuan helped her into the back seat, placing a pillow for her comfort, saying, lie down comfortably. Su Yunxing retorted, I'm not dying. There's no need to lie down. Li Shuyuan chuckled, closing the door and getting into the driver's seat before starting the car and driving away. Upon arriving at her home, Li Shuyuan effortlessly input the code. Opening the door, Su Yunsheng was taken aback, staring at him. How did you know my code? You entered last time too. Are you spying on me? Li Shuyuan replied, business secret. Su Yunxing shot him a look. You're invading my privacy. Li Shuyuan laughed. Then consider it an invasion. Are you going to sue me? Chapter 47. Thoughtful care. Once inside, Li Shuyuan assisted her in sitting down. Su Yunxing scrutinized him, frowning. How on earth do you know my password? Have you been investigating me? Li Shuyuan chuckled lightly. I'll tell you later. Perhaps on your next birthday. Su Yunxing frowned. That won't do. I can't wait that long. Li Shuyuan playfully ruffled her hair, saying, all right, enough of that. You sit tight while I prepare dinner for you. Su Yunxing blinked, surprised. You can cook? Li Shuyuan nodded. I learned over the past 2 years. Su Yunsheng stared at him in astonishment. When did you learn to cook? Weren't you the one who used to detest the smell of cooking oil? Li Shuyuan chuckled, crouching beside her to meet her gaze. Softly confessing, not long ago. I watched your interview where you mentioned you liked people who could cook, so I began learning. After more than a year, I've just about managed to make something edible. He looked at her, his voice low. I once thought that in this lifetime, I would never have the chance to be with you. I imagined that a century later, when we both passed away, we would meet again below, and I could finally prepare meals for you. Yet, I never anticipated that I would have this opportunity in this life. Su Yunxing remained silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she fought against the ache in her heart, saying, I was just rambling during the interview. She turned her head away, wiping the corner of her eye. Li Shuan paused, then softly murmured, whether it was rambling or not, I'll go make dinner now. You can watch some television. Li Shuyuan rose and headed to the kitchen. As Su Yunxing watched his tall, broad back, tears slipped silently from her eyes. She hurriedly raised her hand to wipe them away. The aroma of food wafted through the room. Li Shuyuan returned with a perfectly seared steak and a glass of juice, cutting it into pieces to feed her. Su Yunxing opened her mouth to take a bite, asking, Aren't you hungry? Li Shuyuan replied, You eat first. I'm not hungry. The steak was crispy on the outside and tender within, bursting with flavor. He had indeed learned to cook. After she finished, she said, I am full now. You should eat. Li Shuyuan set down the plate, gently touching her face, whispering, I'm not hungry. With that, he sat by her side. Lost in thought, Su Yunxing turned her head to observe his profile. Though his face bore no expression, the chiseled features conveyed an unusual depth. She noticed a glimmer of tears beneath his lashes, and her heart twisted painfully. Yet the words thank you remained unspoken. He, who treated her with kindness, was also the one who had hurt her. Li Shuyuan gazed ahead, stating, The luckiest thing in my life has been the chance to divorce, to free myself from my parents' shackles. Su Yunxing watched his profile in silence. After a long while, she turned back, saying, You should eat something. I'll go lie down in my room. My hand hurts. With that, she stood and walked into her bedroom, unaware of Li Shuyuan's expression behind her. Once in her soft bed, she lay staring blankly at the ceiling, eventually drifting off to sleep. As night fell, Su Yunxing awoke, opening her eyes to the darkness outside. It was already late. She got up and stepped outside, finding Li Shuyuan asleep on the sofa, his brow furrowed, restless in slumber. The trash can beside him was filled with cigarette. Su Yunxing grabbed a blanket and quietly draped it over him before returning to her room. The following morning, she woke and ventured out, hearing sounds from the kitchen. Approaching, she found Li Shuyuan frying eggs. Upon hearing her footsteps, he turned and saw her, saying, You're up? Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Su Yunxing approached him, replying, I couldn't sleep. And as they say, man is iron, rice is steel. You didn't eat last night, so make a bit more today. Li Shuyuan chuckled. Yes, I am rather hungry. He was preparing French toast and fried eggs. Su Yunxing took a bite of the fried egg, and as the yolk broke open, revealing a runny center, she remarked, Chef Li, you are becoming increasingly skilled. Li Shuyuan smiled and replied, I have earnestly studied. Shortly after finishing their breakfast, Yunxing's phone rang. It was a call from Sister Zhang. Zhang said, Yunxiang, the production team has discovered something that appears to be the work of a prop master. He fled overnight and his phone is unreachable. It seems he deliberately tampered with your door lock. Su Yunxiang was momentarily taken aback. Have I offended the prop master? Zhang scoffed. You haven't just offended a prop master. Think carefully about who you've crossed. It's Xiao Mei. Su Yunxing furrowed her brow. Is she really that bold? Zhang retorted. Why wouldn't she be? You slapped her last time. How could she just let it go? If it weren't for your good fortune, you would have been severely injured by now. Su Yunxing remained silent. Zhang continued, the priority now is to capture that prop master. I've already reported it to the police. Once we apprehend him, we can uncover the mastermind behind it all. Su Yunxing acknowledged with a soft "oh." Zhang inquired, Are you at home? Su Yunxing replied, Yes. Zhang asked, Is young Master Li beside you? Su Yunxing glanced at Li Shuyuan, who was eating nearby, and said, Yes. Zhang commented, Good. It's reassuring to have someone looking after you. Su Yunxing set down her chopsticks and murmured, Sister Zhang, I'm worried about the progress of the shoot. I don't want my issues to delay so many people. Zhang insisted, Just focus on resting while others film their scenes. Su Yunxing replied, I can go to the set the day after tomorrow. Zhang cautioned, Don't rush. Young Master Li has said he will cover any costs incurred from delays. Su Yunxing frowned and said, That is not acceptable. You know how I feel, Sister Zhang. Zhang paused before saying I understand. Let us leave it at that for now. If it comes to it, I'll let you know. After hanging up, Li Shiyuan seemed to have anticipated the conversation and asked, Did they ask you to film? She shook her head. No, I want to go. But Sister Zhang wants me to rest, Li Shiyuan, while clearing the table. Asked, Which production company is behind your movie? Su Yunqing hesitated, aware of his intention to assist her. She quietly responded, You don't need to worry. I can manage. The shoot is halfway done, and I can't keep dragging it out. Li Shiyuan looked at her and remarked, You're quite stubborn, Su Yunqing conceded. I am. She had been stubborn for many years and was unafraid this time. Li Shiyuan chuckled lightly and said, Very well. Then act according to your abilities, Su Yunqing affirmed. Yes. Li Shiyuan stood up and said, I need to go to the office today. Stay home, and call me if you need anything, Su Yunqing replied. You go about your business. I can manage on my own. Li Shiyuan picked up his suit jacket to leave, but paused, saying, Wait. The doctor said you need to change your dressing. I won't go to the office. We're going to the hospital. Su Yunqing insisted, You go ahead. I'll have Xiaoyu accompany me. Li Shiyuan frowned. Are you really okay? Su Yunqing reassured him, I'm fine. It's just superficial wounds. Don't treat me like a porcelain doll. You should go to Li Shiyuan studied her for a long moment before conceding. All right then. He took his suit jacket and left. Yunqing then called Xiaoyu to come and take her to the hospital. Fully equipped with a hat, mask, and sunglasses, she prepared herself to eye in the car. Xiaoyu asked, Sister Yunqing, where's Mr. Li? Su Yunqing replied, He went to work. Xiaoyu remarked, He is truly perfect, handsome, wealthy, and he treats you so well, attending to every detail. Su Yunqing smiled faintly and said, One should not judge a person by appearances. Xiaoyu chimed in, If I had someone like that treating me, I would have agreed in a heartbeat. I wouldn't be so stubborn. Su Yunqing fell silent. Noticing her quietness, Xiaoyu tactfully ceased speaking. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor unwrapped the bandage, revealing the raw, reddened flesh, an injury about the size of half a palm, with the bandage soaked in yellow exudate. The doctor said, This is a burn, but it's not serious. You needn't worry. With regular dressing changes, it won't leave a scar. Su Yunqing breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Thank you, doctor. The doctor replied, No need to mention it. I really enjoy your films. Su Yunqing responded with a smile. Thank you. In that moment, she felt her worth elevated by the acknowledgement of her work. She was indeed valuable. Chapter 48. The child falls ill. After Xiaoyu escorted her home, Yunqing sent her off. She lay on the sofa scrolling through her phone, only to come across a piece of news. The headline boldly proclaimed, Star Su Yunqing has found new love. Secret meeting with mysterious man at the hospital. The paparazzi had captured her with Li Shiyuan. She recalled the last time they were in Japan, how flustered Li Shiyuan had been when the reporters spotted him. And an uncomfortable sensation washed over her, uncertain of his reaction this time. That evening, when the door chimed, Li Shiyuan returned, bringing her favorite Japanese pork rice. He stated, This place is great. Give it a try. After tasting it, she said, Delicious. Pausing for a moment, she added, The reporters captured you again. Shouldn't you address that? Li Shiyuan, while removing his coat, replied, I saw it. Su Yunqing put down her chopsticks and said, You don't seem worried. Li Shiyuan turned to look at her. Worried? Su Yunqing pressed. Aren't you afraid of the exposure? Li Shiyuan chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed. Let them expose it. I wouldn't mind at all. Su Yunqing was taken aback. Your reaction this time is quite different from Japan, Li Shiyuan replied calmly. The circumstances are different this time, Su Yunqing inquired. How so? Li Shiyuan explained, Back then, I was constrained by others. Now, I am no longer bound by them. I was worried that if the news leaked, it would cause trouble for both you and me. But now I don't need to concern myself with such matters. Su Yunqing regarded him thoughtfully. What have you gone through these past 2 years? What has changed? Compared to the panic he had exhibited in Japan, he now handled these situations with remarkable composure. What had instilled such courage in him? Li Shiyuan disclosed, There have been changes in company shareholding, position adjustments, many things that in short. I now possess sufficient wealth and capability to protect both you and myself. I am not afraid of any news exposure. Oh, she replied softly that he reassured her. I can protect you. Trust me. She remained silent. She had endured violence, threats, all because of him. Once, he had been unable to shield her, even putting her in danger, exposing her to the public eye. He had abandoned her once, and then a second time. That night, She slept in the bed while Li Shuyuan took the sofa. The next day, he continued to care for her, as if she were a child. Before heading off to work, days passed and Su Yunsheng, unable to stay idle, went to the set. There she encountered Qin Lily, who approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Sister Yunsheng, are you all right?" Qin Lily's eyes sparkled with mischief. As if both taunting and reveling in the situation, Su Yunsheng replied, "I'm fine." Qin Lily said, "You startled me. With such a big fire, I was worried for your safety." Su Yunsheng smiled without responding. She proceeded to meet the director, announcing her readiness to film. The director scrutinized her and asked, "Are you sure you can manage?" "Don't push yourself," Su Yunsheng assured him. "My hand is mostly healed. I just need to avoid showing my arms." The director agreed. "All right then." She continued filming until nightfall, the sky adorned with countless stars. Li Shuyuan arrived to pick her up, appearing impeccably dressed in a suit, his handsomeness rivaling that of any male actor. Upon seeing Li Shuyuan, Qin Lily's eyes lit up, and she approached him, saying, "Hello. I'm Qin Lily." Li Shuyuan glanced at her coolly and said, "Hello," before turning away. Su Yunsheng and Li Shuyuan climbed into the car. She remarked, "You seem quite popular." Li Shuyuan pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, unfolding it to reveal a WeChat ID and a phone number. Qin Lily had slipped it to him secretly. Su Yunsheng teased, "Don't you like that?" "So forward," Li Shuyuan scoffed. "Just superficial flattery," Su Yunsheng countered. "Don't all men prefer such attention?" Li Shuyuan turned to her, his gaze deepening. "I don't. I only have eyes for you." Her heart fluttered, almost prompting her to forgive him. Upon returning home, Li Shuyuan's phone rang, and he turned to answer. Just as Su Yunsheng was about to close the door, she overheard him say, "The child has a fever? Is it serious? Please take good care of." She froze momentarily, suddenly reminded that he had a child with his ex-wife. This child was his responsibility to care for. Though she had accepted Li Shuyuan, she was uncertain whether she could embrace the existence of a child. She had no confidence in her ability to be a stepmother. Fear gripped her, as she worried she might not fulfill that role adequately. She recalled a phrase, "If you don't want to do it, refuse. Otherwise, you will regret it." Thus, she made a decision. Stepping out, she found Li Shuyuan had finished his call. He looked at her and said, "The child has a fever. I need to go check on him." Su Yunsheng replied, "Yes, go ahead." Li Shuyuan added, "I'll come back tomorrow." Su Yunsheng said, "Regarding what you mentioned last time, I've thought it through. We aren't suited for each other. I am unwilling to be a stepmother, and I don't want another person's child in my marriage." Li Shuyuan was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her response. He stared at her for a long moment before finally saying, "Is it really just because of that?" Su Yunsheng nodded. "Why, yes," Li Shuyuan remarked. "Have I devoted my time to cooking for you, caring for you, and ferrying you about for nothing?" Su Yunsheng replied, "Thank you." She paused momentarily, then continued, "I genuinely appreciate your care during this period, but I must apologize and ask you to respect my decision. Even without Mingju, I cannot accept you." Li Shuyuan opened his mouth to respond, but his phone rang again. He answered it, and upon hearing the other party, he said, "All right, I will be there shortly." After hanging up, he glanced at Su Yunsheng. "I have something to attend to. We shall discuss this another time." Su Yunsheng remained silent, contemplating that it was likely related to the child. He took a step forward toward the door but paused. Turning to look at her, Su Yunsheng met his gaze. Suddenly, he stepped back and approached her again, causing her to retreat a few steps. Observing her defensive posture, Li Shuyuan chuckled to himself, "Am I truly a monster?" Su Yunsheng did not respond. Li Shuyuan said, "Is it really so easy for you to despise me?" Su Yunsheng pressed her lips together. Without warning, Li Shuyuan stepped forward, cradled her face in his hands, and gently pressed his lips against hers. The kiss was fervent. Su Yunsheng found herself unable to push him away or evade it, compelled to endure. When he finally released her, both were left breathless. He stated, "After all I've done for you, you cannot be so heartless to simply cast me aside." Su Yunsheng remained silent. Li Shuyuan continued, "I wish for you to stay with me, to marry you, to come home each day and see you." Yet, Su Yunsheng still offered no reply. Uncertain of what to say, he added, "Xingxing, my son, is a wonderful child. You would come to adore him." He paused, then said, "Let us discuss this further upon my return." He opened the door and departed as Su Yunsheng stood frozen, staring at the door, her thoughts in disarray. The notion of the child had prompted her to make an immediate decision, to refuse Li Shuyuan. Chapter 49. He wishes to become a monk. He turned and walked away. Xu Yunxing gazed at the now empty room, lost in thought for a while. She understood that her relationship with Li Shiyuan was fraught with complications. Yet he could not remain by her side indefinitely. He, too, had his own life to lead. Time would erode all, and eventually, he would let her go. It was merely a matter of time. He would surely encounter someone who would embrace him wholeheartedly. She continued her filming as usual. Sister Zhang informed her that prop master has fled. We haven't managed to catch him yet. Xiao Mei feigned nonchalance, asserting that without evidence, they could not identify her. Rest assured. I have spoken to the director. All dangerous scenes will use a stunt double. Xu Yunxing replied, very well, thank you for your efforts. Sister Zhang said, we are all in the same boat. Your well-being is my well-being. The subsequent scenes proceeded smoothly. Xu Yunxing's injuries had healed, and she was able to film scenes that revealed her arms. A month later, they wrapped up the shoot. Li Shiyuan had not returned to her home nor sought her out. She disposed of the toothbrush, towels, and clothes he had left behind. A sense of relief washed over her. Perhaps he had grown weary of her, a woman so unyielding and unpredictable. Just as she began to let go of her worries, she received a call from an unfamiliar number. She answered, hello? The voice on the other end inquired, is this Miss Su? She confirmed, yes, it is. The caller introduced himself. I am Secretary Wang Su of Director Li. She replied, Director Li? Li Shiyuan? Wang Su affirmed, indeed, Miss Su. The boss is currently at Wanan Temple. He wishes to become a monk. Could you come and persuade him otherwise? She was taken aback and asked, why the sudden decision to become a monk? Wang Su explained, it concerns you. The boss stated that you no longer want him, and thus he wishes to renounce the world. She fell silent. Wang Su sighed, though I am merely an outsider, I believe you should be aware of certain matters. The marriage between the boss and Miss Ruan was arranged by his family. The breakup with you was due to Miss Ruan's pregnancy. His father pressured him, threatening your safety should he refuse to return to his family. He had no choice but to comply. Since then, he has kept a close watch on your activities. While you were filming, he arranged many connections for you. His relationship with his family has been strained. Yet he has worked tirelessly to strengthen himself, to the point where he can now overshadow his father's authority. The boss truly cares for you. His life cannot be complete without you. If you were to leave him, he would become disillusioned with the world and retreat into monastic life. Xu Yunxing clenched her phone, saying, he is at Wanan Temple. Wang Su confirmed yes. She declared, I will go find him now. Wang Su replied, it is good that you can come. I am currently downstairs. Please come down. Xu Yunxing hung up, changed her clothes, and hurried out the door, her heart racing. How could he choose to become a monk? If he truly became a monk, she would bear the burden of guilt. How could he act so recklessly? A voice echoed in her mind, warning her that if he were to become a monk, she would never find peace. She would forever owe him, forever feel remorse, and endure suffering for a lifetime. Upon arriving downstairs, she spotted a bespectacled man with golden-rimmed glasses calling out to her, Miss Su? Wang Su? She inquired. Wang Su nodded, please, get in the car. She hurriedly entered the vehicle. Miss Su, please fasten your seatbelt. She complied, and Wang Su started the engine. Xu Yunxing asked, what prompted him to suddenly express such a desire to become a monk? Wang Su replied while driving, I was equally surprised. The boss mentioned he wished to become a monk and instructed me to prepare his resignation letter for the board. He stated that you were unwilling to return to him, which caused him great distress and pain. He no longer felt attached to the world and wished only to devote himself to Buddhism. Xu Yunxing fell silent, pondering whether he had truly lost his mind. Wang Su continued, in truth, I am also unsure of the boss's true thoughts. Once you arrive, you will understand. Wanan Temple lay on the outskirts, approximately 40 minutes from the city. The car swiftly arrived at the location. Nestled at the foot of a mountain, the temple was surrounded by lush greenery, creating a serene atmosphere. Xu Yunxing alighted from the vehicle and made her way towards the temple while Wang Su went to park. As she passed through the entrance, she noticed the incense burner at the door, smoke spiraling upwards into the air. Nearby, monks chanted scriptures, the rhythmic sound of wooden fish resonating in the air, mingling with the scent of sandalwood. Her heart gradually sank. Venturing further inside, she spotted a monk standing at the entrance of the main hall. Upon seeing her, the monk joined his palms and bowed. Xu Yunxing inquired, excuse me, is Li Shiyuan here? The monk replied, dear benefactress, upon entering this door, one relinquishes their name, only to be known by their Dharma name. She pressed on. Has someone decided to take the vows today? A tall, slender one, the monk confirmed. Indeed, today a tall, slender individual was ordained. His Dharma name is Su Ning. Su Yunxing's heart felt as though it had been struck with a heavy blow, and she nearly burst into tears. Where is he? She asked urgently. The monk responded, he is in the back courtyard, engaging in prayer. Dear benefactress, do you seek him for something? Su Yunxing remained silent as she hastened towards the back courtyard. Passers-by noticed her anxious demeanor and stared. She disregarded everything around her. If he truly became a monk, her life as she knew it would be over. Upon reaching the back courtyard, she saw a tall, slender figure with a shaved head. Dressed in monk robes, her voice trembled as she called out, Li Shuyuan. The figure turned, but it was not Li Shuyuan. The monk joined his palms in greeting and returned to striking the wooden fish. Su Yunxing felt a surge of desperation as she searched room after room. He was nowhere to be found. Where could he have gone? Remembering that Wang Su had yet to enter, she rushed back to the temple entrance. Wang Su stood there, and she quickly exclaimed, Wang Su, Li Shuyuan is not here. Wang Su, however, remained silent, glancing towards the right. Following his gaze, Su Yunxing spotted a figure standing by the temple wall, clad in a tailored suit. It was none other than Li Shuyuan himself. Not a single hair out of place. Li Shuyuan approached, cupping her face in his hands, his eyes alight with laughter. See, you clearly care for me, love me. If you didn't, why would you come? If you did not love me, you wouldn't have come, would you? Su Yunxing was taken aback, her gaze shifting to Wang Su, realization dawning upon her. She struggled. You two conspired to deceive me. Li Shuyuan embraced her tightly, sighing, how could I truly become a monk? I was merely upset. I wanted to see if your heart was truly as callous as you claimed. She pushed him away fiercely. You scoundrel! How could you toy with my emotions? Do you have any idea how worried I was? She had genuinely feared he would choose to become a monk if he were to pursue someone else. She could accept that, but if he became a monk, it would mean she would regret it for a lifetime. Why? Because she felt that in such a case, he would be as good as dead to her. Chapter 50. Softened hearts and reconciliation. Suddenly, she burst into tears. He was taken aback, quickly cradling her face and wiping away her tears, softly saying, do not cry that I am here, I am fine. Through her tears, she scolded him, you idiot! Why resort to such underhanded tactics? He smiled gently, his warmth overwhelming, as he tenderly caressed her face and whispered, can you now confront your feelings? You care about me. Don't you? If you didn't care, you wouldn't have come. Since you care, it means you love me, correct? She wept silently, offering no words. He gently wiped her tears, saying, I know what you are thinking. You are worried about my child, aren't you? Rest assured, he is well cared for, with a nanny, and in the future, we will have our own children. She remained silent. He continued, consider it from another perspective. If you were to have a child, I would be with you. Shouldn't you also approach me in the same manner? She still offered no reply. He sighed. Then perhaps I shall become a monk, and you can watch me leave this secular world. He turned to walk away, and she suddenly grabbed his arm. With a teasing smile, he asked, what is this? Unable to part with me? Consider this. If I were to become a monk, I would have to renounce desire. Tell me, would you be able to bear it? Su Yunxing's cheeks flushed. He took her hand and chuckled. All right, enough of the jesting. Let us cherish our time together, shall we? Su Yunxing bowed her head, softly acquiescing. Li Shuyuan continued, I have a villa nearby. Let us retreat there for a while and clear our minds. She had truly been startled by his earlier words. If he were to actually become a monk, she felt as though her life would lose its purpose. It seemed she had surrendered to her heart and murmured, all right. Wang Su drove them to Li Shuyuan's villa before departing. Li Shuyuan opened the door and guided Su Yunxing inside. The villa was spacious and cool. His eyes burned like two flames, fixated on her with a wolfish gaze. He closed the door, cradled her face, and kissed her fervently, as if trying to consume her whole. Su Yunxing felt as though the world spun around her, pressed against the door by him. His kisses descended upon her like a torrential downpour, nearly drowning her in their intensity. Her thoughts became a blank canvas. Instinctively clinging to his shoulders, he swept her into his arms and strode towards the bedroom. Once on the bed, he descended upon her, fiery kisses raining down upon her face and neck. She shivered and whispered, "Li Xiaoyuan." His voice was husky, eyes ablaze with desire as he asked, "How many times have you been with Mingju?" She was taken aback, not anticipating such a question. Turning her head away, she replied, "I can't remember." He gazed at her, his eyes deep and unwavering, and declared, "Then I shall double my efforts to surpass him." Her face instantly flushed crimson. He lowered his head and captured her lips. Silencing her with a kiss, Xu Yunqing's thoughts were once again swept away by him. Her entire being felt as if it were floating in the clouds. She succumbed to the moment, unable to think. All she could remember was his scent and the heat of his kiss. Like a fragile boat tossed in a tempest, she clung to him, terrified of being swallowed by the waves. Time passed, and eventually, the storm calmed. Exhausted, she fell into a deep slumber. When she awoke, the room was engulfed in darkness. She rose to turn on the light, only to find Li Xiaoyuan sitting on the edge of the bed, smoking. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting half of his face in shadow and the other half in light, exuding a sense of melancholy. Hearing her stir, he turned to her and said, at last, "We have returned to the past." She lowered her gaze and softly replied, "I worry that we still cannot be together." He furrowed his brow and asked, "Why?" "Your family." He chuckled, pulling her into his embrace, saying, "Do not fret. This time, I will not allow anyone to stand in our way." She remained silent. He cupped her face in his hands, gazing earnestly into her eyes, and said, "Trust me, will you?" She bit her lip and nodded. He smiled, his warmth enveloping her, and leaned down to kiss her forehead, saying, "Once I finish my current obligations, I will take you to meet my parents." She jolted upright, looking at him with a hint of panic in her eyes. "What, do you not wish to?" he inquired. She quickly shook her head, saying, "No, it's not that, I just thought I'm a bit scared." She could only imagine the kind of family he came from. He reassured her, "Do not fear. I will be there." Xu Yunqing managed a bittersweet smile. Li Xiaoyuan understood her thoughts, holding her close and gently saying, "Do not worry. With me, everything will turn out fine." Xu Yunqing nestled against him, gradually drifting off to sleep. During their 2-day stay at the villa, Li Xiaoyuan personally cooked for her every day. After meals, they would stroll together and then cozy up on the sofa to play games. At night, they would share kisses before drifting off to sleep. On the third morning, Li Xiaoyuan made a call for Wang Su to come pick him up. They were to return to the city to Xu Yunsheng. Curious, asked, "Did you deliberately ask Wang Su to trick me into going to the temple that day?" Li Xiaoyuan chuckled, replying, "I merely asked him to inform you of the situation. He knows nothing of my intentions to deceive you. Why, long hair is far too valuable for me to become a monk." Xu Yunqing shot him a disapproving glare, saying, "You truly are incorrigible." Wang Su arrived to drive them back to the city. Upon reaching the neighborhood, Li Xiaoyuan said, "You go up first. I have to stop by the office for a moment and will come by tonight." She nodded, responding, "All right." Watching him get into the car and leave, she turned and ascended the stairs. Entering her apartment, she changed her shoes and stepped inside. Everything in the room was as it had been. She walked to the bathroom and retrieved new towels and a toothbrush. She had thrown away Li Xiaoyuan's toothbrush and towel, preparing for new ones. Raising her eyes to the mirror, she saw a reflection with rosy lips and bright teeth, a hint of spring warmth in her brow. She bit her lip, still feeling the warmth of his kiss. Thoughts of him brought a flush to her cheeks. She had never anticipated that he would draw her back to him in such a manner. She was indeed a complicated person, professing not to love, yet loving all the same. Claiming to want nothing, yet yearning for it. When mealtime approached, she took out her phone and sent him a message. "Will you be back for dinner tonight?" Quickly, he replied. "I will." She smiled, set down her phone, and began preparing dinner. In the kitchen, she busied herself washing rice, cooking, and chopping vegetables. Suddenly, a pair of hands wrapped around her waist from behind. Startled, she turned to find him standing there, a playful smile on his face. "Why are you back so early?" she asked. He leaned down, whispering in her ear, "I missed you." She lowered her head, continuing to chop vegetables as he kissed her neck softly. Chapter 51. A formal introduction. That evening, they nestled together on the sofa watching television. The news broadcasted an entertainment story featuring her. Reports stated that the popular actress Xu Yunqing had parted ways with her ex-boyfriend and was rumored to have a new romantic interest, with someone having captured images of her spending 2 nights at a villa with the man. She stared blankly for a moment before looking at him. He chuckled, saying, "Well done, I no longer wish to hide." It is best that the whole world knows. He smiled, kissed her forehead, and added, in a few days, I will take you to meet my parents. She abruptly turned to him, panic flickering in her eyes. Biting her lip, she said, I'm afraid. He embraced her gently, whispering, do not be afraid. That day will come. Su Yunxing bit her lip, remaining silent for a moment before saying, you know I'm just an orphan. I have nothing unlike you. He interrupted, you have me, and that is enough. Su Yunxing gazed at him, feeling a surge of emotion. He seemed to possess the courage and determination to shoulder everything for her. He truly felt different from before. The day soon arrived. Li Shiyuan brought her to the Li family mansion. The European-style villa was dazzlingly luxurious. Following Li Shiyuan inside, they found his parents sitting in the grand hall, greeting them coldly. They remained seated on the sofa, not bothering to rise. Su Yunxing felt compelled to say, hello, uncle and aunt. They merely nodded in acknowledgement. Li Shiyuan took her hand and said, Dad, Mom, this is Yunsheng. My girlfriend. Su Yunxing bit her lip, forcing a smile. For the first time, she experienced the chill of polite indifference. Though they were right before her, they felt as if they were worlds apart. Li mother continued to engage Li father in conversation. Commenting, Xingxing has been memorizing many poems lately. He is so clever. My grandson is indeed brilliant. Li Shuan frowned, saying, Mom, Yunsheng is here. Please refrain from discussing such matters. Li mother glanced at Su Yunsheng but remained silent. Su Yunsheng felt a wave of awkwardness. Li father had yet to speak, his attention solely on the newspaper. The atmosphere became tense and uncomfortable. Su Yunxing sat there, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles. She longed to leave, yet she knew she could not. Li Shuan squeezed her hand, signaling her to remain calm. He turned to his parents and said, Yunsheng is my girlfriend. I hope you can show her some respect. I brought her here, yet you have not even offered her the courtesy of an elder. Li mother retorted, what has gotten into you, child, to speak to us in such a manner for the sake of this woman? Li Shiyuan's expression darkened as he responded, I have said it before. I intend to marry her. You cannot bully her. If you do, I will renounce my ties to the Li family. I will destroy the family legacy built over a century, and we will all face ruin together. I am fully capable of doing so. Li father set down the newspaper, glaring at him. Repeat that. Li Shiyuan stood his ground, stating, I have said it. I wish to marry her. If you treat her poorly or harm her, I will not remain in this house. Li father seethed with anger. You unfilial son. Li Shiyuan took a deep breath and replied, I am not unfilial. I simply love Yunsheng, and I cannot live without her. This is a bargain between us. I will be your son, but you must agree to my terms. She had never imagined he would confront his family for her sake. She tightly grasped his hand, tears welling in her eyes. Li Shiyuan gently patted her hand, reassuring her that everything would be all right. Li father and Li mother remained silent, merely watching them with cold eyes. Li Shiyuan took Su Yunxing's hand and led her outside. He said, I apologize. I did not expect them to react this way. I thought we had come to an understanding. Su Yunxing shook her head, saying, it's fine. It's normal. They look down on me, and that is to be expected. Li Shiyuan embraced her, saying, Yunsheng, do not dwell on it. I will resolve everything. Their lives continued as those of an ordinary couple. Every day, Li Shiyuan went to work, and Su Yunxing busied herself with her own job. The news surrounding them inundated the internet. Li Shiyuan is a promising young heir, while Su Yunsheng is a celebrated star. Their union naturally draws immense attention. Tabloid media embellishes their relationship, with some even suggesting that Su Yunxing had cast a love spell on Li Shiyuan, explaining his infatuation with her. Upon reading this, Su Yunxing finds herself both amused and exasperated. Holding her phone, she asks Li Shiyuan, they claim I've cast a love spell on you. What do you think? Li Shiyuan chuckles softly, enveloping her in his arms, and replies, did you perhaps administer some potion to me? Otherwise, how could I possibly love you so deeply? Su Yunxing's cheeks flush. Shortly thereafter, Li Shiyuan takes her to a business gala, where she is formally introduced into his social circle. While they are polite to her, Su Yunsheng can still sense their condescension. That actress, using her body to climb the ranks. Perhaps she's even consorting with spirits in Thailand. Who knows? She overhears their whispers in the restroom. Feeling a pang of sadness, she knows she is not as they portray. When she returns to the venue, her demeanor appears somewhat dejected. Li Shiyuan notices and inquires, "What's wrong?" She bites her lip and replies, "It's nothing." He furrows his brow, pressing, What is it? Speak. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she confesses, I just overheard them in the restroom saying I'm merely a bedfellow. This. Li Shiyuan's gaze turns icy. He takes her hand and gently says, those petty individuals are merely sowing discord. Su Yunxing looks at him, and he insists, follow me. He leads her onto the stage. In a panic, she asks, what are you doing? Grasping the microphone, he addresses the audience. Today, I ask you all to witness something of great significance. I am going to propose to the woman I love most. He gazes at Su Yunxing with deep affection, kneeling on one knee, producing a ring from his pocket, and declares, Yunxing, I love you. Will you marry me? The crowd erupts in murmurs, astonished by Li Shiyuan's bold gesture. Su Yunxing watches as he publicly acknowledges her importance. Nodding, she replies, I do. He carefully places the ring on her finger and kisses the back of her hand. A smattering of applause fills the room. Li Shiyuan raises the microphone once more, stating, from now on, to bully her is to bully me. To insult her is to insult me. The crowd exchanges glances. Taken aback, he leads her out of the venue. Holding her hand tightly. It is as if he has vowed to protect her against all odds. Su Yunxing gazes at him, her heart swelling with gratitude. Shiyuan, thank you. I promise you, this time, I will not let the past repeat itself. The moonlight shines brightly, and she looks up, marveling at the beauty of the moon as never before. Chapter 52. The official marriage. Before long, they publicly announce their engagement. Su Yunxing is getting married, and the media goes into a frenzy. Is it a blessing or a curse for a star to marry into a wealthy family? Can Su Yunxing find happiness as a wealthy bride? The Li family does not accept Su Yunxing. Will this marriage stand the test of time? Sister Zhang's phone is inundated with calls, all seeking interviews with Su Yunxing. Su Yunxing posts on Weibo, expressing gratitude to the reporters for their kindness and confirming the news of her marriage, with the wedding date set for June. Sister Zhang laughs, saying, this is my first time being the family of the bride. I must fulfill my duties well. Before the wedding, Sister Zhang appears hesitant, stating, Yunxing, someone is looking for you. Su Yunxing inquires, who? Sister Zhang replies, your father. Yunxing is taken aback. Her father? He had divorced her mother long ago, and for years there had been no word from him. She had assumed he was long dead. Furrowing her brow, she asks, what does he want? Sister Zhang sighs, saying, he wants you to support him financially. Su Yunxing scoffs, I will not. He never fulfilled his duty to support me. Why should I give him money? Sister Zhang looks troubled, saying, that's what I told him, but he said if you refuse, he will go on television to make a scene, claiming you are ungrateful and unfilial. Enraged, Su Yunxing trembles, recalling her mother's hardships over the years. What gives him the right to do this? Sister Zhang gazes at her, saying, Yunxing, you are getting married. Don't let this kind of trouble tarnish your happiness. Just give him some money to make peace. After all, he is your father. I understand your grievances. But if this escalates, it will reflect poorly on you. Sometimes, it's better to part with some money to avoid disaster. Yunxing truly does not want anything to disrupt her wedding. After some thought, she concedes, fine. I'll give him some money to make him go away. Sister Zhang responds, that's the spirit. In June, Su Yunxing and Li Shiyuan choose an auspicious date to obtain their marriage certificate. They travel to Jiangxing via a private jet. Li Shiyuan looks at her and smiles, saying, I couldn't sleep the night before our wedding. I pondered and came up with this scheme. Su Yunxing replies nonchalantly, isn't this illegal? Disrupting public order. Li Shiyuan laughs, illegal? Is it a crime to make sacrifices for love? That's positive energy. Su Yunxing is at a loss for words. Upon arriving in Jiangxing, they head straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The staff smiles, Miss Su, your husband looks even more handsome than last time. Su Yunxing can hardly admit he is not the same person. She simply smiles. Finally, they receive their marriage certificate, with their wedding photo featuring them leaning slightly together. Smiling, he holds her hand as they stroll through Jiangxing. She takes him to places she frequented in her childhood, pointing to an old house. I lived here when I was a child. She then takes him to a small stall where she used to get sweet soup, a childhood favorite. You must try this. It's delicious. Li Shiyuan takes a taste and remarks, sweet. He gazes at her, smiling. Jiangxing is truly a wonderful place. Such a beautiful locale could only nurture someone like my wife. Yunxing laughs and leaps into his embrace. As they walk down the street, a passerby recognizes her. Su Yunxing. A bystander exclaims excitedly. Yunxing smiles and nods. Can we take a picture? Of course. She beams as she leans in for a photo. Miss Sue, your boyfriend is incredibly handsome, Li Shuyuan, watching from the side, interjects, today, we're getting married. I'm her husband now, as the wind blows. She gazes at the man before her, radiating joy, feeling a moment of disbelief. Has her story finally reached a happy conclusion? That evening, they fly back to Jingbei. Upon returning home, Li Shuyuan pins her against the wall, kissing her. His breath is slightly heavy as he rests his forehead against hers, saying, after the wedding, you will officially be Mrs. Li. The wedding ceremony is held at a hotel owned by the Li family. According to her wishes, only a few close friends and family are invited. Dressed in a pristine white wedding gown, she walks down the aisle with Li Shuyuan. The guests erupt in applause and cheers. However, Li's father and mother wear displeased expressions, devoid of any smiles. Su Yunsheng understands that they have yet to accept her. Nevertheless, she maintains her smile. Today, she is the most beautiful bride. Li Shuyuan, clad in a black suit and standing tall, holds her hand as they stand together on stage. The officiant asks, Mr. Li, do you take Miss Sue to be your wife? To live with her according to the teachings of the Bible, to love, comfort, respect, and protect her as you would yourself, in sickness and in health, in wealth or in poverty, remaining faithful until death? Li Shuyuan gazes at Su Yunsheng, his eyes brimming with affection, and replies, I do. The officiant then turns to Su Yunsheng, asking, Miss Sue, do you take Li to be your husband, to live with him according to the teachings of the Bible, to love, comfort, respect, and protect him as you would yourself, in sickness and in health, in wealth or in poverty, remaining faithful until death? Tears well in Su Yunsheng's eyes as she responds, I do. The two share a smile. The officiant proclaims, I now pronounce you husband and wife. The guests cheer. Li Shuyuan takes the microphone, stating, today, we finally come together. It has not been easy to reach this point. We have faced many trials, but perseverance prevails. Yunsheng takes the microphone, looking at him with tear-filled eyes, recalling their difficult journey, and says, thank you. The audience applauds, though Li's parents only clap weakly. They toast the guests and approach Sister Zhang. Su Yunsheng expresses, thank you, sister. Without you, there would be no me today. Sister Zhang's eyes glisten with emotion as she replies, live well. May you have many children and grow old together. When they reach Li's father and mother, Li's mother looks at her and says, from now on, we are family. Take good care of Shuyuan. Su Yunsheng nods. After the wedding, she moves into the Li family mansion, residing on the second floor with Li Shuyuan. During this time, she is not working. Sister Zhang has given her a break. Once Li Shuyuan finishes his commitments, they plan to honeymoon in Croatia. While lying in her room, she suddenly hears a servant calling for her. Madam, the elder lady is looking for you. She rises and descends the stairs. Li's mother sits on the sofa, her expression cold. Su Yunsheng approaches, saying, Mother. Li's mother regards her and states, now that you are married, you won't lack for money, so don't pursue acting anymore. Su Yunsheng understands the implication behind her words. Marrying into a wealthy family means she cannot be in the limelight. She does not want to abandon her career. Replying, Mother, I want to act in inappropriate roles. I want to have my own career. Li Mu was displeased and said, Career? Your career is merely a fade. We of the Li family do not require you to expose yourself for monetary gain. Su Yunsheng remained silent, taking a while before responding, Mother, I will think it over. Is there really anything to contemplate? Mother, I shall retire to my room. Upon finishing her words, she departed, only to hear the heavy thud of a teacup being placed down behind her. Chapter 53, Life After Marriage. Li Shuyuan, having concluded his business affairs, took his wife on their honeymoon. They traveled to Dubrovnik, Croatia, enduring a flight that lasted over 10 hours. In the first-class cabin of Emirates Airlines, Yunsheng rested against his chest, inhaling the faint scent of tobacco that lingered on him. His broad chest rose and fell gently with each breath. Dubrovnik's ancient city was a filming location for A Song of Ice and Fire, a series she greatly admired. Upon their arrival, it was early morning in the local time zone. They checked into a 5-star hotel that had been reserved in advance, perched precariously on the edge of a cliff, offering an endless view of the sea from their room's balcony. Yunsheng sat on the balcony chair, sipping coffee while listening to the rhythmic sound of waves. Turning back to glance at Li Shuyuan, who was reviewing documents on the bed, she remarked with a smile, This place is truly beautiful. Li Shuyuan looked up at her, sunlight bathing her in warmth. Her fair skin and hair neatly pinned up accentuated her serene beauty as she smiled softly. He swallowed hard, set down the documents, approached her, and leaned down to kiss her. They ventured into the ancient city, which was built along the coast and enclosed by towering city walls. The wind was fierce atop the walls, and the sun shone brightly. With the vast azure sea as a backdrop, Su Yunxing donned a white sundress, her hair dancing in the breeze. She laughed joyfully as Li Shuyuan captured numerous photos of her. As she leaned in to review the pictures, she playfully exclaimed, "Make sure to take a good one of me." Li Shuyuan wrapped his arm around her and replied, "Your husband has quite the skill." Hand in hand, they meandered through the ancient city, stealing kisses from time to time. As night fell, they dined at a seaside restaurant, savoring local seafood and clinking their glasses of red wine together. Suddenly, they heard someone strumming a guitar and singing as Yu Yunsheng turned to see a foreign man seated on the steps, clad in a white tank top and jeans, engrossed in his performance. She stepped closer, with Li Shuyuan following behind. The man sang, "Beautiful girl." Li Shuyuan stood beside her, wrapping his arm around her waist as she swayed gently to the music. As darkness enveloped the sky, they returned to the hotel. The floor-to-ceiling windows revealed an endless sea, the moonlight spilling in and illuminating the wooden floor. Clad in a white nightgown, Yunsheng stood barefoot on the floor as Li Shuyuan embraced her from behind. They kissed, her nightgown cascading to the ground. He lifted her into bed, their bodies entwined. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and they became one under the soft moonlight, creating a scene both hazy and beautiful. That night was long and exquisite, with Yunsheng nestled in his embrace, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. She gazed up at Li Shuyuan and said, "Your mother has asked me to refrain from acting." Li Shuyuan held her close and inquired, "What do you think?" Yunsheng replied, "I desire to have my own career. That is your decision. If you wish to act, then continued, I understand your mother's perspective. I will not partake in inappropriate roles," she assured him. "Very well," he responded. His simple affirmation felt like a promise, instilling confidence within her. After their honeymoon, they returned home. Li Shuyuan resumed his duties at the company while Su Yunsheng returned to the film set. Upon seeing her, Sister Zhang greeted her cheerfully. "How was the honeymoon?" Yunsheng smiled. "It was a beautiful place. You should visit if you get the chance." Sister Zhang replied, "I hardly have the time. I made an effort to attend your wedding." In the afternoon, after finishing work, she returned home. As soon as she stepped into the living room, she spotted Li's parents seated on the sofa, their expressions cold and distant. She approached. "Father, Mother." Li father remained silent, while Li mother looked at her and commanded, "Kneel." Yunsheng was taken aback. "Why?" Li mother, her demeanor icy, retorted, "I told you to stop acting, yet you return and do so anyway. Are you intent on bringing disgrace to the Li family?" Yunsheng explained, "The roles I take are entirely respectable. There is nothing explicit. That is irrelevant. Our family does not need you to seek the limelight." Li mother insisted. Li father interjected, "What does Shuyuan think?" "He supports me." Yunsheng replied. Li mother's displeasure grew. "He supports you. He would never endorse such public displays. You are speaking nonsense." Yunsheng trembled slightly with anger. "Mother, you can ask him when he returns." Li father sighed. "He has been bewitched by you. As a member of our family, you must possess awareness." Yunsheng, equally infuriated, retorted, "I do not understand. How is earning a living through my own abilities considered a lack of awareness? Is it a crime to make money through hard work?" Li mother countered, "No member of the Li family shall become an actor." Yunsheng fell silent, having already exercised considerable restraint for the sake of this family. The role she accepted underwent rigorous scrutiny. Yet they remained dissatisfied, treating her with disdain. Feeling aggrieved, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at Li father and Li mother. Li father declared, "You must either cease acting or divorce Shuyuan. Choose one." Yunsheng pressed her lips together, contemplating for a moment before stating firmly, "I will not abandon my career." Having said that, she ascended the stairs. Li mother exclaimed, "Look at her attitude." Yunsheng retreated to her room, sitting on the bed, her heart heavy. When it was time to finish work, Li Shuyuan returned home. He entered the room, smiling upon seeing her. "You're back?" Yunsheng looked at him, and as he approached, he noticed her troubled demeanor and asked, "What's wrong?" "Your parents told me not to act anymore, or else I would have to divorce you." Li Shuyuan frowned. "Did they confront you?" Yunsheng nodded. He took her hand. "I'm sorry, Yunsheng. Continue with your acting. Do not pay them any mind. Mother commanded me to kneel, she revealed. Li Shiyuan was momentarily taken aback, falling silent. Yunxing looked at him and said, Shiyuan, I truly love my career. He pressed his lips together. Contemplating before replying, I will speak with them. Shiyuan, I do not wish for our relationship with your parents to deteriorate, but I cannot relinquish my career, she implored. Li Shiyuan embraced her. I understand. I will not allow you to suffer. Descending the stairs, he confronted his parents in the living room. Did you seek out Yunxing? Yes. What kind of roles is she taking? Have you seen them? Li mother asked. Li Shiyuan frowned. I have seen them. They are perfectly normal, not as inappropriate as you claim. Regardless, we cannot have an actress in our family, Li mother asserted. Yunxing is not merely an actress. She is an artist. Do not approach her with prejudice. Li Shiyuan replied. Regardless, we will not approve, Li father stated. Whether you approve or not is your concern. I will not hinder Yunxing from pursuing what she loves, he declared before ascending the stairs, leaving Li father and Li mother with discontented expressions. Yunxing sat on the bed, her gaze lifting as she heard him come upstairs. He entered and announced, I spoke with them. Shiyuan, I do not want our relationship to be so strained, she expressed. Li Shiyuan held her close. I know. You are wonderful. The issue lies with them. Yunxing remained silent, leaning against him. As tensions regarding her acting career escalated, Li mother grew increasingly displeased with her, rarely initiating conversation. On this occasion, as Yunxing descended from upstairs, she saw Li mother entering from outside. Mother, she called. Li mother glanced at her, remaining silent as she walked past. Yunxing's grip tightened slightly, her heart heavy. Could the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship become so strained? Chapter 54. Be cautious of the Li family. This way of life continued for half a month, with Li mother maintaining her indifferent attitude towards her. One day, Li mother returned home with a small boy. As Yunxing descended the stairs and caught sight of the child, she immediately recognized him. Li mother raised her voice, addressing the child. Xingxing, you must come visit grandma more often, understood? The little boy responded with a grin. Okay. After speaking, he noticed Yunxing standing nearby and asked, Grandma, who is that lady? Li mother cast a glance at Yunxing and replied, There's no one. Come on, Xingxing, let us go inside. With that, she took Xingxing's hand and led him indoors. Yunxing stood there, her expression darkening. It was evident that Li mother was being deliberate. She was well aware of the implications. Yunxing exited the Li family residence and found a luxurious car parked outside. A woman of noble bearing stepped out and approached her. Miss Su? The woman inquired. As she approached, she introduced herself. I am Ruan Zhuding, Shiyuan's ex-wife. Yunxing was taken aback, not anticipating an encounter with Li Shiyuan's former spouse. Miss Ruan, it is a pleasure to meet you, she replied. Ruan Zhuding regarded her with a complex expression. I have long wished to meet you. Today, I finally have the opportunity. Yunxing, uncertain of her intentions, observed Ruan Zhuding. Miss Su, the Li family is a den of danger. You must exercise caution while residing here, Ruan Zhuding warned. Yunxing was taken aback, not expecting such words from her. She studied Ruan Zhuding, noting the hint of melancholy in her gaze, as if she were recalling some unpleasant memories. Ruan Zhuding continued, When I was with him, I once believed we would grow old together. However, when my family encountered difficulties, the Li family stood by idly. And it was then that I discerned their true nature. I felt a chill in my heart, prompting me to propose a divorce. I demanded a substantial sum of money, which I utilized to help my family navigate through a difficult period. Su Yunxing remained silent. Ruan Zhuding continued, If you trust me, please exercise caution. Su Yunxing nodded and replied, I understand, thank you. Ruan Zhuding gazed at her and said, There's no need for gratitude. I merely wish to prevent anyone else from treading the same path I did. Their family can turn their backs on you without a second thought. Su Yunxing looked at her and inquired, Are you bringing the child over? Ruan Zhuding nodded and stated, Indeed, when I divorced, I signed an agreement to bring the child over weekly. She glanced toward the grand residence in the distance, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. However, she continued, This is the only aspect of my marriage that I do not regret. I have a lovely son. Su Yunxing regarded her and asked, Have you obtained custody of the child? Ruan Zhuding shook her head, her expression tinged with melancholy. No, the child stays with me for a year, then comes here for a year. This is the best outcome I could negotiate, Su Yunxing remarked. Miss Ruan, perhaps we can discuss this further another time. Ruan Zhuding nodded in agreement. As Su Yunxing stepped inside, she was greeted by the sound of Xingxing's laughter resonating from the living room, a clear, innocent sound. She stood outside the living room, observing as Li Mu was joyfully playing with Xingxing. With a tight-lipped expression, she turned and ascended the stairs. That evening, when Li Shuyuan returned, Yunsheng remarked, "I met your son today, as well as your ex-wife." Li Shuyuan was taken aback and asked, "Oh, what did they say?" Yunsheng shook her head, replying, "Nothing much. Your son is quite adorable." Li Shuyuan smiled. "He truly is charming." Yunsheng remained silent, gazing at him as she recalled Wan Juding's warning. Noticing her pensive demeanor, Li Shuyuan approached and gently stroked her head, asking softly, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Su Yunsheng shook her head. "It's nothing, just a bit tired." Li Shuyuan looked at her and said, "If something is troubling you, please share it with me." Su Yunsheng nodded. "All right." She leaned against Li Shuyuan's embrace, yet her mind wandered, haunted by Wan Juding's words. Li's household was a den of danger. Yunsheng's new film had wrapped after nearly a month of shooting. The wrap party was held at a hotel. After consuming a glass of wine, she began to feel dizzy. Wanting to leave, she found both Sister Zhang and Xiaoyu intoxicated. Thus, she sought refuge on a sofa to rest. However, her dizziness intensified, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. In a state of disorientation, someone helped her to her feet. "Miss Su, let me escort you to your room to rest," the person said, though she wished to refuse. Her strength had abandoned her. She was guided towards the room. Upon entering, Yunsheng collapsed onto the bed, her eyelids heavy. Struggling to keep her eyes open to regain clarity, she felt her body slipping out of control. An unsettling anxiety gripped her. She knew she could not allow herself to succumb to sleep. With sheer willpower, she fought to remain conscious. Suddenly, she felt hands roaming over her body. Startled, she jolted awake, her senses sharpening. She opened her eyes to see someone removing her clothing. Panic engulfed her as she exclaimed, "Help!" Yet, her voice was weak. At that moment, she noticed flashing lights. Someone was taking pictures. Desperately, she pinched herself to heighten her awareness. Gazing ahead, she beheld a man standing before her. His rotund figure and lewd grin brandishing a phone aimed at her. In sheer horror, she attempted to rise, but he forcefully pushed her back onto the bed. "Help!" she cried out. The man lunged at her, pinning her down. She struggled with all her might, yet her body was unresponsive. Her consciousness began to fracture. She knew she could not allow herself to be violated. But her body betrayed her. Tears streamed down her face as she stared helplessly at the ceiling, unsure of how to proceed. Seeing her weakened state, the man grew even more audacious, his hands roaming over her body. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her last vestiges of strength to push him away, but he surged back on top of her. "No," she shouted, her voice now hoarse. She was immobilized. It was over. A voice echoed in her mind. Yunsheng's vision began to blur as her body succumbed to fatigue. She drifted into unconsciousness. Time slipped away before Yunsheng finally opened her eyes again. A throbbing pain radiated through her head. She attempted to rise, only to realize she was entirely bare. Glancing beside her, she saw a man lying next to her, his corpulent form deeply asleep. Overcome with shock, she bolted upright, but a wave of pain coursed through her body.